just, kind of dying in that little channel there. But I know that Rachel she's a competitor's competitor, right? She likes to get the first wave. She likes to stay busy. So she's going to be kind of roaring around the lineup. So take a look at it, a little setup turn there, which is allowing her to get a proper nose ride. Nice footwork all the way back. And doesn't bother to try to milk anything out of it that shouldn't be there. So quick first wave, but clean. I really like the conditions this morning. Big enough to still keep it super interesting, but not so wild and woolly as to blow everyone with closeout sets to the beach. I mean, look at the set on the screen right there. Yeah. As we see Elise Lemoyne taking off on this one. Quick 5, but that's on that descending angle, right? That's running up to get a nose ride. It's not quite the proper. Whereas this one, she set it up with that turn, and that's why she's able to get a 5 and a 10. Really clean footwork all the way back to the tail. She's going to be looking to see work on that little switch foot cut back there, throwing a little flare in, and she's out.
And behind her, this is Rachel Tilley, the highest seeded surfer in the red jersey. She's found herself a long running wall, and not quite sure what she got up to at the start of the wave, but she's sticking with this one, working it through to the inside, bit of fancy footwork, and she will kick out alongside the French woman in Alice Lemoyne. So 2 minutes done and already plenty of action. A 1.83 on the board for Rachel Tilley. Scores yet to come in for Surfer in Blue, and Crystal Hewlett yet to open her account.
Yeah, it's interesting, you watch how Rachel continued to ride that wave even when there wasn't a lot left. I think it's a habit from the last couple of days where you want to ride that right as far as you can into that channel to give you a clean paddle back out. So every surfer in the heat has caught a wave. We're waiting for the judges to catch up with all of it. So Rachel Tilley opened with a quick 1.83. That'll get chucked out fairly quickly, I imagine.
And there is an insane amount of surfing going on right now around the world. The final of the Jaws Challenge is all but wrapped up. Billy Kemper is sitting in the box seat, very narrowly shadowing Kai Lenny.
As we see Elise Lemoyne again, that was that footwork, a little bit of a shuffle coming on the way back there. Really smooth turn, sets it up again. And now we get to see Crystal Hewlett's wave. Kind of setting up, working herself around. Nice carving turn there, setting it up. Just trying to drive around this wave. So that wave a little bit bigger than anything we've seen so far ridden in the competition and not quite as clean. Whereas Rachel's found a real big one. This is her replay.
Whereabouts is Rachel from in the U.S.?
She's from Southern California in the San Clemente region, Dana Point area, but currently living in Australia. She's doing her unit work down there. We've had to really help her focus on her homework while she's here. She has a paper due. She spends too much time on her phone. So I had to take it away the other day. I think she's learned her lesson. The conditions were so windy and so gnarly, there was nothing else to do but your homework, so focus on your homework. She was posting that she was doing her homework. Why don't you do your homework and then post when you're done? So we see her again right here. There she is, the...
You sound like an old man.
I'm a father, I'm sorry. The 2015 world champion, now a university student living in Australia.
Can we get an old guy's rule T-shirt up in the booth here for Wingnut, please?
That would make Don Craig very, very happy if I was wearing one of his shirts in this booth.
All right, we got some scores in. Significant number for the surfer in blue, Alice Lemoyne, a 6.17. Crystal Hewlett has a 2.1 to her name. She's looking to add to that right now. This wave not really offering her much so far. Now it's starting to steepen up as she goes a little bit further down the line. Gets up to the nose, and then things get very ugly very quickly. And she won't want to watch the replay of that one. 5 minutes done, 25 to run. This is Heat 1, Round 1 of the women's division of the World Longboarding Championship here at the Taiwan Open of Surfing.
So a really strong wave from Elise Lemoyne as we see her up on her feet again. I like the way she's committing to that nose ride, thinking that there was a chance she's going to be able to drive around that section. Her first wave came in at a 6.17, really strong. So she doesn't need much to hold the lead, and there she's got it from Rachel Tilley right now. So some good, strong opening waves from Elise, a nice 4.67 from Rachel. So great combinations being portrayed. So let's see what happened to Crystal on this one. She's on the nose, but the toes weren't wrapped over the edge. She's getting a cut back here. And as she's cross-stepping forward, gets to the nose again, but it's stepping back, and I think it's a little bit of that first heat jitters. Now watch as Elise gets to the nose, 5-10, and steps back to try to take some weight off the nose, but probably not back far enough to allow her to drive around the bottom of that wave. But, I mean, there's still 24 minutes left in this heat. A lot of waves on the board already. It's going to be pretty fun. Here's our setup at Jinsen Harbor. You can see the big jacks that create the harbor, the north end of the harbor jetty. And that's where all the sand ends up pooling around it as the strong currents come around. So it's a very trestles-like setup here, but it's kind of trestles flipped, where the left is the longer wave and the right's a little hollower and punchier. At high tide, it gets a little challenging and interesting getting in and out of the water here with those jacks. They've created a couple of nice entry points, and that we're now looking north, looking up the coast. There's a nice little bay there, and there's a pretty good left that'll break across the bay. Nice clean conditions this morning. The head judge has done a really good job of keeping an eye on the wind when the conditions get a little too messy, too radical. They were able to stop the event for the last couple of days for the men. We'll be keeping an eye on it as well. That's why we went for the early start, to avoid the wind issues.
Well, the way things play out, if things keep true to form from the last couple of days, we might get through round one, go on hold for an hour or so. Let me get my lunchtime surfing.
You're so excited about the potential of a hold. There's only one person on this entire beach that's hoping that the wind shows up at 10 or 11 o'clock. That's you.
Well, it's looking like Billy Kemper has just taken out the Jaws Challenge, so that's his second win out there at Piahai. The Maui surfer clearly stamping himself as one of the all-time greats out there, beating Kai Lenny and Albie Leia. So the Maui boys, 1, 2, 3.
Well done. See a little set coming out the back here. The competitors just now more set up for the left. See if anyone wants to take advantage of that. There's a nice look at our break. You see the three competitors out there, and they're kind of lined up on the northern peak, which has got the really nice right. But if you take off on the one that's a little bit to the south, it'll often have a better connecting wall. And let's see how Crystal Hewlett sets up that wave. She's just got some first heat jitters. Needs to get rid of that.
Yep, bit of nerves. She's been sitting here watching competition unfold for the past 2 days. And almost overamping, you'd imagine.
Well, you want to get that shocker heat out of the way, in round one, where it's a non-elimination.
She's still got 21 minutes to redeem this one.
She just needs to get that composure in. I mean, I like the way she was initially setting up that wave with that little bit of a left go right. That puts you in a good place for a nose ride in the face of a wave. So Rachel Tilley with a two-wave combination score of a 6.5. Elise Lemoyne, her two waves, a 7.27. And both of them have some, low 1 point something scores that are going to get chucked out. I like the conditions this morning. It's going to be a fun morning. You can follow along on the WSL website. You'll know that in the next heat, you'll see Crystal Walsh, Atalanta Nascimento, and Emily Lethbridge will be coming up in Heat 2 this morning. Yeah, it is an exciting week of surfing here for the WSL with the Beach Waver Pro going on in Maui. The Piahi Challenge is just finished. The World Cup event at Sunset that is going on right now. It's the last men's QS for the season. So it's the Pacific Ocean is definitely providing some action on all corners of it.
Yeah, sure is. Billy Kemper ecstatic with his win. On the back of the ski right now with Matt Miola celebrating victory. And things really heating up on the World Longboarding Tour. So we've run two of the events. Grant Twiggy Bay taking out the Nazare Challenge. Billy Kemper taking out the Jaws Challenge at Piahai. And, that was one event. Mavericks back on the WSL Big Wave World Tour schedule.
It will be interesting if we can get a Mavericks event off. It's the Pacific being as active as it has been this early in the season. That bodes well for Mavericks this year for sure.
And they've the WSL's done a lot of fiddling with the Big Wave World Tour over the years. We've seen events come and go from Punta dos Lobos down in South America. We've seen waves. Puerto Escondido in Mexico has sort of come and gone. But you would imagine that Nazare, Mavericks, and Jaws, that's kind of the trifecta, the big three. And yeah, we're truly going to figure out who the best wave surfer in the world is with this new improved format.
We see the athletes trying to figure out their positioning out there. Rachel Tilley in red having priority. See one of the junior competitors that's been down the beach working, practicing for their upcoming event that will begin. The waiting period begins on the 1st. Our contest waiting period goes all the way through the 2nd. It just depends on if we finish early, then we can open up the water for the juniors to start early based on conditions.
Yeah, great call. There's plenty of swell around, so if we do finish early with the longboarding, then why wouldn't we roll straight on into the juniors?
And while we're waiting with this, we know that congratulations to Steph Gilmore for winning her 7th world title yesterday at the Beach Waver Pro in Maui, and I believe the final is going on with right now for that event. So if you're following on all the various, Carissa Moore and Malia Manuel in that final at the Beach Waver Pro.
Yeah, an all Hawaiian affair there. Carissa from Oahu, Malia from Kauai, and they're battling it out on Maui to see who's going to take out the Beach Waver Maui Pro.
And here we go. Here we get Crystal Hewlett again, setting it up. She is just not looking composed out there.
No, I think that's first heat. Being in the first heat of the day, you've got to turn up every day, ready to go. You're always on hold. You're always kind of on tenterhooks as, are we going to go, are we not? And yeah, finally, on the 3rd day of the waiting period, Crystal Hewlett getting her shot. And maybe she had too many coffees. She got a little bit too amped up this morning. Here goes Rachel Tilley. The extended pause before springing to her feet. Now she takes it straight to the nose. Working this one nicely down the line. Gets 10 on the nose there. And linking it all together with some seamless turns as well. Quick little tap on the nose with the 5. And driving this one through to the inside. So very agreeable conditions for round 1 of the women's side of the World Longboarding Championships, right here at the Taiwan Open of Surfing.
And I think she's going to really like how that wave turns out score-wise. Watch her set it up. She just delayed standing up, setting it up with a little bit of a left go right, puts her a little lower in the face of the wave at first, and allows her to get that long composed 5 to a 10, back to a 5, so she's not rushing it. Clean footwork, back to the tail, walking up there again. She's a little bit, on the shoulder, out in the softer part of the wave there, but clean. She's going to finish it with control. And that'll be a good score for Rachel. I think she's going to like that. And she's able to sneak out around the corner there. And now we're going to see Elise Lemoyne answering back. She gets a really nice 5 long. I like the wingspan. She's always had these really beautiful arms that extend. A little power cut back there. He's setting it up for another one. Putting it on rail back into the white water there. So good. She, so far has the highest single score in the heat, a 6.17. And we'll see how Rachel's 3rd wave and Elisa's 3rd wave come in score-wise, leaving priority out the back with Crystal Hewlett.
So we've seen a lot. The last few days, seen a lot of surfers get into a wave, and there's that extended pause before they pop up to their feet. What's that all about?
Well, with a longboard, you get so much glide. You can really, you're getting into the wave a little bit early. As we look at Elise Lemoyne again. Nice holding that nose ride for a long time, smooth and composed, nice powerful cutback, controlled again, just putting yourself back in the pocket. You just want to see where the energy of the wave is and also let it help you get around to the corner. You can see how there's some white water left before the clear water. She's going to want to paddle around to that spot and get there. Judges taking their time with these scores, which we like. Compare those two back and forth to each other. So as you were saying, that fading into the wave, you have a little bit more time to use that glide to set up. Do you turn right away at the top, or do you let yourself get a third of the way, 2/3, or even glide all the way down to the bottom before you set your turn, set your rail into the wave? It's part of what makes the bigger boards, having that glide makes it kind of fun. It's a half style, half function.
And any equipment differences between what the men would have been riding in the first 2 days and what the girls are riding now?
Well, it looks like everyone in this heat, including Rachel, are on more of their high-performance boards. Rachel's been known for riding a single fin, even though it was, a harder edged with good rocker single fin. But I know I've seen that board on the beach, and that's her thruster, her 2+1. We're looking at the rankings for 2017, where Hanno Blomfeld Field was won it last year right here on this beach. Chloe Calmon right behind her. Crystal Walsh, who we're going to see in the next heat. And we have a number of world champions participating in the event. Hanno, who won last year, Lindsay, who won in 2011, Tori Gilkerson in 2016, and currently in the water, Rachel, who won in 2015. So it's nice to see this crew out here, and we have a bunch of fresh faces that are here to do battle as well.
Yeah, it's amazing the feeling of camaraderie around this event. The longboarders are really a family. We heard a few of the competitors talking about that yesterday. You turn up to these events, no matter where you are in the world, and there's plenty of familiar faces and lots of hugs and banter and just great atmosphere around this whole event.
So the second score, that wave for Elise Lemoyne, a 5.97. So a really strong combination there, 6.17 and a 5.97. Has Elise Lemoyne in the lead. Still waiting for Rachel's wave to drop and see if that can surpass Elise Lemoyne. Crystal Hewlett with priority out the back as we see a set on the horizon. And looks like where they're positioned, they might even be better off taking a look at the left.
Yeah, well, there's less danger involved in going left today. The gauntlet you've got to run to get out the back isn't quite as serious as it has been the last couple of days.
And now you can see that set shifting over, really feeling the setup as Elise takes a quick look at that one, realizes she's a little too deep for that one, pops out. Crystal, now that's interesting. Crystal did put a hard paddle on that one, so she just handed priority over to Rachel Tilley.
Still no second priority.
So Rachel's second, that last good wave for Rachel came in at a 5.27. So two strong waves, but she still has a considerable work to do to get ahead of Elise Lemoyne. Rachel's going to need a 6.87 if she wants to take the lead. We still have 12 minutes left. They're getting comfortable out there with the conditions this morning. I expect to see some really good scores that'll come in before this heat is over.
So looking at Crystal Hewlett's facts and figures, she's a surfer on the qualifying series as well, shortboarding.
That's Caitlin Mickelson. She got second place in the QS event in Peru just a couple of weeks ago. She's also runs Peak, as a partner at Peak Physical Therapy, and has been helping treat some of the other athletes that had some injuries here. So she's been very generous with her time and with her skills. Yeah, very nice conditions out here this morning. We see some paddling going on. And
well, this is Crystal Hewlett, the South African, into action, straight up to the nose. And this looks like a better wave for our South African surfer. Working our way through to the inside. So long running walls, those rights breaking deep into the harbour here at Jinzhong. And, Crystal Hewlett doing it nicely on this wave. Little cross-step turn.
That's going to make her feel better. Just finally finishing a wave the way she wants to. Got a nice nose ride at the start. Drove around that section that closed out in front of her. That was well done. So she has a lot of work ahead of her, needing a 9.31, but she's just looking to drop those high twos that she has. Fantastic. We'll look at it again. Here's Rachel Tilley's wave, where she got a nice 5, locked in there long, composed, controlled. And we're taking a look at Elise Lemoyne's in this quick recap. Cutting it back, putting herself back in the pocket. We like to see that. Good nose ride, really clean footwork. Again, another strong wave for Elise. That's why she's our heat leader.
Yeah, great turn there, really driving her way through that one. So Elise Lemoyne from La Réunion, as is our beach commentator mate here, Aurelien. So you would imagine those two have surfed together a heck of a lot over the years.
And that's a challenging location to come from these days, with you not being allowed surf due to the predatory nature of the bull sharks around Reunion. As we see Rachel Tilley set it up again for another really nice, long, composed nose ride at Josh Martin's shape, working fantastically. She's really involved with Josh in the design and build of all these boards. So I love seeing, you know, the true depth of knowledge as the surfer that she wants to become, wanting to understand every aspect of what makes her boards work. So she's even in there mowing foam and turning rails with Josh.
Oh, fantastic. A lot of colourful boards around the event too. I'm used to all the plain white fiberglass around the shortboard events, but every single one of these logs is a brightly coloured machine. As we see Rachel putting hers through its paces right now, flying down the line.
Well, in theory, this event being somewhat of an exception, in theory, longboards last a lot longer, so you can put a little bit more work into the color. Although with the 24 broken ones we've seen this week, there is an exception to that rule at all times. But yeah, you know, a well-built longboard, you know, will last 5 into 10 years. I have some that are 15 and 20 years old that are modern boards. Obviously, the vintage boards from the 50s and 60s have survived 70 years at this point. So you can put a little extra work into the color and graphics if you think you're going to get that sort of longevity out of a board. I mean, what's the lifespan of the average, you know, 510?
Depends which airline you fly.
Oh, ouch. Very good point.
Mine was about 2 weeks.
Thank you, Virgin and Singapore.
Yeah, cheers, guys. Yeah, oh, it's, I mean, they're disposable. You see surfers breaking their boards in half mid-wave regularly.
Yeah.
The universal signal for a broken board is the sort of trampolining hands. Everyone knows what that one means by now.
You see the athletes from the next heat getting ready to head out there. That was Emily heading out, riding one of Josh Constable's Creative Army shapes. Nice to have Josh back in the mix out here.
Oh, commentator's curse, there's a plain white surfboard.
No, there's color. There's a lovely tint on that one. See how Whitewater was white? How old were you? How old are those eyes?
Oh, give me a break. You just get back to telling Rachel Tilley to do her homework.
Ouch.
So 6.5 minutes to go in this one. Interesting to hear Stephen Sawyer yesterday, when he wasn't telling us about what his secret potion was he was drinking before his heats, he was saying that he'd broken most of his boards here duck diving. He could just feel it flexing against his stomach as he was underwater, and every time he's just like, oh, there goes another one. So a lot of power here in the Western Pacific in Jinzhong Harbour. That's Crystal Walsh making her way down. She's colour coordinated and everything.
It's a woman with a plan when she was heading out for her heat. She knew what color her jersey was going to be and obviously put her act together accordingly. I surfed with her a number of times on the North Shore at Chun's, so she's pretending she's cold out there because it's overcast and a light breeze. The Hawaiians will be that way. Hano's father was out in a full wetsuit yesterday.
Yeah, that's a bit extreme.
Chloe being a lifeguard on the North Shore, he's cold in virtually all conditions. As we see Rachel Tilley starting to really scratch at that wave. She's third priority, so she can try to sneak a couple in underneath because she knows she needs to get a strong number if she wants to automatically go on to round 3. The little 5-minute hooter has gone off here on the beach. Rachel needing a 6.87, Crystal Hewlett an 8.54, Elise Lemoyne with 2 really nice opening scores in the 5s.
So looking at the map here, Wingnut, I mean, this is obviously the sort of northwestern Pacific, but we're calling it the Philippine Sea, the East China Sea, the South China Sea, all of the above.
All of the above. Philippines are technically below us, closer to the equator. Japan to the north. China directly to the west. Definitely exposed to a lot of surf. In the summertime, more surf down on the southern end of the island of Taiwan. And this time of year, the whole east coast lights up from Taipei all the way down to through here. Wind is the only thing that you get during this season that can kind of flummox your plans for a good surf, but there's a lot of points and bays that you can sneak into. Up just a half hour up the way is a fantastic left point break that I never actually go and surf. Anyone that knows me will know why, because, well, it's a left.
Yeah. Totally with you on that one.
I've got pleasure point disease. I live at a right-hand point break. Dizzy when I try to go left. 30 years of going right at that point break.
You're not an ambi-turner.
I am not an ambi-turner.
All right, 3 minutes 15 to go. Elise Lemoyne from La Réunion in the Indian Ocean, but technically French, is heat leader with 6.17 and a 5.97. She's doing it well strategically as well as she holds priority. Rachel Tilley is sitting second, has third priority, and she's going to utilise that right now. She's on the hunt for a 6.87. She's found herself a good-looking wall. She's flying down the line. That was a nice turn, so she'll want to mix things up, link in a bit of the more traditional. There it is, gets to the nose, hangs 10. So beautifully done by Rachel Tilley. We can hear some applause coming from the surfers deck below us. So obviously her peers are rating her work on this one. 2.5 minutes to go. And behind her, here goes Elise Lemoyne. She'd love to get rid of that 5.97 and further extend her lead, make the requirement that little bit more serious for Rachel Tilley. And Crystal Hewlett now has priority. 2 minutes 20 as it stands. She's looking for 8.54. So a solid score required for Crystal. Just over 2 minutes remaining. And here is the replay of Alice Lemoyne's last wave.
Really nice footwork, nice and composed, not rushed through it at all. Good footwork back to the tail. Big, sweeping, wide open arm cut back. Really nice, puts herself into a nice high pocket again. Able to negotiate that rapid descent with composure. And we'll look at Rachel Tilley's again. Quick 5, it kind of dropped off that one. See how she sets up her turn. Really nice, smooth cut back. A lot of control there. This nose ride will be a little more proper again. Handles that little elevator drop. Little rebound off the white water there. Trying to find her way around that section. And so with 1 minute and 15 left, Rachel Tilley's last wave coming in at a 5.80.
Yeah, her best wave of the heat so far. Not quite enough for the lead. She now requires a 6.34. Last wave for Alice Lemoyne still to drop in, so could further extend her lead if she can upgrade that 5.97. So it's looking pretty academic at this stage. 50 seconds to go.
That's, it's always, non-elimination round, so the pressure isn't really there, but to put up a strong showing in this, jump into round 3 right away, real confidence boost that your equipment works, you've got the wave figured out, it all works out together, so Elise Lemoyne is going to feel really comfortable heading into the beach with that score. 20 seconds left, 6.50 on that last wave, an even higher score for Elise Lemoyne. So she's really going to come in feeling good. As we see Crystal Hewlett on her last wave of the heat, driving around that section, looking nice and composed. She's riding a Billy Tolhurst surfboard there. A little crossfoot drop knee flare there as she gets out into the deep water. So that's good. She's going to feel better about her surf after that as we see the competitors come in. Congratulations, Elise Lemoyne, with a nice, strong showing.
Well, it was nice and strong right up until you said that.
Up until you get completely unglued.
And the wheels came off.
Rachel enjoyed it. It was good. Like, Rachel's going to take it on the head right there.
So first and second coming in alongside each other. They'll be having a little bit of a laugh about Elise's spectacular dismount right then, but Elise won't have a worry. She's through to round 3. And Rachel Tilley and Crystal Hewlett condemned to round 2.
All right, we'll be back with Heat 2 right after this recap.
写什么？你看什么？你买赶快啊！混啊！你写3天，我改8、7次，是不是不想看啊？
有一种爽，交给老板1巴掌。爽皮送 beer。
Welcome back to the Taiwan Open of Surfing, the World Longboard Championships. As you can see on your screen right there, we're at Jinzhong Harbour, about half an hour north of Taidong City. We're about 500 kilometres south of Taipei. We're on the southeast quadrant of the coast, on the sort of the fringes of the Western Pacific, the East China Sea, the South China Sea, the Philippine Sea. And in the water right now, Crystal Walsh, Atalanta Batista, and Emily Lethbridge in the booth. Myself, Chris Binns, alongside Wingnut, and 3 pretty talented competitors in the water right now, Wingy.
Yes, just waiting for their first opportunity to score. We're also going to be joined by Sam Bleakley and Shannon Hughes, helping us with our commentary throughout the day. They'll be doing some quick interviews with the athletes as they come out of the water, and then we'll be swapping with them up here. We'll get to hear the dulcet tones of Sam Bleakley explaining
everything
about the families, about the boards, about the history of each athlete. He's really, as a researcher, has done such a marvelous job. He hosts a fantastic surf show. What's it? Corners, Brilliant Corners. I knew it was there. The minute I want to bring something up, my mind goes completely blank. Yeah, but Brilliant Corners is a fantastic show that Sam has put together about all these unique places in the world that you wouldn't expect to have surfing, and he goes there and tells these fantastic stories. As we see, no priority for anyone yet, but that is Atalanta Batista giving a hard look at that wave.
Yep, so nothing lost there. There'll still be no priority. Atalanta was skipping viciously out the back of the competitors area this morning when we arrived on site, so she's very psyched and ready to go.
Warm-up routines. And, I know that Rachel always likes to try to get the first wave. She's a very, that type of competitor, wants to get a score on the board, get it in your head. And it's interesting to watch the different strategies of the various athletes in this. Crystal might be a little bit more patient. She's part of the... be careful with my words. Part of the crew that has been competing on the WSL Longboard Tour for many seasons. But I think she and Lindsay Steinreide are the traveling surf grannies. So they
hang on. I thought you said you were going to be careful with your words.
That's their hashtag. I can use their hashtag.
I would have just said they're the veterans of the circuit.
Frothing grannies. They're frothing grannies. There. As you can see, there's positioning amongst each other. You also want to have your position based on your lineups. Do you want to stay inside and try to get one of the smaller ones just to get yourself started? It'll be interesting with the swell having dropped a little bit. Everybody was so used to positioning so far outside, being, A, that's where the waves were breaking, B, the sets were even closing out beyond that. So it's a whole new, reload in your positioning. And maybe those smaller inside waves we'll have cleaner walls, but we're still having an incoming tide for at least another hour and a half here. Probably slow down a little bit at the full high tide. Now Crystal Walsh in red. Really, you can see her really charging down, trying to get in position for this first wave of the heat, but she's got Emily Lethbridge right on her shoulder. But Crystal's going to get the first wave of Heat 2, Round 1, WSL.
Oh, straight to the nose, flies into that one. So she is pumped. She's come into this with plenty of energy. That was almost a bit of a statement just how determined she was to get into this wave. And Emily Lethbridge kind of went, you know what? All yours.
Yeah, you got this one.
And there you go, Crystal Walsh with first points on the board. So maybe a little bit of psychological warfare right there. Just while we have a little break in the action, we're going to cross down to the winner of the last heat, Elise Lemoyne.
Okay, thanks. And I'm down here with Alice Lemoyne. Congratulations for making it through the very first heat of the women's division here at the World Longboard Championships. How did it feel to be the first girls in the water?
Yeah, it's hard because you don't know where you stay on the spot, so it's hard. You need to understand the spot to catch the good one, but it was very good. It was no windy, so I have so fun with Rachel and Kat.
And how did it feel going up against a good friend like Rachel and kind of your heat strategy going into that?
I don't know. I don't like to be with Rachel. Rachel is my very good friend, but it's a contest, so yeah, we just have fun. We have lucky to have the priority, so don't paddle to the wave. Yeah.
And you're traveling here in Taiwan with your mom once again. How does it feel to be here with her? And is there anything back home you'd like to say in French?
Yeah, it's very good to travel with my mom, and yeah, it's good. It's like a very good support for me, so I have so fun with her. Merci à tout le monde de me regarder de la Réunion ou de France. Je vous fais un bisou à tous et je vais essayer d'aller au plus loin possible. Et je remercie mes sponsors, Baya Hotel, Nude Haze qui me soutiennent et tous mes autres sponsors. À bientôt.
Well done, Alice. And we'll go back to you guys.
Merci beaucoup. Thank you, Shannon. That was Alice giving a shout out to all her friends and family back in Reunion, thanking her sponsors and hoping that she goes a little bit further into the draw. And she said she'll see us all soon. So confident that we'll be seeing her in another post-heat interview in the next few days. Here goes Atalanta Tista on her backhand. First score coming in for Crystal Walsh, a 3.17. Puts her into the lead. Priority now flips over to Emily Lethbridge, who's yet to fire a shot. Plenty of time remaining, 22 minutes to run in this one.
And definitely a different approach by the surfers in this heat. They're not staying super busy. As we look at Crystal's first wave here, get to the nose real quickly. A lot of spray coming off, a little bit of a blinding on her there, but she's able to finish this wave. You know, a quick descending nose ride, one cut back and out. So only a 3.17 as we compare it to what Atalanta was able to do. Quick cross steps to the nose, gets 5 toes wrapped all the way over, and then the wave just peters out. So not much scoring potential after that initial nose ride.
I love the narrow stance. That's a really cool looking style she's got going on there in the cross step.
Yeah, it's interesting. Everybody's got their own little flair. I mean, you see in all surfers have their own little style components, but I do agree with you. I think that's a really nice look, that very tight, composed stance and footwork. Crystal now realizing like it's better to be inside and stay a little busier, put some scores up. Definitely with it being smaller today, your positioning and your lineup, I think, needs to be moved inside. You can spot the sets coming a mile away, so you can scramble out if you need to.
Yeah, we can see that surfers are happy to sit up on their boards today, which hasn't been the case the last couple of days with that vicious north to south sweep. Here's the replay of Atalanta's last wave. So we're still waiting on the score to come in for this one. Not the biggest of waves, but she's just looking super cool from start to finish. I love that little cross step switch up there.
Waiting on a score with 20 minutes remaining in the heat. Priority is now over to Emily Lethbridge. In heat number 3, we're going to see Hono Blomfield, Hiroki Yokohama, and Wing Yong Chen, our Taiwanese competitor. There she is right there, getting ready.
Throwing a shaka, which also means number 6 in Taiwan.
We found that out last night when we were ordering Pijo. So nice opening wave, lots of turns, nice composure, good footwork, very clean. Will the wave have a nose riding opportunity? Look how it got steep in front of her and she was ready to take advantage of it. Good footwork. Riding Josh Constable's boards out of Noosa there, so that's going to make her feel really good. Took her time to get her first wave, but looks like it is going to pay off. One of the nicer, longer rides so far this morning. Wuxi sets it up with a little bit of a right go left. Some nice turns, just keeping the board moving. Nice footwork, staying in the pocket, staying with the energy. Another one to put herself back in the pocket there, waiting for the wave to set up in front of her. As she sees it build, she starts to finish her footwork out there. 5, really tight 5 back. Bit of a shuffle going back there. Nice, stayed composed, and a nice clean kick out. So Atalanta's second wave came in at a 2.50, but we'll see how Emily Lethbridge's first wave comes in. And so they'll be looking at that score, that wave, to see how that's going to score compared to what Crystal and Atalanta have put up so far. I'm kind of liking it.
Yep, so a very patient game played by Emily Lethbridge. She's from the Sunshine Coast, Noosa to be precise, hence why she's probably riding Josh Constable's boards. They're from a similar part of the world. Here goes Crystal Walsh flying down the line. Very colour coordinated combo she's got going on. Finds the nose there. She's got plenty of speed to burn on this one. Powerful turn, drives it back into the whitewater. Clings on to that one, kicks out, so that is going to be her second score. She needs 1.26, so just a minor number required to put her back up into the lead. Still waiting on that first score to come in for Emily Lethbridge as well, which I think will be a good one.
As we're looking at last year's world champion, Honolulu Blomfield, she has been frothing out here. She's been surfing during all. Here's Crystal's wave again. We can see at the start that nice setup turn that puts her in a nice nose riding position in the face of the wave. Another composed cut back into the critical section of the wave, able to get a nice walk to the nose, walk off of that. Get a nice cut back here. Very nice, clean, nice rebound into the white water on that turn. So Emily Lethbridge's score comes in at a 4.67. So very nice score for Emily's first wave, and I'm really liking Crystal's wave as well. So it'll be interesting to see how Crystal's wave scores against Emily's. Once you get that first wave out of the way in a heat, you can kind of like let it go a little bit more. You feel a little bit more confident. Watching the competitor, see, look at the dark purple color on that board. That's fantastic color work. Really clean conditions out there this morning. We're waiting for the scores to come in on that. Nice view of the big playing field out there. No threatening closeout sets today. That's making it very enjoyable for the athletes. As we see Atalanta giving this one a look. Setting it up with that little bit of a setup turn there. That's going to put her high in the face of the wave for a good nose ride. And she's going to bring that re-entry down. She does. Clean and composed. Definitely had nice control throughout that entire ride. So Crystal Walsh's score comes in of 5.83. Definitely the dominant score so far this morning. So that really puts her in a strong position. But we're still waiting for a second wave from Emily Lethbridge. So
she had a good look at that wave, but the judges obviously deciding that it wasn't enough of a look to strip priority off her. So Crystal Walsh, as we sneak down to the halfway mark, 15 minutes done, 15 to run. Crystal has a 5.83 and a 3.17 to sit in the lead. Score still to come in for this last wave from Atalanta. She's just flying down the line. Beautiful footwork, just seamlessly up and down the board. Holding on her rails through that turn just then. Not sure what the judges will make of that. What are your thoughts, Bingo?
Yeah, obviously, I think it would score better if you had if you were able to do that without hanging on to it. But just trying to get a finished wet ride, I think, is important. As Crystal gives that one a quick in and out look. Emily looking at the wave behind it. Not the wave she's a little too deep on that one. This one looks like it might have
right now.
Yeah, it might have a better corner. A little stall at the takeoff for that nose ride, but that set it up not quite correctly for nose ride with a descending angle, but that one she got through. Able to hang on as that wave was closing out a little bit in front of her and setting her up for the inside. Really like how big and sweepy those turns are that she makes at the end there. Here's catching up with Atalanta as she finds one. Get a chance to compare the two goofy foot surfers, how they finish their waves. Both in control, both clean. So waiting for some scores to drop for Atalanta and Emily Lethbridge. Emily needed a 4.34 or better. Here's Atalanta's from the start. Quick run to the nose, very composed, 5-10, and then the wave just shuts down in front of her. She's just going to cruise around ahead of it. Smooth, powerful, in control. Really nice wave from Atalanta. And we'll get a look again at Emily's. Nice footwork, a little shuffle set up there, but then she gets into this little critical section, goes around, able to hang on as that wave just dumps on her. Just smooth, sweeping turns, keeping herself in the pocket right there, finishing in control, a nice kick out. Little warm-up zone there. It's the slippers that I like.
And the slippers as well. That adds an extra degree of difficulty to it. So this is Wang Yung-chi, the winner of the local trials the other morning. And Crystal Walsh looking at a decent wave out in front. Straight to the nose, flying down the line. Nothing too critical about this section as this wave really slopes out under Crystal's feet and she gets out of there. Will it replace a 3.17? Not too sure. Still waiting on scores to come in now for all three surfers. Emily Lethbridge's second wave will leave us with more of a sort of realistic situation with 12 minutes to go of all the surfers will have two serious numbers on the board. Really?
Yeah, I don't think that last wave of Crystals is really going to help her much. You know, it was such the quick run to the nose as you're dropping in, so dropping down the face of the wave, never really getting set, locked in on it, and then that wave just petered out for her. So I don't think that one is going to help her, but I'm really interested to see what the score is going to come through for Emily Lethbridge, who needs a 4.34 as we see Emily giving that wave a look.
Oh, she's not going to wait around for the score. She's one of the youngest competitors in the field. I think she's just 17. Only just finished high school in the last month or so. And she's not showing any signs of nerves whatsoever. Plenty of composure about her waves. I love her knock-knee style. That's really cool as she flies down the line on her backhand. Of course, coming from Noosa. No stranger whatsoever to surfing long right-handers.
Exactly. As we see a little bit of our little event village here, the Taiwan beer, the first booth, the Thai Wonderful booth of Bebe and her husband Josh, who are creating marvelous little items out of recycled materials that they are collecting here, trying to turn as much of the plastics and foams and things that they can find into reusable items. Fishing nets, they're making bags and purses, and they're doing the individual design, and then they're having some of the pieces manufactured on a larger scale, which is really fun to see that small business enterprise, you know, trying to keep the cycle of goods, you know, in very circular, is what Josh was telling me yesterday.
All right, 10.5 minutes to go. Last score in for Atalanta. Her best wave, a 4.27. Not enough for the lead. Narrowly missing out there. Still waiting on the last score to come in for the surfer in white, Emily Lethbridge.
About 10 minutes left in this heat. Still lots of time. And that score came in for Emily Lethbridge, a 4.53. That's enough to push her into the lead. Crystal Walsh's wave only a 2.97. As I said, I didn't think it was going to help her out. So right now, Emily Lethbridge, the Grom in this heat, is taking control with a 9.20 to Crystal's 9.0 and Atalanta's 8.44. Really close. It's a very tight heat. Crystal only needs a 3.37 and Atalanta a 4.93. So it is very close, very tight. 9.5 minutes left. Round 1, the Heat 2 of the women here at the WSL World Longboard Championships in Taiwan. Wingnut sitting in here with Chris Binns, Shannon Hughes, and Sam Bleakley down on the beach for post-heat interviews. We'll be bringing you live action all day from Taiwan.
All right, well, go Grom. Emily Lethbridge with a 4.67 and a 4.53 is our heat leader. 9 minutes to go. Can she hang on, or can the experienced Crystal Walsh or the Brazilian surfer Atalanta Batista snatch something from her? Emily has priority. She's looking at this one. She's got the glide on, and now we see those knees knocked together as she hangs 5 on the nose. And I love her style. She's flying down the line on her backhand. Around a pretty serious section there, and well, went the match power with power and unfortunately went down. So unlikely that will go into her top 2, but not a bad wave all the same. 8.5 minutes to go.
And that, you know, she set that whole wave up from behind. It didn't look like much at the start, and it just grew in front of her. She was matching all of that speed, and Angie just stuck that whole rail in the water there on the last turn.
All right, Crystal, whoa, she's found herself a jam. Big green wall out in front. She's only looking for a 3.37. Things get very foamy very quickly. And this one's going to stand up down the line. Crystal's been catching tons of waves in the free surf. And she's picking up where she's left off with all of those. Nothing too significant along that wave, though, we know.
And the nose ride at the beginning could be enough to get that 3.37 that she needs. Nothing really after that in that wave with all that froth and foam. So set up, nice turn there, gets a nice long 5, very composed, holds it, walks back quick, sets herself back up in the power pocket right here, just with all that foam and froth, just driving down the line. One last cut back here. I'd be comfortable with her getting the score for that wave. And Atalanta Batista looking for a 4.93. She's got priority sitting out the back. Checking in on the beach. She's got, there's a strong Brazilian contingent here. Her partner, Jefferson Silva, I know, is on the beach, probably helping make sure she stays on her mark. We see a nice wave coming in here. Is it going to be one she wants with her priority?
Eduardo Barget and Phil Rasman, strong performances in round 1 of the men's to advance directly to round 3. And right now we're going to have a quick look at the heat that we've seen so far. This is Atalanta Batista. Up into the lip. She sort of clung onto that one on the way down, locked in a 4.17. Emily Lethbridge, the youngster in the field, is doing it pretty nicely. This was a 4.67 for her opening wave. She's since locked in a 4.53 and a 4.43. This is Crystal Walsh. I think this is her 5.83, the best wave of the heat so far. Crystal's just dropped in a 4.47 for her last wave. That's put her up into the lead. Here goes Emily Lethbridge looking for a 5.64.
And that wave also growing in front of her, but her just getting a little bit too much forward lean body language and going in. And we see the Jeep leader jersey right there on Honolulu Blomfield. She has switched over to a Stewart high performance board for this heat. So we see Crystal with a nice one. I love that stretch 5 there. Controlled. That kind of takes a lot of the weight off that front foot, puts it a little back, helps you in the bump. But she was able to hang on through that whole section on the nose. Really tight little footwork back there to the tail. That is going to be a really good wave for Crystal.
Yeah, I thought she was well on her way to the best wave of the heat so far. She won't be happy to have come unglued right at the end, but that nose ride went for an age. Talk us through this replay, Wingnut.
The way she sets that up with that little whip turn there allowed her to get on there, then getting low, you know, being able to stay on the nose through that section, knowing that the wave is going to build up in front of her, staying there very composed, very clean, really quick footwork back, gets this cut back in here, little rebound off the water there, and then just coming off so it gets to the fat section.
All right, Atalanta going down on the end of that wave. We'll need to look at the replays to see just what happened up the top. So the lineup now belongs entirely to Emily Lethbridge, who's looking for a score. Currently she needs a 5.94. Has Crystal improved her standings? Here's the replay of Atalanta's last wave.
And so she gets to the nose nicely, but that wave just had too much power down the line and just shut down in front of her. So that is not going to help Atalanta. But Crystal Walsh's score could replace that 4.47 and really increase her lead. She is in the lead now with a 10.30 with Emily Lethbridge right behind her.
And well, Carissa Moore has just won the Beach Waver Maui Pro. She's dropped a perfect 10 and an 8.67 to defeat Malia Manuel, who had a 7.07 and a 7.6. So Carissa Moore, not a world title year, but ending it on a very, very high note and setting herself up for a huge 2019 showdown with reigning world champion Stephanie Gilmore. Here is Emily Lethbridge on the hunt for a 6.09. Crystal Walsh's last wave, a 4.93, does go into her top 2. And now Emily has speed to burn. This is a big, wide open face. And she's carving her way down the line to the beach. So some strong rail work from Emily. And then gets a little mixed up going the cross step at a critical section.
A lot of good turns on that wave, but we have to have some good nose riding for the scores to get up high enough. So Crystal Walsh increasing her lead to 10.76. So we get a little footwork out to the nose here. There's a 5. There's a quick 10 off of that on back, shuffling back. And then the turns start, driving herself down the line, coming back to the pocket. Really clean with all those turns. Nice whips through them. Comes up off the top again, real nice there. And then trying to walk forward to the nose, but that's where the channel is, and the wave just gets soft and she comes off the side of it. So she needs a 6.09 if she wants to take the win from Crystal Walsh, and I don't think that wave is going to be enough to go there. So a lot of energy, a lot of waves being ridden this morning in Heat 2 as well. 2 minutes left in the heat.
2 minutes.
But yeah, congratulations to Carissa Moore with that win in Maui. That's fantastic. I believe that was the first event she ever won as a professional. Her first year on tour, I believe. I think that was the first event she ever won.
Wow, you got me stumped. You might be right.
That's because I was watching earlier this morning when the contest was on. We were still back at the hotel, and I heard that stat.
In case you haven't been giving Rachel Tilley enough grief about doing her homework, now you're making me want to go off and do some of my own when we go on our next break. So, yeah, it's been a big couple of days for the Hawaiians. We saw Kiala Kennelly take out the Women's Big Wave World Tour event yesterday at Jaws. We saw Billy Kemper take out the men's division this morning, and now an all-Hawaiian final in Honolulu between Carissa Moore and Malia Manuel. And with a minute to go, it's looking like another Hawaiian, Crystal Walsh, might be progressing through to round 3 unless Atalanta Batista can find a 5.8 or Emily Lethbridge can find a 6.09. Here goes Crystal looking to really stamp her authority all over this heat in the final minute of play.
Really nice setup for that wave. One of the bigger waves we've seen ridden this morning. Really composed. Crystal through the whole thing. I mean, you can see how much bump and lump on it, and it doesn't seem to affect Crystal at all.
No, she's rock solid on her feet. She's been putting in plenty of time. She's been surfing the last couple of days when conditions have been significantly stronger, and she's been dealing with all of that. No worries at all. Here goes Atalanta, currently on the hunt for a 5.8. Be interesting to see whether Crystal has upgraded her score on the strength of that last wave. Like that cross-step turn from Atalanta. Now she's sort of hovering near the nose, gets a little tap, and she's going to keep working this one through to the inside as things get a little white watery, not super clean. And she's giving us a little bit of slalom steeze as the horn goes. So scores to come in for all three surfers. We're waiting on 2 waves for Emily Lethbridge, the youngster from Noosa in Queensland, Australia. Atalanta Batista and Crystal Walsh yet to drop in some numbers as well.
Really nice setup for Crystal Walsh on that wave. She's able to stay on the nose for a long time, then resetting the wave. Nice turn back into the power. Even as frothy and bumpy as that was, she got a really clean 5 through there. Going to get another nice cut back here. One of the larger waves we've seen ridden. Wouldn't surprise me if this goes into her top 2 scores. But we have 4 waves. We're still waiting for the judges to score. So I know we're going to be on a hold for the next heat to start as we see Atalanta, no nose ride yet on this wave, just trying to get composed, find a clean part of the wave where she can get out and try to score some points. That little tap out there on the shoulder, I don't think that's going to help her in her scoring line. So as we wait for the scores to come, a 6.60 for Crystal Walsh on her last, that biggest wave of the heat, definitely goes into her score line, increases her lead. And Emily's second to last wave was a 5.77. That went into there as well. We'll be back with the final results of this heat while we wait for the judges after this.
Take two. We all know that you're stoked for the World Surf League Longboard Championship in Taiwan.
I wish I could be there to join riding those tasty, amazing waves.
I've heard the best things about Taiwan. Beautiful island, the most amazing coastline.
Don't forget about the green water and the blue skies.
You are part of something deeper. Welcome home.
This is badass!
We hope that our new movie, Aquaman, will inspire you.
Now get out there and become the next champion of the sea.
And be sure to catch Aquaman on the big screen this December.
The war is coming to the surface.
Arthur!
I'm not a king.
Atlantis has always had a king. Now I need something more. A hero.
And welcome back to the action. We are live at the Taiwan Open World Longboard Championships at Jinsun Harbor. My name is Shannon Hughes. I'm joined in the booth by Sam Bleakley, and we are already into heat number 3 for round 1 of our women's division today. Sam, do you want to introduce us to the girls in the lineup?
Big heat here. We've got Honolulu Bloomfield, our reigning world longboard champion from Hawaii, surfing against Hiroka Yoshikawa from Japan. Based in Chiba, she rides her dad's boards and is looking very stylish in the free surfs, and she's definitely a contender for the World Longboard Championships here. And our local Taiwanese surfer, the winner of the trials event the day before yesterday, she is going to be surfing representing Taipei, the Yilan area. She is Wan Yun Che, and she's a swimming teacher at a high school in the Yilan area, and up and riding right now. We see our trialist winner looking really smooth, looking really stylish, representing the new generation of local Taiwanese surfers here at the World Longboard Championships at Jinsun Harbor, Taitung. It's a 30-minute heat. We've already had some big heats. Heat 1 and 2, we saw Alice Lemoyne take Heat 1, and we saw Crystal Walsh take Heat 2, as we see the replay, Shannon, of the reigning World Longboard Champion in the yellow jersey.
Beautiful surfing from Honolulu on the start. Love seeing that yellow jersey just flapping a little bit. Light breeze on the water this morning. Carving back and forth. Gets another tap to the nose. Nice tight footwork coming through from Honolulu as she works her way through to the inside. She's been in the water free surfing quite a lot this week, so it's nice to see her feeling well and warmed up to maybe get a back-to-back title.
And here's our Japanese surfer, our 25-year-old regular footer from Onjuku in Chiba, which is 2 hours outside of Tokyo, looking really smooth. This is somebody who represents a real classic approach to longboard with the smooth footwork, the flow. She comes from a strong surfing family. Her father, a former pro surfer. Her mum, a keen bodyboarder. She actually rides her dad's board, so that's a real honor to be representing the family here at the World Longboard Championships as we get the replay of our trialist winner. A good bit of footwork to get a short hang 5 there, just milking through this section here. A little bit of shuffling, just readjusting her line, looking for another steep nose ride section, but come out onto the wide shoulder there. So all of our surfers have kicked off with a ride. We've got a 6.83 for our red champion Bloomfield from Haleiwa, North Shore of Oahu. She's in the lead. Hiroka from Japan kicks off with a 5.93, waiting for a score to drop for our trialist winner from Yilan, which is one of the surf areas in the northeast of Taiwan. As I said, she's a swimming teacher at high school, and she's only been surfing for 5 years. So to be having won the trials event is a real phenomenal achievement, and what an honor to be surfing with her heroes here at the World Longboard Champs.
Oh, absolutely. Such an amazing experience for our local competitor. She's got a great bit of footwork. Love those few quick steps to the nose, nice and tight. Needs to work on a little bit of that shuffling, but I can see that she's just trying to adjust herself to find that flow on the wave, which is absolutely amazing. And with that, as we wait for this next set to come through, we are going to go down to the beach and catch up with the winner of our last heat, Crystal Walsh.
Yep, thanks a lot, Chris. Shannon down here with the winner of the last heat, Crystal Walsh. And it's backed off a little bit since the last few days. You've been surfing a ton in the free surfs. How was it adjusting for your heat just then?
It was a bit different. The past few days have been bombing, and yeah, I don't think I caught a wave under head high in the past 3 days, so it was a bit different. It was pretty good to be kind of mellow today, but yeah, I just wasn't really ready for this.
You'd never say that a win was easy, but you look very comfortable in that heat.
I'm glad you thought so. No, it took me a little bit to get going, but towards the end I kind of found my feet and yeah, started to get a little bit more comfortable.
And it's been a big couple of days for Hawaiian surfing. We saw Keala Kennelly win the Big Wave World Tour yesterday. Billy Kemper just won the men's, and Carissa Moore just beat Malia Manuel in the final at Honolulu. So what do you guys got going on at the moment? It's amazing.
Well, we've had a ton of waves lately, so I think everyone's been surfing tons, and they're pretty on top of their game, and I hope I will continue the trend here. But yeah, it's been a good week for Hawaiian surfers, and Carissa winning is news to me right now, so congrats, Carissa. You're one of my favorites. And
she got a 10 in the final, and maybe you could channel some of that and keep the energy rolling deeper on in the draw of this one.
Yeah, that would be awesome.
All right, well, congrats on the win, and good luck going deeper.
Thanks.
All right, back up to you guys in the box.
Great surfing from Crystal Walsh, and that was a tough heat to win because we had the wild card, Emily Lethbridge from Noosa, looking really strong, and I think Emily is a threat for a world title in the future. Perhaps even at this event, she's going to move into that second round, woman-on-woman heats. It's do or die, but I've been really impressed with her surfing. She's been around for a while now, but she's just graduated from college, so she's gotten the opportunity to really focus on her surfing. As we see 4 steps to the nose from our local Taiwanese rider there, just comes unstuck, riding a little bit high on the trim line there, so she wasn't able to drop back down into that section. But really impressed to see Crystal Walsh hanging on to that win, because it would have been very easy to lose to Atalanta and Emily in that heat. With these slightly softer conditions, as Crystal's saying, she's been surfing well overhead waves for the last 4 days. So today's the first day when there's shoulder high, some softer waves, so just having to readjust to these conditions.
Yeah, it certainly would have been a readjustment for all of the girls. I mean, they've all been spending a lot of time in the water free surfing, which is great to see as we have this replay here from Honolulu. So I think this was her second wave. Beautiful hang 5, absolute composure. Just gets a little bit caught behind that section, but I love that little crouch down just to keep her with it. She didn't lose any momentum. She didn't lose her balance in the slightest by just kind of bending her knees and getting low, as she now makes it around this section. Once again, nice little rebound off the foam. And another little cutback, throwing a little bit more power into that one. Nice footwork, just showing that she's in control all the way through. So we do have 2 scores dropping in for Honolulu. This is the replay from our local surfer, Wang, as she just, nice little carve to get into it, gets those steps to the nose, and then falls out the back.
Great footwork, but as you said, just a little bit high in the wave to drop back down into that wave. But Bloomfield looking strong as ever. She's come with a broad quiver of boards. Looks like she's currently riding her Bill Stewart board.
Right, as we have live action from the local once again. So opting for a smaller wave, but look at this little section standing up in front of her. She gets to the nose. I like where she was thinking with that, to be in that kind of critical power pocket while on the nose. Unfortunately, lost her footing. But she's looking good in the water, and another paddle down the way. I believe that is Honolulu. Has a look, decides not to go. And sitting with priority out the back is Hiroka. Take us through this live action.
Here we go, the 25-year-old regular footer from Injuku, which is in Chiba, just outside Tokyo. Really nice footwork up to the nose, back to the tail. Got a good speed line here. Can she get a second 5? Pedals back to readjust so she can just get back into that pocket area. You can see now she's onto that more bouncy, rugged shoulder of the wave, so no steep section to facilitate a carving rail turn or another nose ride. But great flow from the 25-year-old from Japan, looking really smooth here. But can she keep up with our reigning world longboard champion Bloomfield from Haleiwa, North Shore of Hawaii? As we said, she's won this event last year in a fantastic display of women's longboarding. Perhaps one of the great days of competitive women's longboarding as she beat Lindsay Steinreide in the final. Similar size conditions to what we have today, but very clean. It was one of those days where the water went blue, the sun shone, and everything about Taitung radiated as a place that you want to come and visit on a surf trip. It really was a special day to witness the level of performance as the Women's World Longboard Champion was crowned here last year.
And Honolulu was absolutely flawless. I mean, there's that photo of her, that picture-perfect kind of world champion photo that's been blasted all around from the WSL. With her hand up over her head, her other arm just kind of waving behind her, and just the style that came out that day from all of the girls was phenomenal. But like you said, the conditions just came to us. It was one of the most flawless days of surfing that we've seen in a long time from the longboard team. And I think that this day it's similar within that. Obviously, there's a little bit of wind already on the water, and the sun's not shining, but it's a similar wave size and kind of similar conditions overall. So we're hopeful to see a very good day of women's longboarding ahead of us.
So Yoshikawa in blue from Japan. Nice footwork there, but kicks out, that wave fading out, not committing to that one. Priority still with Bloomfield, our reigning world longboard champion, who's here traveling with her father, Kolohe. He's been out at every opportunity free surfing. He really enjoys visiting here. In fact, he said last year when he came that he prefers coming here to Bali. He loves the variety of waves. He loves the culture, the landscape, the food, the energy. He's a real supporter of this coastline, and he's been very busy sneaking in for free surfs at any opportunity.
That's amazing. It's so good to see that among the families. Lots of dads and daughters in the water together. Honolulu's dad is definitely in the water about as often as he possibly can be as well, huh?
So Honolulu, a O'Neill team rider, been surfing since the age of 2. You'll often see her out at Chun's Reef on the north shore of Hawaii. She's from Haleiwa, and she is always looking smooth on a longboard, one of the greats, and she's a fantastic shortboarder as well. With 18 minutes remaining here, she's in the lead with a 6.83 and a 5.6, and Hiroka Yoshikawa from Japan needs a 6.51 to move into first position, while our local surfer from Yilan in the northeast of Taiwan, the winner of the trials event to win a prestigious spot here to compete with the world's best, she's in third position, needing a 9.93. Wan Yung Che is a swimming teacher from Yilan, riding a Stewart board there. She's sitting to the left of your screen in the white vest with just under 18 minutes remaining, and this is a non-elimination first round, so second and third will be reseeded to surf woman on woman across 6 heats in round number 2. The winners will advance into round number 3, where they'll be matched up with 2 other surfers. There'll be 4 heats in round number 3, and we might well expect to get that far in the heat in the event today, because there's an opportunity for a massive day for women's competitive longboarding here at the Taiwan Open of Surfing at Jinsun Harbour. This is a typhoon swell that's faded out. If you watched the webcast yesterday on Facebook Live or the surfleague.com website, you would have seen that we had some really powerful, juicy overhead conditions for the men's. Wind was an issue. We had to put the event on hold through the middle of the day around the low tide when the wind was strongest, but power and juice was the order of the day. Still some sets, but certainly the conditions are much softer and more playful today, Shannon.
Oh, much softer, much more playful. You can see that knee paddling. I love that little bit of kind of classic style coming into things as we see this heat recap so far. Honolulu Bloomfield just looking poised to perfection. Great tight footwork coming back. Love that little kind of bend down rail grab to make it around that section. And the Japanese competitor Hiroka, beautiful footwork, stuck on that hang 5, absolutely pristine.
How good is that footwork? Both of those women representing really clean 4 steps up and back. And look at this tight nose ride. There's the 10, there's the soul arch. Like the way she brings that arm up, accelerating in the trim spot there, pedaling back, loyal to the footwork. Great display from both of these women of clean, stylish, efficient longboarding.
Absolutely. And even watching this wave of Honolulu, the way her arms kind of just flow behind her, it's like Steph Gilmore. When Steph Gilmore rides a high line, our now 7-time world champion, Honolulu has got that same kind of just ease and flow to her surfing that Steph Gilmore does. Huge things happening in women's surfing at the moment with Kalia Kennelly having won the Jaws event with some absolutely incredibly insane takeoffs at one of the heaviest waves on the planet, life-threatening stuff. And as you said, now 7 times world shortboard champion Steph Gilmore recently crowned the WSL women's champion, and the reigning world longboard champion Bloomfield in the water right now. We just saw a little recap of her 6.83, looking smooth as ever, flowing on the nose, and an amazing ability to read the wave. And what really impressed me on that ride was the way she stayed in the middle of the board just to generate that trim speed to reconnect with the open face. Footwork, flow, critical nose riding, using all of the board, covering all of the wave. This is going to be such a strong experience for our trialists winner Wang Yung Che to be surfing with Bloomfield and Yoshikawa. And I know that even if she bows out in the second round, which she might not yet do, she could be an upset, could beat somebody, she's going to come away from this event with so much experience. And that's one of the great benefits of bringing these events to these areas, is the local surfers learning from the likes of Bloomfield here. Great footwork and flow there. Got the quick nose ride, pedals back, open face roundhouse turn, rebounds off the foam, moving into the shoulder. You can see how it gets bouncy in that section. So Shannon, the real scoring part of the wave is that opening steep section. It really is, and Honolulu knows how to read it very, very well, as we see a last score dropping in for her at an 8.83. So Honolulu Bloomfield, reigning world champion, sitting in the gold jersey with an 8.83 on the board. The Hawaiians are dominating worldwide. Also, Carissa Moore, reflecting back to Hawaii, just won the Maui Pro with a 10-point ride and an 8.67 in her final. So absolutely amazing to see what the Hawaiians are bringing to the table worldwide.
So the biggest score of the morning drops here at the Taiwan World Longboard Championships at Jinsun Harbour, Taitung. Bloomfield gets an 8.83, an excellent score rewarded for her critical nose riding in the pocket, her speed, power, flow, her rail work. That's got to relax her now. She's probably now just going to be looking to replace that 6.83 and really have a commanding lead and really be a threat for defending her world title here in Taiwan.
Absolutely. So Hiroka now sitting in second with priority from Japan, requiring a 9.73 to gain the lead. And our local competitor now in a combination situation, Wang Yu Che from Ilan, just up the coast from here. My husband and I drove down from Taipei. We flew into Taipei and had a little road trip down the coast. It takes about 6 or 7 hours, and it is one of the most beautiful drives in the world, the coastline here. And because of that typhoon swell, there was waves just littering the entire coastline. It was absolutely amazing. So I'm sure that our local competitor has surfed all up and down this east coast of Taiwan. If you're thinking of, a new surf destination, maybe for those of you back home looking for somewhere to travel to, this is one of the best places in the world.
Yeah, it's a fantastic place right here on the Tropic of Cancer. We're in Taitung County, which is also known as Husan by the locals, which means behind the mountains or back mountains, because it's really mountainous area. This county has got 166 kilometers of coastline, and we're in Donga Township, which is known as East River Township by the local communities. And it really is a impressive area for surfing. There's a lot of things to do culturally, great food, a great welcoming community as we see live action from Japan. Is it going to be 4 steps to the nose? 1, 2. Is it going to be the 4th? No, just a little bit behind the foam ball there. Pedals back to the tail, climbs up, looking again for another nose ride section. Probably going to have to do a sweeping roundhouse here. Got a little bit bounced out there. Our Japanese surfer riding her father's boards, the Ruji shapes from Unjunku, which is in Chiba, which is about 2 hours outside of Tokyo. She's been part of a surfing family since birth, so inevitable that she's going to be here representing Japan at the great stage because her father was a former professional surfer, her mum a keen bodyboarder. As you see Bloomfield just kicking out of that wave. Priority will have shifted now. It looks like our trialists winner is sitting in priority in the white vest with just over 11 minutes remaining.
And this replay now from Hiroka. Nice quick couple steps forward, a couple steps back, just working your way around the section. Maintaining lots of control going through that first part, but this is where that rail just catches and she goes down over the back of the wave. So heat number 3 of the day. We've had a great start to the morning. Alice Lemoine from Reunion Island took the win early on with Rachel Tilley in second and Crystal Hewlett in third. Crystal Walsh, the last heat, took the lead with Emily Lethridge in second and Atalanta Nascimento in third. And coming up, we still have 3 more heats in round 1 with more girls to hit the water for their first time in this event.
So our trialist winner is looking lined up for this wave. She's probably not going to be able to paddle into this one, but perhaps Hiroka from Japan will be on that wave. No, it's Bloomfield, our reigning world longboard champion. 4 steps up to the nose. A really nice, solid opening 5. Big sweeping roundhouse cutback. I love the way she rebounded off the high part of that cutback, drops back in a second sweeping turn. I love those flicky turns that she does, and there's this nice drop knee turn. Nice variety represented there. So you got the nose ride, you got the carving rail roundhouse, then you got the cross step turn. Is it going to be enough to replace her 6.83, Shannon?
It may be. We'll have to see what the judges think of that. With 10 minutes on the clock, that was a beautiful start to it. That nose ride, actually, now that I'm reflecting back on it, if we can get the replay up, that would be great. The nose ride on that opening section was fantastic. Good wave selection. That first one that our local competitor paddled for didn't quite work out, but that second wave in the set really lined up nicely.
I like the size of the wave as well. I think, you know, that first opening wall, that halo maneuver, the first thing the judges are attentive to when they're dropping a score is that opening section. You know, everything was clean, committed, precise. So as we can see the size of that wave, there's the 4 steps, really good critical opening 5, pedals back for the tail. Perhaps if that could have been a longer nose ride, that would have increased the scoring potential, but the wave didn't facilitate that. Bloomfield responding to the shape of the wave. She needed to pedal back off the nose there because if she stayed on it, she would have got so wide of the pocket, she wouldn't have been able to keep her speed. So pedaling back, the roundhouse, then the cross step turn, as we see Yoshikawa from Japan with a really stylish left go right there, back up to the nose. So 1 nose ride, 1 turn, a second nose ride. Beautiful footwork there. Really loving the flow and the style and the commitment to the footwork. Good rail work. If she can just hang on to this, this is going to be a strong score. Will it replace her 4.40? I expect it will, but she still needs a 9.73 to move into first position. So it's not going to be that score.
And last of Honolulu drops in at a 6.0, so just shy of increasing her heat total and increasing the requirements of her fellow competitors. Hiroka chasing a 9.73, take the lead, and there is Chloe Calmon from Brazil, a favorite 100% going into this event. She just won the Duct Tape Invitational at Hainan in China, a spot that she is very much not a local by heritage, but a local from the rest of it, as we see that replay from Hiroka.
Really nice, kind of fades, gets to the nose in the trim going left, and then pedals back, turns, gets the second nose ride. Really good footwork. Look at the flow in the footwork here. Hangs on to this rebound really nicely. Great commitment to the footwork, and looks to be riding. Well, it might not be a smaller board than Hono's board. It's because Hono's actually a taller surfer, but she really kind of, that board looks big under her feet, but she really keeps that footwork together, so she covers the ground really nicely. Never looked out of control. Great flow from our 25-yard regular footer from Japan, as we see our wild card winner Yang Yun Che there just kicking out of that wave. So that'll be another strong score for her. She's got a 2.5 and a 2.0, waiting for the judges to drop her last score, as we see Avalon Gall from California, just 15 years old. First time ever at the World Longboard Championship. She's a really good surfer who's going to make some explosive results, I predict, here at the World Longboard Championships. And that's a good wave from our Japanese rider there. Overhead section, perhaps that opening maneuver might have given her an opportunity to get a score beating her 4.40, but I doubt it's going to be the near perfect 9.73 she needs to move into first position. Bloomfield out back, really good set on the horizon, Shannon.
Oh, such a stunning morning. I'm just so pleased with how conditions have unraveled for us.
Years old, and I think that this is going to be really interesting to see these different styles here. Chloe's still very young, but very experienced at competitive global longboarding.
Yep.
We can see there Crystal Hewlett from St. Francis Bay in South Africa on the right of your screen, speaking to Leanne McDonald, who's from Kenting in the south of Taipei. Her brother Rory was the winner of the men's trials. He competed yesterday. Unfortunately, he got knocked out in round 2, but Leanne and Rory and their mum and dad, they're very central to the surf culture here. Rory will be competing in the Pro Junior trials. I imagine Leanne will be competing in the Pro Junior trials as well.
Most
for the
likely.
shortboard. I'm not certain about that as we see live action. Over to you, Shannon.
Honolulu straight to that hang 10. Nice stuck on 5 just after. Pedaling back. Bigger wave. Nice solid sections. Gets back to that nose right again. I love to see her foot so far over that it's almost a hang heel on the front, but just falls out the back of that wave.
Yeah, you're right. When she hung 10, then she was hanging 10 off her heels.
Exactly.
Really critical, and it's that commitment to those nose rides. When you do get the full hang 10, you're almost leaning over a cliff edge whilst moving on a wall of water. It's a phenomenal feeling. As we see Avalon Gould there, she's riding a single fin, and she's getting ready to paddle out. That's the common spot that the surfers use to paddle out. It's a more sandy area. So this is a cobblestone break, so if you paddle out in the bay, you have to deal with a pretty heavy shore break. So we see that nice soul arch 10 there, reminiscent of the picture postcard image that Tim Hain took of Honolulu when she won the World Women's Longboard Championship last year. And look at the way she rolls that foot right over the tip of the board. That is textbook stuff. So any young longboarders out there, men and women, this is someone you can really learn from.
Absolutely. I mean, I love seeing that it really is just her heel clinging to the edge of that board, those toes fully over, and that's something that, like you said, any of those watching online that are aspiring to make it to this level of competition one day with longboarding, you need to practice those kinds of things. As we see our Japanese competitor riding one of her dad's shapes, just a quick bit of footwork and a kick out. She's going to stay out the back. Our priority goes to local competitor who is just able to scratch through that set wave. I don't know that she's going to make it through the second one, though. Be very interesting to see where Hiroka is sitting in the lineup as well.
I was talking to Taylor Jensen, who had a free surf earlier, and as much as there's a bit of size there, he said a lot of the power has gone out of the swell. So surfers just having to readjust to the conditions, and you can really kind of make your presence felt on the waves here. So an 8.23 drop for Bloomfield's last ride. So 2 scores in the excellent range, a 17.10 combination here for Bloomfield, our reigning World Longboard champion, wearing the yellow leaders jersey. She has put the pressure on the field here, making a statement that she is the woman to beat today.
Absolutely. Highest heat total that we have seen in the event so far for the World Longboard Championships men's or women's division. Honolulu Bloomfield bringing it. I feel like for her it is so effortless. I mean, she puts the work in. She surfs all the time. She's at home practicing. She rides all sorts of boards, from logs, heavier single fin traditional stuff, to those high performance boards, to just really round out her style and her ability. Rides a lot of short boards, rides fishes, all sorts of things. So she puts the effort in outside of it. But for me, it just speaks of this flawless, effortless surfing that comes through Honolulu, and I think that's why she's able to attain these kind of scores.
She's just a
on
pleasure
the opening
to watch.
day.
Yeah, it's just gold. It's absolute gold. I mean, if anyone had the pleasure of watching the great Rel Sun, the flow, the grace, the presence, and I think that Honolulu embodies all of these contributions to surf performance from short and longboard backgrounds, and it really is an absolute pleasure to watch the flow and the way she rolls her foot so far over the very tip of the board when she commits to that nose ride. She takes it to the edge and a little bit further every time, and I know that some of the reigning former world champions like Lindsay Steinride, Tori Gilkison, Rachel Tilley, they're gonna have watched Bloomfield and know, wow, she's on fire.
Absolutely. So strong paddle from Hiroka, not able to get into it. Just 1 minute, 15 seconds left on the clock. Both of our competitors in second and third position now in a combination situation to move into lead, which means, for those of you watching back home, they need to replace both of their scores so far, essentially start a fresh heat in order to have a chance against Honolulu Bloomfield, but that is going to be completely unattainable at this stage with just 60 seconds on the clock. Hano out the gates, heat number 3, round 1 of our Women's World Longboard Championships, and she is certainly going to be the one to beat this week.
And watch out round 2, Yoshikawa from Japan. She'll be moving into round 2, and she's definitely going to be a threat for a victory in the woman-on-woman heats in round 2, the first elimination round. This is non-elimination. Winners advance to round 3. Losers reseeded to surf woman-on-woman across 6 heats in round 2. It's been 30-minute heats here, best 2 waves here at Taitung, Jinzun Harbor, the World Longboard Championships at the Taiwan Open of Surfing, which will crown the men's and women's World Longboard Champion and then crown the World Junior Shortboard Champions, a hugely prestigious event to have both of these divisions represented for the first time ever in WSL history. Congratulations, Bloomfield. You took a convincing win. Coming up in the next heat, we've got an absolute ballistic battle on our hands as Chloe Calmon from Brazil matches up against Soleil Erico from California, USA, and new on the block, just 15 years old, Avalon Gould, also from USA, as we see the great Bloomfield, our reigning World Longboard Champion, getting her toes on the nose there. Stay with us for the World Longboard Championships here at Jinzun Harbor.
写什么？你看什么？你买赶快啊！混啊！你写3天，我改8、7次，是不是不想看啊？
有一种爽，交给老板一巴掌。爽皮送 beer。
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Women's World Longboard Championships here at the Taiwan Open of Surfing. You can see our leader jersey wearing the yellow vest. Honolulu Bloomfield there has just come out of a fantastic win in heat number 2. But coming up right now, if you're tuning in from Rio de Janeiro, it's 10 p.m. If you're tuning in from LA, it's 4 p.m. You've got some big surfers to enjoy here. Chloe Calmon from Brazil, Soleil Erico from the USA, and Avalon Gould from the USA. Chloe, she's 24. She's a goofy footer. She comes from Macumba Beach in Rio de Janeiro. I know her father Miguel will be listening in. She's here with her mum Anna. Soleil, she's 17, a regular footer. Spends half the year in Malibu, half in Hawaii, as we see a replay of the opening ride, Shannon. Over to you. Chloe Calmon kicking off with a good ride.
Great surfing from Chloe. Nice, smooth style coming into this second nose ride of the wave. Opened up with a beautiful one. And now for that little hang 10 on the inside. She managed to score a 6.5 for her opening ride, which is an excellent start. And I like that she's hanging on to that, just pushing herself a little bit farther along this wave. We'll see if she gets any last little maneuvers, little cross-step cutback, and continues all the way through to the inside. And she'll have a very easy paddle back to the top of the lineup.
Really nice start from Chloe. That comes in at a 6.50. So the Brazilian getting off to a really good opening wave. That will kind of dust off the cobwebs, you know, calm the nerves. But I've never seen this person crack under pressure. She always looks good under pressure. We're expecting a big result, as always, from Chloe. She finished second on the World Longboard Tour last year. She won the opening tour event in Papua New Guinea. She came unstuck in was it the quarterfinals that she lost here last year? But she didn't make it to those latter stages, which was a heartbreak. Obviously still setting her sights on that inaugural WSL World Longboard title. But we know as ever that Chloe is one of the greats. She surfs with flamboyance, flair, flow. She's an absolute pleasure to watch, and she's always one of my favorites for any event, anywhere. She comes off the back of a recent win at the Vans Duct Tape Joel Tudor contest in Ryubei, Hainan, and she's been looking really good here in the free surfs. As always, her mother has been videoing her, Anna, kind of coaching, analysing, studying, fine-tuning. She always comes with really good quality boards from New Advanced Surfboards, Nico Carbone back in Macumba Beach, Rio de Janeiro. She's a Roxy rider, and she's kicked off with a 6.5. But right now, we're going to go down to a post-interview with our reigning Women's World Longboard Champion, Honolulu Bloomfield from Hawaii.
Thank you, Sam. I'm on the beach here with Honolulu, the reigning world champion. Fantastic job in that heat. That looked like a fun free surf.
Yeah, it was. I mean, I'm super excited to be back here. First heat's always a struggle, but it ended up being super fun. The waves are good today. I'm so happy they ran it, just the girls too for now.
I mean, there's a light drill that's happening now, but the winds are super mellow, super clean rides, and you're on a new board.
Yeah, I've been hanging out in San Clemente lately, and I saw Stuart make some sick boards, so I asked him to make me one, and I got it. And I've been practicing on it. Works good, so I'm stoked.
Absolutely. So you're wearing a little bit of a wetsuit. The weather's changed a little bit?
Yeah, it's kind of cold for me. I'm not sure.
Well, you're part of the dominant Hawaiian performance that's happening around the Pacific, so congratulations.
Thank you, Wingnut.
All right, look forward to seeing you in round 3.
Thanks.
Back to you guys.
Stay here. He's going to ask you some questions.
For what?
The news station is way more basic.
Spends half the year in Malibu, half in Kauai. She's a big supporter of Surf Aid. She's here with her wonderful father, Danny. She rides for Django Wetsuits, and she loves to snowboard as well. And she's apparently a phenomenal singer, although she'd be very modest to let us know about that. She's a senior in high school, the Grosser Learning Center in Pacific Palisades. She's a straight A student, I'll have you know. Extremely smart, bright person. Sisters Athena and Jolie Bay will be listening in, supporting her sister, and they're both competitive skiers. So taking a kind of route into the mountains, and but continuing the biographies here. Avalon Gould, just 15 here with her father Ray. I know her mum Von, who's originally from Saigon. She'll be listening in, and an interesting bit of ancestry for the Gould family. They're actually ancestors of the great Jacuzzi family from Italy, and that's really interesting. And she's a former competitive dancer, still only 15. She lives in Los Angeles area, California, and to be more precise, Laguna, which is a wonderful area to grow up in. It's really one of the more kind of cultured art communities of Southern California. She rides Tyler Warren boards, and she's homeschooled. And she's interested in perhaps studying literature at college, she told me, or maybe following in her father's footsteps. He's an attorney, runs a real estate business. So it's all three of these surfers are here with either their father or their mother. So you've got Anna with Chloe, you've got Ray with Avalon, you've got Danny with Erica. That's really great.
Oh, it's absolutely amazing to see that dynamic of these younger ladies still traveling with their parents, which is really, really good, and it's great to have that kind of feeling, that family feeling around this. And that's what this community is about. It really is a longboard family that we have, and when we get to come back together, it's just like bumping into cousins or brothers or sisters or something along those lines. So it's really nice to see all of them coming together.
This is a massive heat. This could be a final. Any three of the women could win this event, as we see live action. Soleil Erico from Malibu, California on the Stewart board. Beautiful blue colored board there. She sets up with a nice fade, gets a nice high line, 4 clean, smooth steps to the nose, pulls up for a quick 10, pedals back to the tail, readjust that foot over the deck pad, big sweeping, powerful roundhouse cut back, great flow, readjusting her trim line there, getting nice and low, accelerating onto this section, another little foam climb, strong ride from Soleil, looking really good. Is it going to threaten that 6.5 from Chloe Calmon? Shannon, what do you think?
I think it's going to put something good on the board for her to start, and I was just thinking about her coach, Taylor Jensen. So she's got an amazing guy behind her from a surf perspective. Her parents investing in that, her coaching, I think at least for the last few years. Of course, Taylor and Nava, we know them for years and years on the longboard tour. Taylor, 3-time world champion. As that score drops in for Soleil, a 5.5. So that's a great start out for her. Just shy of what Chloe Calmon opened up with, a 6.5. Still waiting for opening ride of Avalon Gall to get her heat underway. Take us through this replay.
I love the fade. I love the high line. 4 steps up to the nose. Good quick 10. Pedals back. Look at the way she readjusts that back foot to put it right over the deck grip. Big carving rail turn. Accelerates here. Stays nice and low. Gets the trim line. Speeds through here. Little foam climb to end. Good statement. Good flow. Good control. Superb surfing from Soleil. This is going to be a really brilliant heat. 20 minutes remaining. Chloe Calmon with that 6.5 in the lead. Soleil Erico gets a 5.5 in second position, waiting for a ride to be ridden by Avalon Gould. She is just 15 years old. Wow, what an opportunity to be here at the world stage competing in the World Longboard Championships at such a young age.
Oh, it's absolutely amazing. I had a good chat with her yesterday, and she was so excited for the experience. So she won the wild card in Puerto Rico last week. At that event, found out that she was now qualified for this event in Taiwan. Literally flew home. She said she had 16 hours in Los Angeles, would have had to drive from LA to Laguna. That's about the same distance where my parents live from the airport. Takes a good hour or two depending on traffic. Get home, probably have about 10 hours at home total to change, do her laundry, change up just her suitcase, get her boards ready to go and packed, and then back to the airport to fly here to Taiwan. Her dad traveling with her. So that's just such a rush of excitement for someone who is so young, who 100% has an amazing future within longboarding. I love that she's riding a classical board as well, different from what Soleil and Chloe would be bringing to this field. So it'll be great to see her get an opening ride in. Still 20 minutes on the clock. She's having a look now.
Avalon Gould on the Tyler Warren shapes. They're paddling into this peak. Is she going to get a nice fading turn? The goofy footer sets up really beautifully there. Nice stall, beautiful footwork. Pedals back to the tail, readjust. Nice sweeping turn there. Looking to get a steeper section. This wave, more of a peaky wave, so it didn't allow that wall to line up and get that smooth opening 5, but good tail work there. So she'll look to get to the north side just to get out in the channel, so she doesn't have to duck under too many waves. 18 minutes remaining. All surfers have ridden a wave. Chloe Calmon 6.5, Soleil Erico 5.5. We can see, Shannon, how that wave just was quite a peaky one, and she would have wanted to have a nice tapering wall, so she could have kept that high line on that beautiful Tyler Warren single fin and get right up on the nose. She's a really classy nose rider. I was watching her free surf earlier this morning, and she looks red hot on the nose out there.
Yeah, she was looking really good. She was sitting down the south end of the harbor wall here, taking off on those left. So I am curious to see if she continues to go right for the majority of this heat, or if she's going to take a chance. We haven't seen many lefts ridden this morning, and it seems like the bigger scores have been coming from the rights the whole event yesterday and on Sunday. But I would be really curious to see if these goofy foots decide to take that little bit of a risk. If it's a lower tide, the lefts are going to have a little bit of power with them, but on the high tide, the rights are definitely going to be, a little bit more of that power pocket. But it will be really curious to see what happens. So small score on the board for Avalon, just a 1.77 to start off with. Still plenty of time, though, for her to get something that's solid, to have that better wave selection.
So every year when we have the World Longboard Championships, I always put the main cities on my phone just to see where those time zones are. And this year I've added Uruguay, Montevideo, which is where Julian Schweizer is from. Really great to see not just Peru, not just Brazil, but also Uruguay represented. The South American longboard culture growing as ever. And actually Julian Schweizer has been traveling with Chloe. Julian and his mum, Chloe and Anna, have been sharing a car together, staying together. So that's really nice to see that shared energy. And as much as Julian is also a youngster, and so is Chloe, Chloe's experience competing at World Longboard titles extends back so many years that I'm sure she's going to be a positive force to help Julian in his campaign here at the World Longboard Championships.
Absolutely, and it's been so nice to watch so many of these guys and girls just sticking around to support each other. There's so many guys that are down at the contest venue today. Probably unlikely that the guys will surf today. I would think if the conditions stay good, they'll put women's round 2 in and just continue with that flow. But it's great to see these guys around giving that support, giving those extra tips, and then vice versa. All the girls sticking on the beach for the whole of yesterday and the whole of Sunday, learning from what the guys were doing in the water, watching who was getting the good scores and how the judges were rewarding different things. But as well, a lot of these girls have more experience than a lot of the guys do, because they've been at the longboard titles for longer, and they would have such a good influence to bring into that space.
Good technique from Chloe Calmon, standing up on her board to see which is the better set. She's got priority. Soleil Erico out of priority, taking this wave. She's going to get a nice high line. Is it going to be the 5? There's the 5. Really nice 10 into the pedal, back to the tail. She's going to readjust that back foot with a nice drop knee turn. Really stylish, flowing, powerful surfing from Soleil Erico. Back up for another nose ride. Gets another 10, steaming through this section. This is brilliant stuff. Looks like it's going to be the highest score of the heat so far, Shannon.
Wow, beautiful surfing. Love that hang 10 in the beginning, but Chloe Calmon answering straight back on the wave just behind. Let's see if she's able to get to the nose once again. I'm assuming she would have had a nose ride on the start. Nice bit of tail work, just kind of cruising along. That rail grabs on that inside section. So I don't know that it's going to do anything to replace her 6.5, although we did not see the start of that wave. But Soleil Erico, that was a beautiful one. Take us through potential live action. Oh, Avalon unfortunately not able to get into it.
But 2 waves behind, so she'll be sitting there with priority. Both Chloe and Soleil will be on the inside, paddling back out. Will she get this one or choose the one behind? She's going to get this one. Is she going to stay nice and high? Yes, she does. 4 steps to the nose. There's a beautiful 5, pedals back. She's going to have to get low on this section to trim round onto the face a little bit behind the white water. So unlucky. That wouldn't have been the situation she wanted. A bit like the first wave she caught. She was hoping for a wall. It was peaky. That wave just a little bit too deep on it, as we see Chloe Calmon's replay with a really good, nice 4 steps to the nose and a nice tight hang 10 as she gets some powerful tail attacks here. So great opening halo maneuver from the Macumba Beach legend from Rio de Janeiro, Chloe Calmon. But look at this replay, Shannon. I'll let you talk through some of the things we saw from Soleil.
Oh, such tight footwork. I mean, 6 to 8 steps to go from the tail to the nose. Beautiful carving turn after that opening hang 10. Goes for another hang 10 on the inside, fully toes locked over. This has got to be the best wave that we've seen within this heat so far.
Soleil absolutely on fire. Everything looked clean, smooth, composed, controlled, really appealing to the judges' criteria. I expect that's going to be a very big score. Chloe Calmon already with that 6.5. Soleil Erico with that 5.5. 2 scores waiting to drop. This is going to be very interesting. Is it going to put Soleil into the lead? Avalon Gould has a 1.77 and a 3.0. She hasn't quite got the shape of the wave that she would have wanted to really demonstrate her abilities as a nose rider, riding that Tyler Warren single fin. Probably on the biggest board of these 3 surfers here. You've got Soleil, probably on a 9.0, 9.1, maybe even a 9.2. It's a Bill Stewart. You've got the Nico Cabone new advanced board for Chloe, probably in the 9.0 kind of range. So I would anticipate that Avalon's board is the biggest of those 3 women, but she'll want that nice long wall to really get perched up on the nose, and both of the waves she's got so far haven't really facilitated that.
I agree, and I think that speaks a little bit to experience, where Chloe has been to Taiwan multiple times now. I think it's at least her 3rd year here in a row. Soleil was the wild card last year for the first time to the World Longboard Championships, and she had a bit of a rough go just trying to find her feet in the crowd, find her feet in the lineup here, but she seems to have really pulled things together this year, and that just that extra 1 year of experience really goes a long way to return to a place you've already been to kind of know the culture, to know a little bit of the environment, how the wave works a little bit is going to help her so much. As we can see, that score just came through for Soleil Erico, an 8-point ride for her last wave. Absolutely phenomenal, so well deserved, so well executed. The 2nd or 3rd excellent score that we have seen today.
This is where strategy is going to come into it for Soleil. She's got priority. She's looking now to replace that 5.50. She needs to be sensible with this priority. She doesn't need to rush here. She's got 12 minutes remaining. It's unlikely she's going to be able to better that 8.0 in this time. So she's just looking to replace that 5.50. Yes, she might get a near perfect 10, but she doesn't need to scramble because she can live with that excellent 8. So strategy, very important. Just needs to slow down, keep that priority, make sure she stays in the position she needs to be. But we're still awaiting that last score of Chloe Calmon. What an interesting situation here. And at 6.67 is dropped. So it means that Soleil is still in the lead with that total combination of 13.5. Shannon, let's have a little recap of what we've seen so far.
This is that 8-point ride. So super tight footwork. I think that's almost what's done it for her. Gets that hang 10 on the start. Beautiful rail game.
So that was the 5.5, that first one of Soleil.
Okay, that makes sense. So now Chloe Calmon on the back, on the tail, back to the nose once again. Does she get that hang 10 perfect poise. I love the use of her arms, just looking so pretty. And here's that 8-point ride.
Yeah, so look at that 10, really nice. Look at the pocket work there. See how that Bill Stewart board is hanging beautifully in the pocket. I love the way she went to the drop knee turn. Variety demonstrated there. Powers off that section, gets a really nice trim line, readjusts her feet, back up for the second type 5. It was a 10, pedals back to the tail, stays nice and low here. Really great surfing with the second drop knee. That comes in at an excellent 8.0, looking explosive, energetic, composed. Soleil Erico from California in the lead with a 13.5. Chloe Calmon just needs a 6.84 to move into first position. Avalon Gould in third with a 1.77 and a 3.0. She needs a combination score to advance, but this is a non-elimination round, so first place moves into round 3. Second and third reseeded to surf woman on woman in round 2. As I forecast, this is an absolutely brilliant heat. But you talked about Soleil here last year. She did have a very good heat with Tori Gilkison, I remember. It'd be interesting if you're able to bring up the results of that heat last year, because I think it was very close. She went down to a former Women's World Longboard champion, and I did think that Soleil was a bit of a standout last year in the free surfs, and I think it was disappointing to see her not advance slightly further in the event last year. It didn't quite represent the level of free surfing I was seeing from her, but when you come up against the big names early, when you've got a lower seeding, it's that's something that you have to deal with as a newcomer to world longboarding. You have to work your seeding up. As we see the international rankings from last year, Bloomfield, Chloe Calmon got second, Crystal Walsh third, Steinreide third, Caitlin Mickelson got the fifth. As we see a left-hander from Avalon Gould there. It's a bit of a foamy one. She's going to take another high line. Can she get back onto a nose ride section? A couple of foam climbs there. So those left-handers looking big and bouncy and a little bit hard to handle.
Right, and as we see live action from Soleil Erico, nice quick steps to the nose, back to that hood ornament hang 10. Shuffles back a little bit there, just racing through that section, goes in for that big drop knee carve. I like that she's got that deck pad on. It's different than what we see for most of these surfers on longboards, but it kind of, she would feel exactly where her toes are at. Nice, good footwork coming all the way through to the inside. You can tell that wind is picking up just a little bit, Soleil putting all of her energy and power into that one.
And she rides whatever she wants. Depending on the conditions, she'll ride certain boards for small days at Malibu. She'll ride other boards for bigger days, and she really is surfing for the love of longboarding. And I really enjoy seeing the energy she's putting into this heat. She's not giving up. She's resilient. She's giving it everything she can. But Chloe Calmon there with a turtle roll underneath that wave. She's looking for that 6.84. So perhaps she has ridden a wave. We're waiting for a score to drop as we get the replay of Chloe Calmon on a really nice nose ride on the left there. Pedals back to the tail. Big sweeping drop knee turn. Sets herself up. Is it going to be another nose ride section? What a great left-hander here from the Brazilian from Rio de Janeiro. 4 steps back to the tail and a stylish drop knee turn, again setting herself up for the third nose ride. So what a great wave this is. This is one of the longest rides of the heat so far. Is it going to go into the excellent range, Shannon, as we see the replay of the 5 to 10 combination from Lay?
Wow, that was such a beautiful wave from Chloe. Soleil answering back or splitting the peak potentially on that one. Had that nice hang 10, goes for that drop knee cut back. This wave continues to stand up for her decently on the inside, although you can see that little bit of a wobble there, but she manages to stay very composed, very controlled, coming all the way through, fighting with all that she has to put another good score on the board to back up her 5.5, and Soleil gets a 7.67 for that wave. We're still waiting for that last one of Chloe, though, to come through, and I think Chloe's is going to be an absolute
It will be a big score, but she's still going to have to lose one of those 6s, because Soleil's now got the 8 and the high 7, so even if it's a 9, Chloe will still want to lose one of those 6s. I thought that was exceptional from Chloe. The length of the ride, the clarity of the face, the opening 5. She had 3 really strong nose rides. She had a good variety of rail maneuvers and tail turns. So she used all of the board, all of the wave. 6 minutes, 35 seconds remaining. This is what we want to see. This could be a final. I'm not quite sure if the seeding will allow it, but it's possible that these two women might meet again in the final.
It absolutely could be. We can see our surfer maybe in blue. Yep, that's Soleil just paddling out on that side. She's sitting with priority. And I'm looking at those scores from last year, Sam, from what happened between Soleil and Tori. So Tori took the win in a round 2 heat. Soleil was unfortunately knocked out in that round 2 last year, but she had a 7-point ride and had the highest wave score of the heat. with a 5.37 backup. Tori took it by actually less than 0.5 heat total.
I remember
it
that
was
happening.
Very close.
It was there was a kind of a hair's breadth between those two surfers, and Soleil could have gone really far in the event, but unlucky to meet Tori so early. So I do think that Soleil had everything already last year. She was already looking like a potential world champion last year. And what a great experience for Avalon. Just 15 to be in this heat. Soleil and Chloe, they're both extremely young, but Avalon's going to get a lot out of this. I feel as if she hasn't been lucky enough to get the types of waves she would have been wanting to get, those nice clean open faces to really demonstrate her classic approach to longboarding. But a great experience, and as we've said a few times already, this is a non-elimination first round. 5 minutes remaining and a 7.10 drop for Chloe Calmon. It means she needs an 8.57 to move into first position. So that was interesting. It was probably the longest ride we have seen.
Right.
But perhaps when the judges were studying it, they were looking for pocket surfing, criticalness, and maybe in reflection as they were analysing that ride, even though there was 3 good nose rides, 3 good tail manoeuvres, perhaps they felt like it needed to be deeper in the pocket for that criticalness, that high risk.
Exactly. That's what I'm thinking with those nose rides. As we look at this replay, so beautiful hang 5 to start off with. Gets a little bit away from the pocket there, though. Lovely cut back. Just putting herself back in position. But that nose ride, she's going on the descent. Wingnut and I were discussing that yesterday versus the ascension nose riding, where kind of your board is able to plane. Beautiful surfing coming through to the inside. But that would be my only critique.
Love that, Shannon. That's really the physics of nose riding, descension, ascension, and
right.
to really, for the judges to really analyze and separate out the degree of difficulty. That's how you're going to pull apart a world champion and someone who finishes second, is really to get right into the granular science of nose riding and really determine the degree of difficulty, where they are on the wave. You know, are they kind of trimming down? Are they kind of rising out? Have they got that space underneath the nose? All of those elements are things that the judges really need to be studying when they get that difference between is it in the borderline excellent range, or is it close to a perfect 10?
Exactly. So 3.5 minutes on the clock. Chloe Calmon sitting with a 7.1 and a 6.67. We're just discussing the critical side of nose riding and what it takes to really get those nose rides that will deliver excellent scores. Chloe Calmon now chasing an 8.57 to take the lead away from Soleil Erico, just her second time at the World Longboard Championships and already getting one excellent score on the board and a near excellent 7.67 backup score. So one of the highest heat totals we have seen of the entire event, surfing absolutely flawlessly, sitting with priority out the back. Avalon Gull sitting with a 3 and a 2.93 in a combination situation, and here we have live action with Soleil.
Great fade there, left, go right, allows that high line, long 5, right trimmed up high in the pocket, facilitates the 10, pedals back to the tail there, has to bounce through this section here, but a really good setup, the way she faded deep into that wave, swung back, that allowed her to stay right in the pocket and stay on that 5 for a really long time and get the quick 10. So 2 minutes, 38 seconds remaining. Surfing as dance represented here from Chloe, Soleil, and Avalon. And Avalon is a former competitive dancer. She doesn't do that anymore, but these women really embody that flow, that kind of salsa, that movement that we love to watch on longboards. See the way she faded into that, and that allowed her to take that high trim line there and stay a long time on the nose. This is a really good clip to study for aspiring longboarders of how to get deep on the section and stay on those 5s as long as possible. It was a smaller wave, but she did everything possible as we see Avalon Gould there. I heard some hoots from her teammates. I bet she did something special on the outback. Great to see her styling on her Tyler Warren single fin. Just looking to replace that 2.9, but it's a non-elimination round and she'll get a chance to surf in round 2.
So 3 scores drop in across the board with 1 minute 45 seconds on the clock. Chloe Calmon sitting out the back. It's looking like where she's at on screen, she's positioned to the south end of the beach here at Jinsoon Harbor. So she may be, although she's looking for the right here, I was thinking she might be looking for another left. Nice, beautiful setup from that hang 5 into the hang 10, but just gets hung up.
That was quite a peaky wave as well. I think if she was able to trim into that, I think actually she kind of knew that wasn't going to give her the score. You know, as soon as she found that 5, let's see Avalon Gould. Toes on the nose, beautiful 5 there, really nice tight 5, great stylish nose riding on the single fin, charging down through that section. That was really critical, traditional stylish surfing then. Good drop knee, good cross step turn there, nice setup for a second opportunity to hit the nose here, pedals back smoothly, swinging it round. Big open face, critical nose ride on the takeoff there. Avalon looking really good. That'll certainly be her highest scoring wave, and really now reminding the world that she is here. She's one of the stylists, the goofy footer from Laguna Beach, California.
Oh, I'm so glad that she was able to find that wave and find a little bit of rhythm. Although it's at the end of the heat, it's not going to help her get out of that combination situation, but to give her some momentum going into that round 2 heat with a 6.60 as her heat, or sorry, as the total of that wave. So that's a great score to put on the board against 2 girls like Soleil and Chloe.
And a great confidence booster for moving into round 2. And it looks like the situation isn't going to change. The Soleil Erico is going to take the lead in less in these dying 10 seconds. Chloe Calmon can get an 8.57. But Avalon, having just dropped a 6.60, she now knows that she can do the things to get scores in the excellent range. Congratulations, Soleil. Huge heat. Little summary, Shannon, that was a massive result.
Absolute massive result for Soleil Erico, jumping into round 3, avoiding that elimination in that elimination round 2 where Chloe Calmon and Avalon Gall will swing into potentially later today. Make sure to stay tuned. We will be right back with live action after this.
Hello, Take Two. We all know that you're stoked for the World Surf League Longboard Championship in Taiwan.
I wish I could be there to join riding those tasty, amazing waves.
I've heard the best things about Taiwan. Beautiful island, the most amazing coastline.
Don't forget about the green water and the blue skies.
You are part of something deeper. Welcome home.
This is badass!
We hope that our new movie, Aquaman, will inspire you.
Now get out there and become the next champion of the sea.
And be sure to catch Aquaman on the big screen this December.
The war is coming to the surface.
Arthur!
I got a king.
Atlantis has always had a king. Now I need something more. A hero.
And welcome back to the Taiwan Open of Surfing. We are in Heat 5 of Round 1. In red, Lindsay Steinreity, Catherine Hughes in blue from Australia, and Kira Seal from Hawaii. Wingnut here up in the booth with Chris Binns. We're going to bring you live action. We've already had one wave ridden, and we are waiting for those first scores.
Yep, so Lindsay Steinreid kicking off proceedings. This is Heat 5 of Round 1. So 6 heats in round 1. We're going to roll straight on into round 2, although personally I think it's starting to look a little bit windy out there and we should maybe go on our usual lunchtime break.
You are probably not going to get your lunch surf today. With this, we've got a light rain coming outside, and that's creating calm surface conditions.
Yeah,
so
it's just hard for the judges to see.
You are not going to get a surf break today, Chris.
What's on the screen? I can't make out a thing there.
It's way too much fun out there. That was a fantastic performance in the last heat by Soleil Erico. And for the youngster to put a strong heat together against a competitor like Chloe Calmon has got to really boost her confidence going forward. And we've got a couple of youngsters here doing battle against the veteran Lindsay Steinreity. Lindsay, who was the 2011 world champion, and she won the Relic Tour this year as well in California. So Lindsay's always one of the biggest consistent threats at this event.
Run us through the Relic Tour. What exactly are we dealing with?
There were 2 events held for Relic. One was in Malibu and the other one was at Trestle. And it has a format. Let's see, as we're going to see who our first competitor is up on a wave. So Lindsay pulling out of that one, which meant somebody else was up on her feet.
Yeah, that was Catherine Hughes. So Catherine must have been looking at the right to convince Lindsay to back off on that one.
And we're going to go down to the beach and have a quick catch-up with Soleil Erico.
Well, Soleil, that was sensational. A really big result to beat Chloe Calmon. I mean, how are you feeling about that?
Pretty good. I mean, we're all getting good waves out there. It was probably ideal conditions for the surf, so yeah, I'm pretty stoked to make it.
And you're here with your dad, Danny, and I know Taylor Jensen does a lot of coaching with you. You know, how is that helping to have that support here at the event?
Yeah, he's so helpful. I mean, he's been here for like 10 years, so he really knows the wave, and he's kind of like a brother to me now. Like, we've kind of built this relationship, so yeah, he's really helpful, and I'm stoked that, you know, he helps me out.
I loved seeing the variety of things you were doing on those waves. That 8 that you got in the excellent range, you know, there was 5s, 10s, and you mix up those cutbacks. How do you decide when to throw in the drop knee versus when to stay on that rail with the more kind of wider stance cutback?
You kind of just gotta let the wave do the work, you know, like when it's a slower section, then throw in the drop knee, but if it's like really racy, then like do the cutback, especially if it's a more powerful wave. But yeah, I just like to mix it up.
And what about the relationship you have with Bill Stewart, who's building your boards?
Yeah, he's awesome. If he's watching, hi Bill. Thank you. I have 4 boards here, so I'm pretty set just in case I break one.
So I hear that your sisters are competitive skiers. So what turned you to surfing rather than snowboarding or a kind of another mountain sport?
Yeah, she likes being in the mountains. It's kind of funny. She doesn't really like to surf, which is a bummer for me, but I like to snowboard with her. We go up in the wintertime, and it's fun.
A message for your mum back home and your fans watching in California and Hawaii?
Mommy, hi. I love you. And Ricardo.
Well, good luck for the rest of the event, Soleil. Back to you in the booth.
Thank you very much, Sam. Great interview there with Soleil Erico, who's from Malibu, California, and she's the only surfer in the field who was born in this century, born in December 2000.
So here we have Lindsay Steinreide. This is the first wave ridden in the heat. It garnered her a 6, so a very strong opening wave from one of our most consistent, smoothest competitors. See, locking in that nice long nose ride. That second half of the wave standing up nice and steep for her. Nice cut back into the whitewater there. So that's the first points on the board, and what a great way to open with a strong 6. So we like that.
Yeah, you can see the experience come into play there. No nerves whatsoever. She's done this dance plenty of times before, and Steinreide opening up with a 6 to move into the lead. This is Kira Seal having a look and sneaking into this wave.
She had to do a lot of work to get into it, hoping that it was going to set up, and it looks like it did. Nice nose ride there. See how her cutback works, keeping herself in the pocket. Nice footwork. Like the way she came out of that turn and started walking forward with it. Good, clean footwork, staying in the pocket of the wave. That'll be a good opening wave, make her feel more confident. And as we looked at Kat Hughes doing a little paddle at that one, priority on the outside with Lindsay Steinreide in red, as we see Phil Rosman right there, keeping an eye on everything. He's ready to go do battle when men's round 3 starts up again. But yes, it looks like we're going to be running women's round 1 and round 2 for sure. We might even get women's round 3 underway today if conditions hold.
Yeah, it's looking pretty dreamy out there at the moment. Not much wind. Surfers with the luxury of being able to sit on their board as the north to south sweep has definitely backed off. Conditions a lot tamer than they have been the last couple of days. There's been tons of swell in the water and things. We're on the backside of that swell now, and conditions are just looking perfectly groomed. Pretty pristine here at Jinzhong Harbour. As we see the replay of Kira Seal in action on her opening wave.
She's going to come out of that turn and walk forward. I like that way to keep your momentum going correctly. It was a really nice nose ride on the outside section of the wave. So it'll be fun to see the score come in on that, see how she does. Kira gets a 5.33, so right there close up behind Lindsay Steinreide's first wave. So good little back and forth there. Kira fairly new into the WSL longboard competition. Last year was her first event out here. Her home is on the north shore of Oahu in Haleiwa. Good friend and longtime competitor with Hano. There are some absolutely amazing photos on Instagram right now of the two of them when they were little tiny Groms, as they grew up surfing together, and their dream was always to be in a world contest together, and that was what they had posted back when they were both little kids, and now here they are doing just that in Taiwan. Yeah, fun to watch. Lots of surf coming through. We'll see how selective everyone is, whether you stay busy. A 30-minute heat, you have a lot of opportunity for waves, but we're already 10 minutes down in this heat, and only 2 waves have been ridden. That last heat with Soleil and Chloe had some bigger sets there at the end, so I can see that the competitors are probably thinking, let's wait for those. But I think getting a couple of good warm-up waves underfoot, that's the way I always like to compete. Just get a couple waves, get comfortable, get a rhythm going. But that's why heating anymore. Maybe that was not the right way to do it.
All right, so we're a third of the way through this heat. 10 minutes done and 20 still remaining on the clock. And we have a second score in for Kira Seal, a 4.5. So that vaults her from second up into first. Catherine Hughes yet to open her account. Lindsay Stone-Righty with a 6, the best wave of the heat so far. She's sitting comfortably in second with priority, and she's having a look at another clean wave. So conditions are really looking pretty crisp out there right now, Wingnut.
Well, with that paddle, what do you think? She should, I was going to say her priority should go away after that. So that puts Kat Hughes in charge of priority out the back, as Kira Seal is paddling her way back out into the lineup. So Kira doing just what I was saying, staying busy, getting 2 waves. That's nice, a 5.33 and a 4.50. Pretty good, strong position right there just to start out with. I think Kira's riding probably, I think she's the first one on a single fin at this point in the competition. Seeing that both Soleil and Honolulu are riding the Stewarts, the high-performance Stewart boards, and those both working out fantastically for them, as we see Kat Hughes streaking into this one, coming in at an angle.
She'll cough up priority now.
And let's just hand it back to Lindsay. So great conditions, and as ominous as the sky might look out there with those dark clouds, they actually make it quite comfortable, because we'd be looking into the east, into the rising sun. The water temperature is still in the mid to high 70s. The air temperature just about the same, a little cooler today, and we've had some light sprinkles. So it's definitely changed our climate here for the better if you happen to be working in the booths. It's very comfortable as we see Kat Hughes under priority, just thinking she wants to get a wave.
She still can't buy one.
Cannot get into that one. You get to that point where you're getting frustrated. You just want to get some wax on your feet, feel your board, reload back in the lineup. So we'll see if she stays over on this corner, tries to take advantage of something.
Yeah, let's hope she doesn't just rush into something now. You don't want to get frustrated and just pounce on the first wave that comes your way started.
And it's been long enough now, sets coming, are they coming 10, 15 minutes apart, 15 to 20 minutes apart? We're right at about that point where we could expect to see one of the better sets. But we're also right at high tide right now. That's the other challenge. You know how the ocean gets a little bit lully and tired at high tide? So that could be what we're looking at here as we see Lindsay prowling around on the outside, repositioning. Lindsay had quite a dramatic free surf session yesterday. Snapped her board into 3 pieces.
Saw that. It was a big blue one.
Yeah, big blue one. Into 3.
Now it's 3 small blue ones.
3 small ones. You could make 3 really nice belly boards out of that thing. It was her backup board, and she said she did just the same thing last year where she snapped her backup board in the practice rounds. And I said, obviously you should just not bring one.
Yeah, because that's a good call.
They apparently don't last till the competition starts. So, once again, another reason why I'm not competing anymore. My logic is flawed.
And it's one of those things where the year you don't bring a backup board is the year you break your go-to.
All right, little set outside. See Lindsay moving over. It's nice when you get that broader view and you can kind of see how they're setting up the wave. Catherine on the inside under priority. All right, Lindsay digging hard for this one. Nice setting that up. I love the way that little left go right works out. Gets her set up for a nice nose ride. There's 5. Shifted her weight back a little bit. Clean. Going to make it around this one. And right off the bat, grab and hold control of the board. And charge back out there. So it'll be nice to get her a second wave on the scorecard.
15.5 minutes to go. Kat Hughes yet to get her first wave. Will this be the drought breaker? Looks like she's found a nice wall. And here she goes, swinging into action. The Australian currently chasing a 9.83. She'd be happy to get there on the strength of 2 scores. Drops the knee through that turn. Not going to be a big number for the Aussie, but feet in the wax, and she'll be
absolutely
happy
get
to
one.
Have her campaign underway.
Yeah, get 1 score on there, make it feel better. And this is what we're talking about, that those sets where they're 15, 20 minutes apart. We're looking at about a 20-minute gap in the sets, because here comes one out the back. Kira Seal with priority going on this one.
All right, finds the nose. The pink board flying down the line. Nice turn. Getting back towards the power source. Now she's aiming for the nose once again. Holds it for a little longer on the second encounter. Will she try and get down there one more time? No, happy to kick out with just the 2 nose rides in amongst a couple of turns. So that will be close to her 4.5, you'd imagine.
Nice set on the outside. Quick score for Catherine Hughes at 2.50. But look at the way she sets this up. She kind of gets going real early to the nose and has her on that downward trajectory. Not really in the pocket of the wave, not in the steep face of the wave. So that's not one of the better scoring nose right setups, as opposed to that one where she had a lot of steep face underneath her. So the second nose ride, in my opinion, was the better one on that wave. A quick out right there. Lindsay Steinreity with priority outside. We'll see how that score comes in for Kira Seal. Will it drop the 4.50?
Kira, one of 2 girls in the field named after surf breaks. We just saw Honolulu in action a couple of heats ago. High scoring for the day, the defending champion in the yellow jersey.
There's no doubt that they're descendants of strong surfing families with names like that.
Yeah, not at all. It's funny, I've commentated at Taj Burrow's Grommet comp the last few years, and it's amazing how many kids called Taj compete every year. All right, last wave for Kira Seal, a 5.8. Pair that with a 5.33. She's in the lead. Let's have a look at a quick heat recap to see how we've got to this stage with 13 minutes remaining.
That was her opening wave there with that nice nose ride. Here, the one we just saw. Downward trajectory there, but this cutback sets her up to get back into the pocket, back into the steep part of the wave, where she gets a really nice tight 5 up there. Critical section as we see Lindsay Steinreity with her big scoring 6.0. Nice, powerful cutback. Really critical section of the wave. Real smooth. Another drop knee turn right there. Again, locking in for another nose ride inside section. So really close. Lindsay Steinreity with a 9.67. Kira Seal, the 11.13. Catherine Hughes still looking to put a couple of good numbers on the board. Definitely like the sea surface conditions this morning, though. As we see Cat Hughes in a nice position outside. That wave just does not have enough. The wave behind it might be one she goes for. As we see her, finds a nice one. Steep, critical nose ride right at the takeoff, but just has to eject as that wave shuts down in front of her. Prowling on the outside, Lindsay Steinreity. Yeah, fantastic year for Lindsay with that performance both at Malibu and Trestles, giving her that relic win. Nice to have a couple of exciting events in California for the longboard competitors. As we see some more lines coming on the outside. Lindsay in position out there.
So last score for Catherine Hughes, a 3.67. That's her best wave. Narrows the gap between her and first. She now requires a 7.46. And Kat, another one of the Sunshine Coast contingent here. It's just a real hotbed of Australian longboarding talent up there around Noosa and the various points in the national park.
And that was the exciting announcement today, is that we will be having a WSL competition at Noosa in March of 2019. So I'm sure Kat's very excited about that, as is Josh Constable as well.
We know you'd have a fair bit of experience around Noosa.
I went to the festival for a few years in a row, let's say. Yeah, it was a fantastic event. Great to be a part of it. Never actually competed in the event, though. Exhibition only. I can say I've never lost a heat at Noosa.
All right, here goes Lindsay Stonerady. Well, she's having a look, deciding she's not interested, so she will retain her priority. And Kira Seal has now found herself a really clean-looking green wall. She gets up on the nose. She's looking effortlessly cool. We can hear some hoots and hollers from down below us on the surface deck, so they're enjoying that one. Throws it up into the lip. Pretty critical turn and hangs on nicely.
Yeah.
And a little bit of a flared-out finish as well. So great wave from our heat leader, Kira Seal, with 9.5 minutes to go.
Everything about that was nice. That'll be fun to watch again as we see Lindsay Steinreich giving a hard paddle at that one, handing off priority to Kat Hughes. Will the second wave be something that Lindsay goes for?
It's funny, we're watching a lot of the girls today paddling and not getting into waves, and I think a little bit of that might be a result of just how powerful the surf's been the last couple of days.
Now look at the setup. That nice little fade turn gets her in the top third of the wave there. Nice tall 5, back foot right behind it, and then this big powerful floater right there comes down with it composed, and as you said, the little flare at the end of the wave. Really well done. That will be a good score for Kat Hughes.
Yeah, that little bit
for Kira Seal.
That little bit of a swerve won't affect her score at all. But what it does is it just shows the judges that you're in control of your surfing enough to be able to steeze things out a little bit. And, you know, maybe in their head they go, well, I was tossing up between a 7.5 and a 7, and I'm going to go the high end. All right, here's Kat Hughes flying down the line. She's got a lot of work to do to get her around this one, and she's done so now. It might stand up a little bit further down the line as it gets deeper into the bay.
Really good wave selection there on that one. Using that priority, really picking a nice bomb, finishing it well. Great footwork. And we're watching Lindsay Steinreich finish up her wave on that same part of the inside section there. See if we get a little bit of a paddle competition on the way back out as we're going to wait for those scores to drop. That's Tori Gilkerson, the 2016 world champion. Won that title in Hainan, China when we were running the event there at Ryuan Bay. Big hello to the surf crew in Hainan. The whole Ryuan surf scene is really a whole bunch of fun. There's, you know, good little restaurants out there. Pretty fun little vibe. Fantastic left-hand point break. I even liked going left there. I know. I went right a whole bunch.
You heard it here first, folks.
I went right. Nobody else wanted to go right. As we see Lindsay set up this wave, nice, powerful turn. This will lead into a good cut back. Great. She'll use that to launch herself forward with a nice 5. It was a quick one, steps back. Powerful cut back to rebound off the whitewater. As we get the score for Kira Seal's last wave, just came in at a 7.0. So the highest score of the heat so far, surpassing Lindsay's 6. So Kira Seal really increasing her lead, and what a great setup by Catherine Hughes on her wave right there. The wave closed out a little bit in front of her, but the way she had a powerful turn in the open face of one of the larger waves ridden, clean footwork out to the nose and back. That's got to be a real confidence builder for Kat Hughes. We're still waiting for that score.
Yep, so she came out of the gates flying on that wave, got the nose right in the turn, then had some work to do to make it down to the end section. Kira Seal, well, she was almost weighing up, picking off that little insider. Decides against it with 6 minutes 15 to go. So time starting to become critical in this heat. There's not a lot of it left to play with. Last wave for Kat Hughes comes in at a 4.03. So that is her best wave. We're seeing the replay now of Kira Seal. Is this her 7? No,
Well,
that's her last wave, so that's the score we're waiting on right now.
And with her, hitting the eject button there pretty early on in the wave, it probably won't go into her scoring line. She realized that was closing out too far in front of her and decided to get out and get back into the lineup. So a lot more action in the second half of this heat than there was in the first half. Here's that 7 that we saw. Got to the nose, long 5, really tight, really composed, good footwork back, no shuffle at all in that. Gets herself around this one, nice little floater re-entry right there, composed and flared. Air temperature here about 70 degrees, a little bit cooler than yesterday. Got a slight rain shower happening, light showers. Nothing to get everything too wet, but glad to have a little bit of a rain shell around today for sure. You see a lot of the competitors opting for a short john, perhaps just a vest, or if you're Hano's father, switch to a 4-3 from the 3-2 that you were wearing yesterday. Seeing some of the men's competitors warming up down the beach, getting a feel for the smaller conditions. I think that's Justin Silva, who broke 2 boards so far at this event. So Lindsay improved her score with a 5.93. So she's tightened up right behind Kara Seal, but still needs a significant wave, a 6.81, if she wants to take the lead. She's got priority. She's got 4 minutes left. So it's definitely possible that Lindsay could steal this heat away from Kira.
Yep, and we're seeing the girls in the next heat, the last heat of round 1. Caitlin Mickelson, Tori Gilgan, and Emily Curry making their way out to the lineup. They'll be in action in about 4 minutes' time. Right now, in front of us, Kira Seal with a 7 and a 5.8, doing it very nicely. Lindsay Steinrady hot on her heels, looking for a 6.81 to overthrow the Hawaiian and move into the lead. Kat Hughes has a 4.03 as her top score. She currently needs an 8.77.
Looking forward to seeing Tori surf in the next heat. She's always got a big smile on her face. She's here with her boyfriend Jared Neal. They were telling me about a very neat little part of Australia where they live, where a crowded day will have 12 people in the water. When there's like 6 or 7, she decides to surf the back beach all by herself. And I was like, well, where exactly is that? And then she gave it a long pause and a thought, and she just said, yeah, it's a little south of Byron.
Bondi.
Yeah, she's not giving up that location. Kind of respect that, actually. Yeah, a lot of great, fantastic coastline, but you're from the other coast of Australia.
Yeah, wouldn't bother with it. No waves at all.
Yeah, sharky.
Tons of sharks.
Yeah, no waves.
Weather's rubbish.
People are mean.
Unattractive people, yeah.
Don't bother. From the Tourism Board of Western Australia.
You've never bothered?
We bring you Chris Pins.
You've been invited over to the Whalebone many a time. And
you're absolutely correct. I have failed in my travels for not having gone to Western Australia.
God, you think California's a West Coast?
As we're looking at Taylor Jensen and Danny Errico, talking there with
Ben Skinner.
Ben Skinner, that's right. Taylor is one of the few people here that has to watch out with the overhanging bars.
Yeah, I was wondering about the strength of the scaffolding there as he was hanging off it. We could be collapsing soon if he keeps that up. A minute 40 to go in this one. Kira Seal with a 7 and a 5.8 is our heat leader. Lindsay Steinrady is looking for a 6.81. Kat Hughes is chasing an 8.77, 90 seconds to go. This is Heat 5, Round 1 of the women's division of the World Longboarding Championships here at the Taiwan Open of Surfing. Huge week of surfing here in Taiwan. We've got the World Juniors with best young surfers in the world amassing. Some of them are starting to get into town already. And that's going to be fantastic at the conclusion of this event. So we're going to crown 4 world champions here in Taiwan County this week. Will one of them be Kira Seal, Kat Hughes, or Lindsay Steinreity? They'll be one step closer in 50 seconds' time.
Now, I don't think Kat Hughes is going to find the wave she needs to get out into the lead here, but it's definitely possible for Lindsay to replace her lower score with and get a 6.81 if a set comes in the last 30 seconds. Lindsay's got priority, so she's got the best chance of taking this, but it looks kind of quiet out there. I don't see a lot of action by the surfers. So in the next heat, we're going to be seeing Caitlin Mickelson, used to be Caitlin McGuire, recently married, now Tori Gilson, and Emily Curry coming up in the next heat. All right, not enough time left in this heat to see a surfer get to their feet before the hooter blows. Congratulations, Kira, on moving directly into round 3. We'll see Lindsay and Catherine in round 2 later today. As we watch Lindsay on her strongest scoring wave, and we'll be back with live action after this.
不想看啊！
有一种爽，交给老板一巴掌。爽皮送 beer。
Welcome back to the Taiwan Open of Surfing World Longboard Championship action coming your way. This is the final heat of round 1. Caitlin Mickelson from the US, Emily Curry from Great Britain, and Tori Gilson, also from America, are in the water right now. A couple of minutes have gone off the clock. And we've got a few scores in. Caitlin with a 2.5. Tori into the lead with a 3.5. 3 minutes done, 27 to come. The priority sits with the Brit, Emily Curry.
And they've been chomping at the bit to get in the water. This would be the toughest heat to have to wait this long in the morning, having watched everybody else surf. Conditions have held fantastically, but it's just that energy. They've been practicing, they've been warming up. It's been wild and woolly on the previous days, and now finally get their chance to go out after having watched some fantastic performances. Soleil Erico put up some fantastic numbers, and especially Honolulu Bloomfeld really put on a show this morning. You can see why she was wearing the Jeep Leaders jersey, and she's definitely looking to retain her crown.
Yep, and Honolulu is the poster girl for the whole event, male and female, the Taiwan Open of Surfing. Honolulu is flying the flag for the longboarders. A fantastic nose ride shot from last year. I think Matthias Herdy is holding it down for the juniors, the high-flying Brazilian who's going to come here if he gets bumped out of the Sunset Comp, where he's currently coming 12th on the qualifying series. So he is a star to watch out for. Speaking of stars, we're going to cross down to the winner of the last heat, Kira Seal.
Thanks, guys. Down here with Kira. Congratulations for advancing into round 3. Absolutely so excited for you. How does it feel to be at the World Longboard Championships?
It's definitely a dream come true. It's amazing. I feel on top of the world just being able to compete with all these amazing competitors. It's just beautiful to watch on the free surfs and be amongst all of them.
And how does it feel being at a WSL event? You told me that you've surfed so many of the festivals for so many years, but you've just started kind of focusing more on actual competition, professional surfing. Do you have some drive in you to stick with this? How does it feel, being your first time around?
Oh my goodness, I feel like I have a fire under my feet. I'm just so excited, and I never thought it would happen. So this year I've just been working hard and really sticking to longboarding and surfing every single day and working out and just trying to get in shape for this, and I just want to keep doing it. It's just amazing.
Great. And talk us through those waves out there today.
Oh my gosh, it's just like home. It's amazing. It's glassy perfection, and it has a bit of a wall and a lip, so it literally feels like Aokai, like perfect Aokai all day long.
Great. Well, congratulations. Anyone back home on the North Shore you want to say hi to? The Hawaiians are just doing so well worldwide right now. We're so excited to watch.
I'm going to say hi to my dogs, Thunder and Storm. Sorry, Dad, I'm saying hi to my dogs first. Anyways, I love you, Ezra and Dad.
Great. Well done. Keep up the good work. We'll see you in round 3. And back to you guys.
Thanks so much, Shannon.
Keeping it classy, saying hi to the dogs first.
Yeah, what a shout-out. I mean, not bad. We saw Kevin Scavana yesterday giving a shout-out, letting his parents know that he'd been showering while he was away.
Yeah, you when you let the Groms finally travel internationally on their own, that's the message that you hope that they're sending home. Yes, my hygiene is good. So, a couple of scores have come in while we were getting that post-heat interview. We've got Caitlin Mickelson catching a wave right here, setting it up for a nice, clean nose ride, working her way around that section. Just staying in the pocket of the wave. Will she get another nose ride out of it? No, not there. Nice drop knee turn. Gets out to that softer shoulder and work her way around. So Caitlin Mickelson with a combined total of 5.67 so far. And Tori Gilkerson in the lead with a 6.63 as we see Tori's early wave there. You see the smile on her face like, hey, I pulled that off. Didn't think I would. Clean and composed. No chance to go to the nose there. Smooth her way around that one. And here's another shot of Caitlin's last wave. Quick nose ride, has to work her way around that one. So Caitlin getting a 3.80 for that ride right there. So a couple of quick scores for everyone. Emily Curry has a couple of waves, one throwaway and one 2.17. We have 23 minutes left in this heat and a lot of action already.
Yep, and conditions just not a drop out of place. Very smooth, velvety surface texture right now. And we just heard Kira Seal.
My condolences for the smooth surface conditions for you, Chris.
Tell me about it. I'm sure there's wind just around the corner that might give us a moment for pause. But yeah, Kira Seal, a very effusive interview just then. Psyched to be surfing in the World Longboarding Champs. Psyched to be here with her great mate, Honolulu Blomfield. And just excited on the conditions, claiming that it's a lot like a perfect day at Yukai Beach Park back home on the North Shore of Hawaii.
There's a really cute photo that got posted on Instagram yesterday of Kira and Hano from when they were tiny, tiny little Groms. It says, once upon a time, two little keikis had a dream at the Menehune contest to one day be at the world titles together. And yesterday that dream came true. And so today they are going to be doing battle throughout the course of the day. And wouldn't it be fantastic if this event ended up with those two going head-to-head for a world title?
Oh, yeah. I mean, that's the sort of stuff you grow up dreaming about, as you just explained. That's really cool, the couple of photos on that Instagram post. All right, here goes Emily Curry. She's currently sitting in third. Doesn't need much, a 4.8. And not a bad wave to get things going. She gets up towards the nose. White watery section now. Can she hang on? No, she jumps off the back. So that's Emily's most significant wave so far. With 9 minutes elapsed, 21 still to come.
I really like the way she set that wave up. Doesn't get too high in the face. She let herself get low enough so that when she came out of that turn, she's going to be able to walk to the nose, use that momentum to go forward. And she almost got down into that low stretch 5, and that would have been maybe a good position to work your way through that section. Lower center of gravity, sometimes even grabbing hold of the rail if necessary, but she just opted to go out the top. So Caitlin Mickelson with priority and with a small lead. Tori Gilkerson needs a 3.48 to jump into the lead. Emily Curry looking for a 4.64.
So it seems, Eskimos have 22 words for snow or something. Longboarders have a dozen or so different hang 5 varieties you can run us through.
Absolutely. Well, let's take a quick look at Emily Curry on an inside. There was a bit of a stretch 5 that we were just talking about, dragging her hand a little bit to slow down. That's become in vogue currently in the whole longboard scene is you get up to the nose and all of a sudden you start to outrun the wave a little bit. So instead of backing up to the tail of the board to stall it up again, just putting your hand in and kind of dropping that little cup of a hand to slow you down. That's started happening in the last couple of years, real popular in the whole logger scene. So I think it's as functional as it would be going, and if you, especially if you only need to slow down for a second and then want to relaunch. She's dragging that hand, try to slow down for this section, and then just is going to kick and go around it.
A little bit of extra stability as well, just for that point of contact on the wave face.
Yeah, so there's the stretch 5, the Paul Stroud 5. You can hang 5 with really wide spread feet, which doesn't really give you as much credibility as you bring your back foot right up next to it. Obviously the full hang 10, and you'll see hang heels, a single heel, a kick 5. There's guys that'll stuff one foot underneath the nose. Surfers that'll do it, both men and women. There's the crowbar. There's all sorts of interesting maneuvers off the front end of the board that will.
Cheater 5.
Cheater 5.
Yep.
Stroud 5. Stretch 5.
Okay.
As we see Rodrigo Schfeier there with a little warm-up wave down the beach. This is a fun setup, very Trestles-like, so it has a few peaks that run away down to the south.
So Rodrigo surfing middles or uppers?
Yeah,
we're looking at lowers out front right now.
He would be surfing middles between lowers and church.
Well, the harbor's probably church, maybe.
Yeah, exactly. And look at this nice set wave coming. As you can see, the whole venue set up. The photographers on the beach capturing the action. So we see Caitlin Mickelson setting up. Nice high line there, composed, long 5, toes gripping the nose of that board. Work her way around this one. She's going to set it up to kind of do a nice re-entry off that oncoming white water. Smooth, controlled, and out.
All right. Very calm demeanor on the wave, doesn't she? No twitches or hurried movements. Everything just looks super casual and under control.
Definitely. She was definitely performing really well in the larger conditions the last couple of days. Wild and woolly as it got, she was out there ready to do battle. Setting it up, nice footwork to the nose, even nice little arch work there. Gets back around this one. From the white water, doesn't do anything, and then she's going to set it up for a little rebound re-entry right there. Nice and smooth. Caitlin Mickelson, Cardiff, California. And priority is with Tori Gilkerson, not using it, so Emily Curry sneaking one underneath it. Again, a nice setup for this wave. Nice short little step, another quick step back. And able to get to the nose, but just not much of a wave. Staying busy, though, staying busy under priority, but you can see how consistent when sets come in here. There are plenty of waves in the set as the goofy foot Tori Gilkerson goes for a nice long 5, opting to grab hold of that rail just to keep her stability. Getting just a quick little tap to the nose there in the white water. And will it set up on the inside? No, and she's out. So one good nose ride on the outside for that wave. We'll see if that's going to go into her score line. She's trying to drop a 3.13 as we see Emily Curry's wave again. There's not a lot that this wave is offering for her. That quick little nose ride out on the shoulder isn't going to do much. As we see a replay of Tori's where she gets the 5 there, really clean. Then this wave shuts down in front of her, grabs a hold of the rail. We'll see if that's going to help Tori's score, but Caitlin Mickelson's last wave coming in at a 6.0. So a really strong score getting dropped by Caitlin Mickelson. We're waiting for the last two. Now Tori looking for a 6.3 or better, and Emily Curry needs a 7.07 or better. Waiting for scores on Tori and Emily at this point. It'll be interesting to see if the conditions stay like this, perhaps even getting a little bit smaller, whether anybody jumps off their stops using leashes, whether we see more log-like equipment, more of the heavy single fins that are more conducive to nose riding. A lot of the lighter boards, a lot of the competitors are on epoxy, even longboards, and those are, they dance around, sit on top of the water a little bit more. So it'll be interesting to see if the equipment moves around a little bit. So Tori's last wave, a 4.67, rewarded for that nice nose ride out there. That's going to make it a little bit easier for her. She needs a 5.14 if she's going to move into the lead ahead of Caitlin Mickelson.
Still waiting on the last score to drop in for Emily Curry. Tori Gilkison from San Clemente, so she would be very familiar with the trestles-like setup here. Feeling very comfortable.
And she spends a lot of time traveling with Jared. They work out in the Telos, so they're up there at the resorts helping out. She's been a surf guide up there part of the year. Look at the set coming on the outside. Priority with Caitlin Mickelson. Some nice peaks coming outside. We can see them scratching out there looking for positioning. See how Caitlin held up there a little bit? Because we saw in the last couple of heats some of the surfers racing too far out and not able. And look, Caitlin, interesting choice. Caitlin to go left. That was done, I bet, primarily to keep Tori off of it.
Yeah, so tactics coming to play. Was that a good decision? It wasn't the greatest wave in the end for Caitlin. And now we see Emily Curry pouncing on this long-running right, and unfortunately she goes down just as the wave starts to stand up.
Really interesting in that, that was a full competitive move. It would have been interesting to see how that right shaped up. We followed Caitlin on that one, but I wonder how that right would have been to have stayed on that. If she would have just said, okay, you do your damage on the left, I'll do my damage on the right, we'll see who comes out on top. But instead she just shut Tori Gilkison down on that one, but has handed her priority, and that's Tori taking a look at this one. And will this left perform for Tori? She's going to set it up. She's dangerous going left. We know that from Ryuan Bay. That is a long 5. Composed coming around the section. She's on one of her favorite Donald Takayama models out there. A single fin as well. And nice re-entry there. Nice kick out.
Wow, she's probably got the better of that exchange with Caitlin Mickelson, keeping her off that first wave, not really cashing in with her left, and possibly leaving a better right go through unattended. And then Tori Gilkison has pounced on the next left that comes through, and will have put in what you would imagine would go into her top 2 waves. She's only got a 3.5 as a backup at the moment. A 5.14 will see her move into the lead with 12 minutes remaining.
And she gets a 4.83, dropped that 3.5, so definitely put her closer, but not enough to take this woman, Caitlin, out of the lead.
So this was Caitlin's 3.0. Now we're seeing Tori Gilkison's 4.67. A lot of work to get around that long section.
This is Caitlin's high-scoring 6.0 with a nice long nose ride, driving around the section. Composed strong with a really clean re-entry.
Oh, yeah. Just such quiet body language, nothing rushed or hurried. She caught that little bit of whitewater bobble at some point. It was just a tiny little adjustment, and the train kept steamrolling down the track. So she's doing it very nicely with 11 minutes still to go in this one.
So priority with White, with Emily Curry out there. She has the most work to do, needing a 7.07 to advance to round 3. But again, no one gets eliminated in round 1. Second and third move into round 2, which we will be starting immediately after this heat. We'll get those heat draws very quickly. Definitely going to run through all of round 2 today. We might even make it through round 3, and that would give us just quarterfinals and on to run. And that allows us to be really selective with the conditions. with that wind that's such a variable here, that'll allow us to run, heat by heat going forward if we can get all of round 2 and round 3 done today. As we see Tori Gilkerson, second priority, nice little setup with that right go left, nice 5 to 10, and just the bottom drops out from underneath her, and she's down. Down goes Frazier.
All right, we're down to the last third. 9 minutes 50 to go in this one. Priority is with Emily Curry from Team GB. Ben Skinner flying the flag for the Brits on the men's side of the draw. Unfortunately, lost his compatriots in Adam Griffiths and Jack Unsworth in round 2 of the boys' side of the draw yesterday.
Pretty exciting and pretty wild yesterday with some of the wind, some of that incoming tide, the power that was being thrown around yesterday. The boys definitely rose to the challenge with that, though. There were some dramatic performances out there. Even a couple little tube rides. Devon's.
Dean Bevan.
Dean Bevins, yeah.
Fantastic vision. Couldn't quite salvage the exit. Here goes Emily Curry. Quick in and out. Nothing of any significance. The length of that wave. 9 minutes to go. Yeah, Dean Bevan just that one popped up from nowhere.
Yeah.
He linked a couple of turns together, and then all of a sudden it just hit the bank at a perfect angle and just turned into a below sea level drainer. He came flying out, but was well and truly detached from his surfboard. Gave us a flying Superman, some double peace signs as if to try and sell it to the judges that he'd made it. And I think he picked up about a 3 for his travels.
With good entertainment, that's what we enjoyed. Commitment, entertainment. You would figure out if it's all going to go south and you're really going to wipe out, make it as dramatic as possible. Somebody's watching and is going to enjoy it.
Saw Taylor Jensen sneak a chip ride in one of the free surf warm-ups the other day as well. That was pretty cool.
That's a big man to sneak into a tube.
Yeah.
But it shows you how big the waves were yesterday as we see Emily Curry again. Nice clean setup. Look how smooth the wave condition is. That's a nice long 5. Footwork back. Only about halfway back, just kind of resetting, letting the board find its way forward. Keeping her momentum going to get around this. I just wish she would have stalled and kicked out. Flipped the board over the top. Not a fan of the get off kick out. Let's just say I don't trust leashes that much. So lots of waves ridden by Emily Curry. And that one just coming up with a quick 3.33. Does go into her scoreline. She's looking to get into the 4s and 5s if she wants to threaten Caitlin Mickelson. Priority with Tori Gilkerson. 7 minutes left. Tori sitting out the back on her Donald Takayama single fin. As we see Emily Curry get the nice 5 there. Clean footwork. Takes a step back. That chest part of the board, that front third back there, you can kind of keep your momentum instead of going all the way back to the tail and trying to regenerate speed. Kind of be in that trim spot of the board and keep going forward. Just the wave closed out in front of her. Here we go. Another nice set. Caitlin giving it a look. Caitlin closer to the left. See if she's going to make Tori use her priority, and she does.
And Tori goes right. So there's a little bit of cat and mouse going on between the two Americans. Caitlin Mickelson and Tori Gilkerson, both very aware of where the other one is sitting and really sort of letting that come into a bit of their decision making.
They're definitely in competition mode.
If you're Emily Curry, you're thinking, hey, this is good.
Yeah,
these guys can focus on each other.
Let those guys do battle, and I'll just play around over here as Caitlin uses her priority now to just come unstuck, just rushing it. That was just a rushed move there. That wave was sucking up. They're both Takayama team riders. Look at her, she's mad at herself. Just charging back out there. There is no priority called yet by the judges, but I have a feeling Caitlin is going to be the one that gets out there first. She's trying to get out there ahead of Emily Curry. There's some nice peaks. You can see them stretching on the horizon out there. And they gave Curry the priority. So Mickelson has second priority with 5 minutes and 20 seconds left. Still a lot of time. Enough time for Tori Gilkerson to come up with a 5 and snatch the lead away from Caitlin Mickelson.
So a lot of those line ball decisions for priority. The priority judge will tend towards the favour of whoever has caught the first wave. So Emily Curry wasn't really racing to get back out, but she'd caught a wave quite a bit earlier than Caitlin Mickelson, and the judges decided she was close enough to the takeoff area, and they threw the P up next to her name. Caitlin inheriting second priority, and Tori Gibson still making her way out the back with 4 minutes 40 to go. This is the final heat, round 1, women's action, World Longboard Championships here at the Taiwan Open of Surfing. We've seen the first 2 days have taken care of round 1 and round 2 of the boys, and now the ladies in action here at Jinzhong Harbour. It's a fantastic part of the world. There's waves up and down the coast. We're about 500 kilometres south of the Taiwanese capital of Taipei. The South China Sea, the Philippine Sea, the western fringe of the Pacific. And as we know too well, the Pacific is alive right now. We've seen some incredible action coming from Maui with both the Jaws Challenge and the ladies event, settling both the world title, and Carissa Moore taking the victory today. And all eyes will flip back to Oahu tomorrow when Sunset is the second jewel in the Triple Crown, the last qualifying series event for the year, a QS 10,000, so plenty of points still to go, and there's about 20 guys fighting for 10 spots at the moment. So we've already got through one round of action there, and things are going to get very, very heated. I love the end of the qualifying series every year in Hawaii. Everyone turns into a mathematician. Al Hunt from the WSL is the most in-demand person on the beach. Everyone has the calculators out. They have spreadsheets. They're trying to figure out if this person does this, then what does this person need? There's a massive difference between getting knocked out in third place and getting knocked out in fourth place. So guys scratch and fight tooth and nail for every single point. And generally, the surf fires, and that's looking like it's going to be the same this year as well.
When we were looking at that priority, I think Caitlin was just happy she had priority over Tori. I think that's what she was hoping for in that battle. It'd be nice to have it over everyone, but trying to keep Tori Gilkerson away from a wave that can score above a 4.98 would be her whole goal. Kind of quiet here at the end of the heat. Who is paddling? Well, that's what made sense. Made sense for it to be Tori Gilkerson. Finds a nice peak that's going to set up the left. A nice 5 to 10. And a full body layout on that one.
5 to 10 to face plant. And that's not going to be one that she'll want to see the replay of. So we're under 2 minutes. Caitlin Mickelson holding on to the lead. Deciding not to have a look at that one. Just over 90 seconds to go. Can Caitlin hold on to first place and advance directly to round 3? Will she send Tori Gilkerson and Emily Curry to round 2 to fight it out in the repechage round? Here goes Tori Gilkerson. She's on the hunt for a 4.98. Very gettable score. We know that. She's a world champ here in the past.
And an ISA world champion as well. She has the skills. That's why Caitlin was trying to keep a lid on her, as we see priority with Emily Curry as she sets a really nice rail line turn. Got a nice quick walk to the nose. She's looking for a bigger number of 6.47 to take the lead away. And that wave just does not have as much on the end of it, but it's a nice wave to finish in on. Non-elimination round as we see Tori go down right there. She looks okay. Always worry when you see that rail come popping up that quickly that it could catch you in the... I very well know that it can catch you in the face. I've been knocked out by the rail on my board many times, awkwardly. as we see Caitlin Mickelson in the final 20 seconds.
Yep, at this point she'd be feeling pretty confident, unless Tori's done something that we didn't see originally. Here goes Caitlin Mickelson, looking to get rid of a 3.8 and really consolidate her hold on this heat win. 10 seconds to go. She'll bring this through to the inside and be feeling pretty confident in the fact that she's done enough. And, she too finishes with an awkward dismount. Score still to come in, but it's all academic. Last wave for Tori Gilkison, a 3.87, so leaves her just short. Emily Curry locking in a 2.37 for her last wave. Last wave for Caitlin was a 3.3. So that's it. Round 1 is in the books. Round 2 action coming our way at the Taiwan Open Surfing. Right after this, don't go anywhere. More action from the World Longboarding Championships coming our way in just a quick second.
Hello, Take Two. We all know that you're stoked for the World Surf League Longboard Championship in Taiwan.
I wish I could be there to join riding those tasty, amazing waves.
I've heard the best things about Taiwan. Beautiful island, the most amazing coastline.
Don't forget about the green water and the blue skies.
You are part of something deeper. Welcome home.
This is badass!
We hope that our new movie, Aquaman, will inspire you.
Now get out there and become the next champion of the sea.
And be sure to catch Aquaman on the big screen this December.
The war is coming to the surface.
Arthur!
I got a king.
Atlantis has always had a king. Now I need something more. A hero.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Women's World Longboard Championships at Jinzun Harbor, Taitung, Taiwan. We're moving into the elimination round. Round number 2, we've got Atalanta Nascimento surfing against Emily Curry from Bude in North Cornwall. Now, Emily has just surfed heat number 6 of round 1, losing out to Caitlin Mickelson and Tori Gilkison from the US of A, and as basically the reseed was completely dependent on the results of that last heat, so it meant that Emily had to wait for her results, and she's straight back out there for the first elimination round of round number 2 here at the World Longboard Championships in Taiwan. But Emily is a reigning pro shortboard champion from Bude in North Cornwall. She's 21, she's a regular footer, she's extremely fit and strong, so she'll have no trouble paddling straight back out there. In fact, knowing her, having seen her compete, Shannon, and seen her represent Bude at the British Longboard Tour events and compete regularly as a shortboarder, she seems to thrive on kind of back-to-back heat environments. She's someone who's grown up competing in junior and open divisions at the same time, competing in longboard and shortboard events. I think she's going to really enjoy actually paddling straight back out for another heat.
Oh, that's great to know, given that she has to. Good to know that little bit of just that momentum that she would feel building through just continuing to be in the water, finding a rhythm, and not having to take that time out and take the break, but just getting right back in the action.
But a big name to surf against, Atalanta. We know her for that long, smooth footwork, although sometimes as many as 6 steps she takes up to the nose there. She's here with her partner, Jefferson Silva, also from Brazil. But Emily Curry competing in her first Women's World Longboard Championship event, riding Ben Skinner skin dog boards, a Thunderbolt technology using the carbon fibre. She had a big heat there against Tori Gilkison and Caitlin Mickelson, and she surfed really nicely though. I was really proud of her performance, very smooth, very composed, and she's someone who switches between long and short boards so regularly that it's not often that she'll spend just a whole year on one board. She's jumping between them all the time, but I think she could cause an upset here in the first elimination heat.
Oh, it's going to be really exciting as this gets underway. The conditions still looking absolutely amazing. There's our event top 5 scores. Honolulu Bloomfield holding the top 2. Soleil Erico with 3rd and 4th. So 3 excellent scores on the board so far. 2 7s. Chloe Camon coming in with the 5th highest wave score of the day.
So here's one of Hono's excellent scores. Look at that beautiful Soul Arch 10. really holds a nice trim line. I was speaking to Hono only 10 minutes ago, and she says one of the things is just about reading the waves here. It's sitting far enough out, staying far enough wide, and you can really see she's in rhythm with this play. She knows the waves to choose. Perhaps it's not easy to articulate that to others, but sometimes some surfers just have a feeling of where to sit, and she's in rhythm with this place. You can see she's choosing those bigger sets, allowing that nice open face for that steep, critical nose ride on takeoff. Look at the way she's rolling all of those toes right over the tip, and look at her commitment to the footwork. No shuffle sirens let off whatsoever when she's surfing, Shannon.
Absolutely beautiful. The queen of longboarding that we have with us, another Hawaiian queen, the Hawaiian style we've been talking about, happening all around the Pacific this week, and Honolulu is one of the tops. As we see her just even bouncing off that foam. I love that she's got that classic style and that grace element, but she's a powerful surfer as well. She can still bounce off the foam like that and make the landings.
Yeah, you said adjectives: power, grace, flow. These are things that really embody her style. Using a Bill Stewart board, she's recently been spending some time in San Clemente. Obviously rode a few Bill Stewarts and enjoyed them, as we see a little warm-up wave from Crystal Hewlett in the free surf area just to the south there. She's looking very strong, and again another surfer who comes more from a competitive shortboard background, so she spends more time competing at longboard events, refines her act, her nose riding. What I noticed from a lot of these surfers who are high-level competitive shortboarders is that their rail game is often really brilliant and they have that competitive flair, but it's just practicing the footwork and the nose riding, that finesse to set yourself up in that line so you can commit to those nose rides and stay composed on the nose.
Exactly, and Crystal Hewlett is someone who is definitely putting the hard yards in recently in recent years. She comes, like you said, from a competitive shortboarding background. I surf with her a lot in South Africa. She actually grew up in the town just south of me. I live in Jeffreys Bay. She comes from St. Francis Bay, from Cape St. Francis, and she's been riding a lot of logs lately, so it's really helping to refine her style, getting her. The log is generally a little bit easier to practice your cross-stepping on because it's a bigger, heavier board in the water, so just to kind of refine those things and then moving back into her high-performance surfing.
Yeah, it's good to be an all-rounder, to ride a little bit of everything, because we see Atalanta Nascimento from the northeast of Brazil, the goofy footer 27-year-old, 3 times Brazilian champion. She comes from south of Recife in Brazil, and she rides Luffy surfboards, as we see more free surf action there. Stephen Steezy Sawyer, is that Stephen Steezy Sawyer?
I think that was Stevie.
Looked like Stephen there, who's actually dating Crystal at the moment. So another couple here competing. We've got a collection of couples. We've got Jared Neal, Tori Gilkison. That's one couple. We got Crystal and Stephen Sawyer. That's another couple. We got Atalanta Nascimento and Jefferson Silva. That's another couple. And I got a feeling we might have one more in the mix there, but I'm not quite sure. Nothing's coming to my head. But right now you can see some of that free surf action to the south of the main peak. The waves are much smaller today, so it's giving an opportunity for the competitors to have a free surf fairly close to the contest action, and that's quite nice because they get to be near the energy of the event without interfering with the heats. And it looks like we're going to be having a massive day of women's longboarding. We'll certainly be progressing through these 6 30-minute elimination heats of round number 2, and we might well be moving on to round number 3. I know both divisions are on call, all rounds are on call, as we see Emily Curry paddling back out there on the Thunderbolt Skin Dog surfboards, and she's in the blue vest representing Bude in North Cornwall. If you're tuning in from the UK, it's very late there. It's just nearly 2 a.m. in the morning, but maybe Susie and Paul, Emily's mum and dad, big shout out to both of you if you're listening, and maybe her brothers David and Michael might also be listening. She's a Roxy team rider. She's currently working as a part-time swimming teacher just to help fund her movements into professional surfing, as we see Stephen Sawyer there, the goofy footer, looking smooth and stylish as ever. Am I correct? That is Stephen, isn't it?
Yeah,
I'm not
that's
making a
definitely
mistake
Stephen. Now, that first one I wasn't quite sure, but on his forehand, the goofy foot from Jeffreys Bay, South Africa, perfect little hang 10 in there. And he's riding a board, I believe, that he had maybe damaged here last year. We'll have to get confirmation of this, but he did break his go-to board yesterday during his heat. Actually, on his way out was duck diving a big set wave, and his board snapped in half. So I think that the board that he was just free surfing on, he had maybe damaged last year, potentially had left behind here with some of his friends, and then had just fixed and now is surfing it left over from last year.
Emilien Fleury, the only competitor in the event not to have de-waxed his board before coming. He's got a nice old collection of European cold water wax on that board, but he doesn't mind. He's so rugged and natural. He did a great interview with you yesterday. He was saying hi to his wife and his young child back home in Honda in southwest France, and that was actually one of my favorite posty interviews. He's a lovely man. Yeah, it was really nice, very natural, and he's so humble. And I love the way he was saying that, he could hear his teammates, but he couldn't see his teammates. It was big out there yesterday. You had the French surfers helping one another out to position themselves. You've got Edouard and Antoine Del Pero surfing for France, and also Alice Lemoyne, who looked red hot in the opening heat today. She beat former world champion Rachel Tilley. So Rachel Tilley will be surfing in the elimination round 2 against Emily Lethbridge in heat number 5, the wild card from Noosa, Australia. That's a really, really big heat. Actually, it could go any way. Perhaps one of the more exciting heats of this round.
It really is. There's definitely going to be some excitement here in round 2, but I think those last 2 heats of the day with Rachel Tilley up against Emily Lethbridge, and in heat 6, Catherine Hughes up against Hiroka Yoshikawa, those will be very exciting ones. So make sure to stay tuned, but we have just gone underway. Our surfers in the lineup for round 2, heat number 1, 30 minutes on the clock. Atalanta Batista up against Emily Curry. Like we were saying, Emily, back-to-back heats. She just finished off heat number 6 for round 1. Came in, changed her rash vest, and had to paddle straight back out. But as Sam has just done such a great job of capturing some of the details of our competitors' lives and what's going on behind the scenes for them, Emily is a competitor all around, so she's used to surfing back-to-back heats as she surfs multiple divisions in most events she enters.
I feel terrible. I've been calling Atalanta Nascimento, which was a previous name. She's gone back to her surname of Batista, which is the name she originally competed under. She's from northeast Brazil. It's unsociable hours if you're tuning in from Brazil or the UK following your Brazilian and British surfer. It's on the east coast of Brazil. It's nearly midnight, and in the UK it's nearly 2 a.m. as we see Atalanta there, the goofy footer, taking a nice high line, 2 steps to the nose, really good footwork, pedaling back to get the space to swing back off those fins and rebound off the foam, setting herself up for a trim line here, getting back to the tail with a big rebound off the top there. Good opening wave for Atalanta in the red vest. Really strong start for the Brazilian, who does some incredible work back home. She comes from a background of really embracing education and social work and even politics, and does a lot of community work using surfing as therapy for kids at risk of drugs and violence in her home communities of Brazil. So this is someone who is a role model for Brazilian surfers and a role model for longboarders all over the planet with the way she's charging through this opening left-hander. It will be a strong score, and it comes in at a 4.67, but something within reach of Emily. So there's nothing worse than sitting out there. Your competitor gets the opening ride, it goes into the excellent range, you just crumble and crush under the pressure. But Emily will think, okay, that's all right, I can get that kind of score.
Absolutely. So good start for Atalanta. Great to get something like that underneath her feet. I like that little hand drag to slow herself down for that re-entry on the finish. But yeah, good start for her, but like you said, within grasp of Emily Curry. So Emily now sitting out the back with priority. I like these 2-man heats, 2 women heats, because they've got the time and the space. One surfer goes, they can split the peak, they can wait for those better waves, and it just kind of creates some breathing room compared to those 3-man heats.
Emily from Bude, which is a hotbed of British surf culture in North Cornwall, age 21, a regular footer. Bude produces some of Europe's best shortboarders. The famous Ash brothers, Joss and Ruben Ash, come from that area, and a lot of good longboarders, the likes of Lewis Stritch. If you're tuning in, Lewis, it's a bit late for you, but you might be well supporting your teammate Emily Curry. Emily is a multiple English shortboard and longboard champion. She finished 3rd on the qualifying European longboard tour for the WSL this season, and she's the reigning shortboard pro tour champion in the UK. So that is real pedigree coming from the lady from Bude.
Oh, absolutely amazing. I got to meet Emily earlier this year in China, in Hainan, at the ISA World Longboard Championships, and she was just such a fun person to have around that week. It's really great to get those kind of characters in the mix and people that we just gel with really quickly. So it's great to see that she also qualified for this event and get to spend a little bit of time together as she's having a strong paddle getting into her opening wave. Nice little fade on takeoff. Good tight footwork getting up to the nose. Can she make it around this section? Nice and easy. Nice little carve back. Like that little foot, kind of those toes lifting up. And a clean kick out.
That was a nice ride. Nice fade. Set up a high line. Got the 5 pedaled back. Good turn. Looking smooth. Looking in control. Emily Curry, I didn't want to OD on facts there like I sometimes do, but there is another interesting fact that she finished 29th on the WSL QS shortboard qualifying series this year. That's a huge result. Think of all those great Portuguese, Spanish, French, British surfers competing on that as we see the replay of Atalanta Batista from northeast Brazil there with a nice punctuation re-entry on the foam there as we see this nice fade takeoff there from Emily. 4 smooth steps to the nose, nice hang 5, pedals back to the tail, looking smooth. Here comes low off the bottom and then just sweeps it round gently there, that wave dying out, but that's going to give her confidence. But she's literally straight back out there because she's been surfing the last heat of the first round already. She just lost to Caitlin Mickelson and Tori Gilkison. Looked like Caitlin and Tori, both Californians, had a very competitive heat there, but Tori coming second. She's going to be surfing woman on woman against Crystal Hewlett in the next heat there. So that's going to be really interesting. A regular footer against a goofy footer. As we can see, Jared Neal from Australia, the partner of Tori Gilkison, our former world longboard champion, a rider of Takayama surfboards. Tori looking to have a strong heat in the next round there. She would have been a little frustrated perhaps to get knocked into this round 2, but perhaps it'll give her the opportunity to build up momentum to go for her second world longboard title here in Taiwan.
Exactly. Great to see that Tori is traveling with Jared as usual. Jared ended up getting his seat into this event as well, which is great to see. They've been traveling together on the longboard tour for years. I'm just looking up to see what Tori's scores were for that last one to see how close it was between her and Caitlin. And her and Caitlin have traveled together for so many years because although Tori now lives on the east coast of Australia near Coffs Harbour with Jared, where he's originally from, she is a California local coming from Southern California, so she has surfed so many heats and traveled all over the world with Caitlin throughout the year. So extremely tight, with Caitlin finishing out with a 9.8 heat total and Tori with just a 9.5. So really tight between those two girls. Neither of them really finding a great rhythm to get some solid scores on the board. Something that was really just kind of able to scratch through. Caitlin did have a 6-point ride where Tori just had 2 high 4s.
It was a great heat. It was one of those heats where they were kind of more surfing against each other.
Right.
And sometimes that battle means that you don't quite get the best shaped waves, but impressed by Caitlin to take the win there.
Yep.
Tori, sorry.
Oh,
Shannon,
no. Yeah. That's just cool to see that real feisty competitive aspect coming in.
And Tori Gilkison, 2016 World Longboard Champion. She beat Chloe Calmon in that one event world tour there in Rio Bay. And previous to that, Rachel Tilley was the 2015 World Champion. Then we had Chelsea Williams, and then we had 2 Kalia Moniz wins, and then Lindsay Steinride. She's our 2011 World Longboard Champion, and she's here going for her second world title, but she didn't get through her opening heat. She came third behind Kira Seal, and Kira Seal took the win, and Kat Hughes got second. Was that correct?
Actually, Kira Seal with a win, Lindsay Steinride was second, and Catherine Hughes with third, just looking at those heat totals.
And Lindsay Steinride will be coming up in heat number 4 against Avalon Gould from the USA, the 15-year-old goofy footer who has been looking really smooth on the Tyler Warren boards. We commentated on her heat, surfing against Chloe Calmon and Soleil Erico earlier today, and I really like that last left-hander Avalon got. She got a 6.60, and I hope that gives her the confidence to really make a statement in this next round so that she doesn't get eliminated. But coming up against Lindsay Steinride, our former world champion and our finalist from last year. Lindsay is the reigning Surf Relic champion as well, our Southern Californian there, a professor at Saddleback College of Physical Therapy. I mean, she's going to be really hard to beat out here, isn't she?
She really will. She's just on fire. I mean, she's been in the scene for so long. As we see Crystal Hewlett there getting ready to paddle out for her next heat. Ben Skinner, Skin Dog, he's surfing his own shapes as usual, and there are plenty of other surfers riding his boards as well, giving Crystal a little word of advice maybe before she paddles out. She's a great, she's just got great energy with her. She's so fun to be around, and she's just a great to have a conversation with, and she would be soaking up as much as she can learn. She's also here for her first time at the World Longboard Championships. As we see, Emily Curry with a strong paddle, but that wave does not peak for her to get into. I had a chat with Catherine Hughes just a moment ago, so she was knocked out third in her heat, so she'll be coming up in the last heat of this round. And she said, actually, even though it looks really fun and quite easy today, a lot of the waves are hard to catch. She said she was paddling as hard as she could, but you really had to be right in the pocket to get into some of them.
I love Cat Hughes' style, though. You know, yeah. she might not always get the big scores, but as far as a beautiful surfer to watch, I love her flow. Real Australian point break style on those Peter White boards. Always enjoy watching that.
And she's just moved house, so she's now living right by Moff's Beach, I believe she said, which is a right-hand point. So she's surfing there all the time, which is great to see. Closer to a little bit better surf at her home break. But yeah, great style from her. She's got this classic drop knee turn that is just got to be the best that any of the girls here have.
Love that. Love that. Looking forward to seeing Kat come up very soon. She's going to be surfing in heat number 6 against Hiroka Yoshikawa from Japan. So we got 6 heats to go in this first elimination round. Coming up after this, we got Tori Gilkison and Crystal Hewlett. Then we got Chloe Calmon and Wang Yu Che from Taiwan. Then we got Lindsay Steinrade and Avalon Gould. And then in heat 5 we have Rachel Tilley surfing against Emily Lethbridge. Don't miss that heat. That's an absolute belter. That's going to be razor sharp. I expect really big performances from both of those surfers. A very interesting one to watch. And then in heat number 6 we got Cat Hughes from Australia, who we've just been talking about, riding those Peter White classic Malibu shapes, surfing against Hiroka Yoshikawa from Onjuku, which is in Chiba, which is about 2 hours outside of Tokyo in Japan, one of the great centers of surf culture there. She's born and raised there, rides her father's boards. Her father, a former professional shortboarder, her mum, a very keen boogie boarder. She is looking really good. She surfed in the 3rd heat against reigning world champion Honolulu Bloomfield and our tri-list winner, Yang Yu Che from Yilan, which is in northeast Taiwan. And Hiroka, really good with her footwork. I love the way she does a lot of phase to set up her nose rides. She's got great flow. And some of the bigger days we had free surfing before the event began, I was watching her, and she's really strong in size as well. But if the conditions do get smaller and smaller, I think she's a real threat. And that's going to be a very close heat 6, because Cat Hughes has got that flow and that speed. But will Hiroka be able to beat her on her nose riding flair?
She absolutely could. Both of those girls, excellent surfers, but I did love watching Hiroka's style as we see Rodrigo Sfer, great nose ride, hang 10, and some of the grommets who are coming up for next week's event. The World Junior Championships will be starting on December the 1st. That waiting period opens up, so there is a 2-day overlap between the waiting period of this event, the World Longboard Championships and the World Junior Championships. So we'll just kind of see how we go throughout the week with our longboarders in the water.
Unprecedented.
If we get days like this, I reckon we're just going to run it out.
Unprecedented for the WSL to have both of these events at the same time, crowning longboard and World Junior champs. Obviously the World Junior shortboard champs is that stepping stone to all those big names of the future. The likes of Joel Parkinson have been winners of the World Juniors, so you can stay tuned for many days to come here at the Taiwan Open of Surfing, because we've got so much to offer. Right now we got the women in the water. It's the first elimination, heat number 1, round 2, as Atlanta Batista kicks off with a 4.67. Emily Curry just kicks off with a 2.83. You can see that boat out back there. You've got Emily Curry to the south. To the right of your screen, you've got Atalanta looking like she's making a little bit of a scramble for a wave, maybe welling up to the north there on the left side of your screen. A lot of the sets, they peak up a little bit wider. It's very easy to sit quite deep, but you noticed Honolulu Bloomfield, who perhaps of all the surfers has been most in rhythm with this wave, tends to sit much further out and much wider to the north than everyone else, and she just is very patient, waits for those big sets, doesn't scramble for the small ones.
And it's really finding that rhythm with the ocean and getting into that wave selection that's going to deliver those big scores. Obviously, being the best surfer is going to deliver those great scores as well. But really, wave selection is what it's all about. And I think we've seen that throughout today. Hurt and help different surfers depending on where they sat. Honolulu, she had 2 high 8s in her heat. Absolutely amazing.
So we can see Avalon Gould there on the left. We can see Crystal Hewlett getting ready in the blue vest. There's Alfonso Peters. He is sitting there with the hat on, and you can see Phil Rasman with another hat on to the far right. Ben Skinner just behind Crystal there. So everybody here watching, the men ready to take on that round 3. We closed up round 2 in the men's yesterday. Are we going to have a rider here? We got Emily Curry from Bude, from North Cornwall, having a look. She's paddling further to the south. She wants to get rid of that 2.83 as soon as possible. She just needs a 1.85 to move into first position, because Atalanta has only got that 4.67. So it's been a slow heat. Just 2 waves ridden in about 14 minutes, Shannon.
Yeah, it has been very slow given that it is a 30-minute heat, but we have a paddle. Emily having a look. I do wonder if maybe the ocean has just slowed down a bit. Maybe there's something happening with the tides. It just seems to be quite slow, or these girls are being very patient. They have seen those bigger scores coming from the big set waves that run really well on the right. So it seems like that's kind of where Atalanta's actually positioned herself in the lineup. So she may be doing that patient game, looking for something like what Honolulu was able to get into in her heat earlier on. Emily Curry having a paddle also a little bit farther out, so there's something on horizon. It just goes underneath Atalanta.
So is Atlanta set up for this right-hander here, or is Emily Curry going to take this wave? Atlanta is in priority. Emily just needs a 1.83. Going a little bit slow. We've only had 2 waves ridden in the first 15 minutes. Coming up next, we've got a South African and an American. Tori Gilkison, our former world champion, surfing against Crystal Hewlett from South Africa, and there's a strong South African team represented here at the World Longboard Championships from Alfonso Peters, who sadly got knocked out yesterday, but Sam Christensen and Stephen Sawyer still flying the flag for the Springbok here.
Great to see.
Longboard champs.
Absolutely great to see the Springbok flag flying, the green and gold from South Africa. Stephen and I surf together a lot back home. His dad shapes a lot of boards, and so a lot of us are riding those. Sam Christensen from up north in Durban. Crystal Hewlett just grew up around the corner from where we live now in Cape St. Francis. So she's also used to some of those beach breaks, but also those really good right-hand point at Seal Point. And then Jeffreys Bay, of course, just littered with perfect rights.
Sam really impressed me in that final heat of the men's round 2 yesterday, beating Wendy Sabaludo in a really close heat from Brazil. Sam looking very smooth, studying at Durban University there, and he really's got that nice flow between linking everything up. He does a lot of steps back and forth from his nose ride, so looking very relaxed here. We saw him competing for South Africa at the ISA World Longboard Championships earlier in the year in January, and it's great to see him here qualified for the World Surf League event at the Taiwan Open of Surfing. Do you think he could be a World Longboard champion of the future?
Oh, I certainly think so. He's still really young, and this is his first time at this stage as far as the WSL is concerned. But yeah, there's definitely a very healthy growing competitive surf scene within South Africa right now. We had a good run of QS events, of longboard QS events in South Africa this year, which set those guys up to qualify. So I think as that continues to be cultivated and those events are run, that Sam's definitely got the momentum coming in from a young age, and what he can learn at this event this year as far as, focusing, getting those good steps in, focusing on how to nose ride properly, all of those things. As we see Emily Curry, unfortunately just comes unstuck.
Nice takeoff there, faded into it, charged up into a high line, set up her rhythm to get the steps, but just took a wobble there, perhaps influenced by that long wait between waves. So maybe Emily just needs to get busy, get a couple more waves to just wipe away some of those GB-creepy shakes, but she's got a 1 to add to her 2.83, but it's not enough to put her into first position. You can really see how she sets everything up perfectly here. Nice fade, stall, there's the 2 steps, looking for those more steps to the nose, and just takes a little wobble there. Very easy to do, as we see another set come through. Atalanta looking for this right-hander, takes off, gets nice and low, sweeps it back. She'll be looking for a wall to allow the nose ride, 2 steps, 4 steps, nice quick 5 there, pedals back, takes a little nose dive there, but she's in the lead. She's going to add to that 4.67, but there's an opportunity for Emily. Atalanta is certainly not running away with this heat. If Emily stays busy, she can win this.
I agree completely, and Emily should gain priority now. She looks like she's got a little, she'll be getting herself into a priority position, although the girls have had a lot of distance between themselves, so that may not come into play. But now if Emily can just take a breath, reset, and know that she just needs one solid wave to put her in the mix, stay steady on her feet, get those good cross steps in, get to that nose. I like where, like you said, her fade setup for that last wave was perfect, but she almost had a little bit of her weight on her back foot instead of going into that front foot going in to that, just to get hooked onto the hang 5.
Yeah, good analysis there. That's
yeah,
exactly
just maybe
what
lost a little bit of that balance being too far back, which happens to a lot of us, especially if it's a little bit farther on the inside. Sometimes you get that little reform kind of section there, a little bit of backwash coming through.
Yeah, she just had everything linked up, but it was just that the where she was placing her weight through the cross steps. But these are things that, as somebody who rides short and long board, she's jumping between different boards all the time. I know she's got it in her to really nail that nose riding. Her flow and her tail surfing on a longboard is phenomenal, and if she can just keep working on the footwork so she gets that clean timing so that the toe lands in the right spot on the nose ride. We might see it right here. Is she going to go for the nose ride? She kicks out. She can see down the line. She knew that wave didn't have much scoring potential. She's a savvy competitor, competes a lot around Europe, so she's not unfamiliar with being in the contest jersey, but this is the first time she's been at the WSL World Longboard Championships. Will she win this paddle battle? She's in priority still, so Atalanta still further inside. There's a really good set welling up. Can Emily Curry from Bude in North Cornwall in the blue vest in second position get herself in the spot to get one of these waves? It's been a slow heat, so hopefully this is a scoring opportunity for Emily to chip away at the win and go for that 3.95 that she needs to move into first position, because Atalanta, just with that 4.67 and that 2.10, is really leaving the window open for Emily.
Yeah, so she's missed out on that set, but she has positioned herself to where if another set like that comes through, she'll be right in position. Although as I'm speaking, perfect little wave popping up. Can she get into it? Nice strong paddle right in the peak. Oh, she has a look and decides not to go. So
Perhaps
maybe
a little bit too deep maybe on that section,
Yep.
Able to see that she wasn't going to be able to make that. I go back to the way Honolulu Bloomfield performed in her heat. She was sitting much further north and much further out than everyone, and that looks to be what Emily's doing now. She's going north and further out, and I think that's where the big sets come, and you've got to get into them early here to allow that opportunity to get that halo maneuver nose ride. Yes, they're hard to paddle into, but the bigger ones will have that peak that just is a nice little launch pad, and then that nice wall to get that first nose ride is a great start to go into that excellent range of scores.
Exactly. Being in the right position, getting that opening maneuver, that kind of exclamation point down for the judges to see, and then being able to read that wave. Honolulu was talking about that, just being able to read the wave and see what it has to offer and reacting to that. There's something just popping up behind Emily Curry. She's going to have a paddle over it, maybe having a look at the second wave. Atalanta now paddling farther south, though, so this is definitely interesting on their positioning out in the lineup for this heat. 8.5 minutes to go. Atalanta Batista sitting in the lead with a heat total of 6.77. That 4.67 solidifying her lead at this stage. But Emily Curry just chasing a 3.95. So not much at all dividing these two girls, and who will continue advancing at the World Longboard Championships and who will be the first of our women to, unfortunately, be eliminated from competition.
So Atalanta, as ever, representing Brazil, and Brazil always strong at the World Longboard Championships. We've got Chloe Calmon coming up in heat number 3, surfing against our trialist winner, Wang Yu Che, from the northeast of Taiwan, from Yilan. She's a swimming teacher up there, and she won the trials 2 days ago, and she is riding a Stewart board. She's a regular footer, so it's going to be Chloe, the goofy footer, surfing against the trialist winner, who is a regular footer. And also in the men's division, Brazil represented strongly from Eduardo Bagé through to Rodrigo Schweier. He's still in the event. So we've got, of course, Phil Rasman, the 2 times world longboard champion, going for his 3 world titles. Will he match the 3 world titles of Taylor Jensen, who's going for his 4th world title? Imagine that, if the great TJ Taylor Jensen got 4 world titles. That would be something special.
I would love to see that. As we have live action from Atalanta, that beautiful afro up behind her as she goes straight for the nose, catches herself. Can she regain a little bit of control and composure on this one? Beautiful footwork, looking for that next nose ride section, gets to it. Ooh, perfect hang 10. Absolutely nails it. I love that nice blue kind of color that the water has coming for it. Little cut back to the foam, bounce off, and will she put the finishing touch on here? She goes hard off the lip and just loses control on the landing.
Great surfing from Atalanta there. Unfortunately, she fell early and had to stand back up, but great wave from Emily Curry here. Can she get back out on the open face? Good early nose ride. Going to stay in trim, looking to get back on the face there. This wave's not going to allow that, but Atalanta, she will get scored down for the fact she fell, sat down, stood back up. But everything else she did on that wave was fantastic. A really good hang 10 on the inside, great flow and footwork. Would be nice to just get that statement with that last turn a bit stronger, but I expect it's going to be a big score. It will certainly replace her 2.0 as we see that set up there. This is where she gets that nice 5, but then just sits back down and stands back up. Amazing that she stayed on her feet there. Nice direction change here. This is the nose ride, the best one. There's those 6 steps all the way back up to the nose, and bang, there's that nice hang 10, pedals back. And if she could have just done a clean re-entry here on that last section, it would have really rounded that off well. But it comes into 3.83. That might seem like a very low score to you, but I think the judge is pulling it down because she did take that sit down earlier on in the ride. It was a really good opening 5 from Emily Curry and great strong surfing, but that wave just didn't open up for her. Nevertheless, she's rewarded with a 3.03, so she's still in reach for Emily from Bude in North Cornwall in the UK. She just needs a 5.47. That's very attainable. I hope in her head she's thinking, I can do this. She really needs to go for it.
I agree 100%. I really hope she can keep the mental game in. That's so important when it comes to competitive surfing, not just the physical aspect, but the mental, the psychology behind it all. And a lot of these surfers are tapping into that more and more as the years go on within competitive surfing. Atalanta paddling out. She should have a clean shot to make it out past this set. And I'm sure Emily Curry has taken kind of that north route around and back out as well. We'll be curious to see who gains priority here, because I think that's where, you know, we're under the 5-minute mark. Atalanta, if she gains priority, may have a closer watch on Emily, but if Emily has priority, then she should feel a little bit more relaxed, wait for the sets, and get a solid score on the board.
Well, I'd imagine that Emily's going to be out back first because of the fact she got that right, maybe came back into the open space. You can see Atalanta is probably further to the south. There's 4 minutes remaining. There's a big little set welling up here. Can Emily get herself in position for the second one? She's had to duck dive under that one. Is this wave going to allow her to catch it? We're going to see her pop up just now. Unfortunately not. It's too small. She's not going to be able to get that. There's 3 minutes, 57 seconds remaining. Emily Curry from Great Britain has a 3.03 and a 2.83, needing a 5.47. I wonder if her parents are tuning in. It's 2:16 a.m. in the morning. Susie and Paul, if you're listening here, it's in reach of Emily. She can do this, but Atalanta, Batista, she has that high 4 and that high 3. So it means that Emily needs a fairly decent 5.47 as we see her going left. Coming off the mid-trim line there, sweeps back, sets herself up. Is this wave going to allow a nice wall for her to get her toes over the nose? 2 steps. Is she going to get those 4 steps all the way up to the tip? There's the 5. Nice surfing from Emily. Good footwork, pedaling back and kicks out. I don't think it's going to be the 5.47 she needs, but with 3 minutes remaining, she's got time to get back out for a set.
Absolutely. She still has time on the clock. I like that she went for that one, hopeful that it would open up on the left. Some of those lefts are unwrapping really beautifully today, and then other ones are just kind of shutting down. They're a little softer than what that right has to offer. This is interesting, though, with Atalanta out the back. She is paddling farther north as well, so she may be trying to move herself back to that positioning where Honolulu was sitting. The girls have been sucked down to that south end, quite far from what I can tell. I do wonder with maybe the tide shifting and things, like what's really happening within the lineup.
Oh, that would have been a nice one. That would have given her the opportunity to certainly replace that 3.83, but she's still got priority because Emily Curry is paddling back out from that left-hander. Atalanta, Batista in the lead. We can see our next surfer in the red vest, Rory Gilkison, our former world longboard champion from Southern California, riding in the pink Donald Takayama single fin there. Her partner Jared Neal from Australia is here competing in the men's event. Just 2 minutes remaining. Interesting how the surfers are opting to paddle out so late now, because yesterday obviously you needed to use the full 5 minutes of the paddle out opportunity because it was big, heavy. It's reflecting the fact that it's getting smaller and easy to paddle out. The Tory is just casually appearing at the water's edge with just 1 minute 50 seconds remaining.
Yeah, she really does seem quite cruisy going into it. I'm sure by now Crystal has already paddled out, is already close to backline 1 minute 30 seconds on the clock. It looks like for now Atalanta Batista staying in the mix from Brazil, advancing into round 3, but Emily Curry still has a shot with 90 seconds to go, requiring a 5.47.
So Emily Curry finished third on the European Longboard Tour this year. She's a multiple short and longboard English champion, and she's also the reigning pro shortboard champion in the UK. So she's got real contest pedigree here, competing at the first WSL World Longboard Championships at the Taiwan Open of Surfing at Jinzun Harbour in Taitung, with just 1 minute remaining, needing a 5.47. Can Emily do it on this wave? Is she going to be able to catch it? Unfortunately not. Frustration will well up, but there might just be one last opportunity with 50 seconds remaining. Shannon, do you think there's any more waves on the horizon?
There could be. There's some, I feel like we've kind of missed out on those sets. Plus, Atalanta's moving a little bit closer to Emily. I saw her have a look back as Emily pulled out of that wave, so she's going to sit tight. If Emily goes for anything, then Atalanta will surely be on it first.
So it looks like it's not going to give Emily another opportunity unless she can get this wave. Atalanta with priority. Will she go left? Will she go right? You can bet that she's going to try to keep Emily off it if possible. Emily could maybe have gone for that left hand, but would it have given her the opportunity to get that 5.47? 15 seconds remaining. Could be frustration for Emily Curry, but she's really flown the flag high for her surf community of Bude. Very proud to see her here representing Great Britain at the World Longboard Championships. Congratulations, Emily. You put on a stellar performance riding those Skin Dog surfboards, but well done, Atalanta from Northeast Brazil, a stalwart longboarder from South America, getting her toes on the nose there, looking really strong. Will she take it further in the event? She's advanced into round 3. Brilliant surfing from the Brazilian. We'll be back very soon for the continuation of the Women's World Longboard Championships here in Taiwan.
写什么？你看什么？你们赶快啊！混啊！你写3天，我改8、7次，是不是不想看啊？
有一种爽，交给老板1巴掌。爽皮送 beer。
Longboard Championships here at Jinzun Harbor in Taitung, Taiwan. It is a beautiful day. We are already in heat number 2 for round 2 of our women's division. Out in the lineup, we have Tori Gilkerson from San Clemente, California, up against Crystal Hewlett from Cape St. Francis, South Africa. My name is Shannon Hughes, and I am joined by Sam Bleakley.
So we've got live action already. Tori Gilkerson, our former world longboard champion, riding a single fin. Donald Takayama in the pink, goes shaped by Tommy Moss there, gets a really nice opening nose ride, moves back to the middle of the board. Great footwork and flow there. Dismounts on that one, as you see, Crystal Hewlett from St. Francis Bay in South Africa, former under-15 SA champion back from 2012, and probably has a list of contest credentials from South Africa that could fill many a pages of A4. This is a real competitive surfer coming out of South Africa from a strong surfing family. Her grandfather Leighton is the Great Hewlett's Reef is named after him, and obviously there's a lot of waves they've pioneered in that area, as we see a replay of Tori Gilkerson from Southern California there. Beautiful toe work, nice hang 5, moves back to the middle of the board, accelerating into this section, but deciding to jump out, as we see the replay of Crystal there with 4 steps all the way up to the nose. Good solid 5 there, and sweeps back on this turn. Both of those waves looking a little bit smaller. Is the swell starting to drop off, Shannon?
It seems like it is. I mean, it seemed like we almost had a shift in that last heat, that round 2, heat number 1, where the girls were sitting in a different position than prior, a little farther south, kind of more where those lefts were running early on, maybe not waiting for those big bombs to come up the north end of it. So it seems like that is potential, although as I'm looking at it, look at this set coming through, Sam.
Wow, that's a bit of a beast coming through as we see Crystal Hewlett from South Africa. She's studying at Durban University. She's studying a BA in Creative Branding Communication, soon to finish her second year, moving into her third year. She's a Billabong and Von Zipper rider, and she is from St. Francis Bay, competing here at her first WSL Women's World Longboard Championships, coming up against a former world champion, our 2016 World Longboard champion, our 2018 ISA World Longboard champion as well, Tori Gilkison. What a big heat this is for Crystal. Can she do it, Shannon?
Oh, it's going to be a tough one for Crystal, I will admit. It's great for her to come up against someone like Tori, someone who has so much grace and style within her surfing, and for Crystal to learn from that and to show us what she's able to bring to the table. She's opened up, Crystal has, with a 2.77 as her higher score. Nice little nose ride to start off with, and then got a little bit in that fun corner where almost two different waves were kind of coming together, a left and a right, but with that funny little corner in the middle. So wave selection is going to be key for Crystal to have a decent shot up against someone like Tori Gilkison.
So it's 30-minute heats, best two waves, each wave scored out of 10 by an international panel of judges who will study video replays to pick apart each maneuver, each ride, looking for use of all of the board, all of the wave, referencing traditional longboard surfing, but also looking at speed, power, flow, critical positioning in the wave, commitment, degree of difficulty, but style, flow, control. They're really important words, and we've known to love Tori for her style, flow, control, using those classic in the pink Donald Takiyamas. Sometimes she'll ride a 2+1, other times she's on a single fin. She's on a single fin right now. She always looks smooth. She's one of the great nose riders. Is she going to opt to go left on this one? She doesn't catch it. She has a look. She's not got it, but she's sitting there in the lineup. Lost her priority, but with a 3.5 under the belt, she'll be confident to replace that as soon as possible. It's very close just now, just two okay scores delivered. Crystal gets a 3.44, Tori with that 3.50. Crystal backed that up with that 0.67, so you couldn't really say there's a first and a second right now, because both of these surfers will be definitely wanting to get rid of all of those scores.
Absolutely. So 24 minutes on the clock. I do remember Crystal saying that she actually broke her go-to board, so she's surfing a board that she would have maybe free surfed yesterday for the first time. So that's going to be an interesting one for her to have to adjust to surfing new equipment. She borrowed a board from someone and won't be on her board that she would have prepared for this event with, but she's looking good on it so far. She's been spending a lot of time in the water, and like we've been talking about, that South African crew that's traveling here, she's got a great group with her. Steven, Alfonso, Sam, and they've all just been staying down the beach here in Dongha at a local girl named Agnes's house, and they've been surfing out front, so they've got this really good little vibe that's going on, and they're just enjoying the culture here and enjoying the time in this local area.
So in South Africa it's 4:30 a.m. moving into summer. Will it be light there, Shannon, already in the likes of Port Elizabeth, Johannesburg, Cape Town, Durban, summertime?
Durban, it definitely could be. It's maybe still a little bit early in the season for it to get light that early, but in Durban it's very well known that the sun does start to peek through around 4 a.m., so you can get in the water bright and early, have a few different surfs before you even have to have breakfast.
So whose board is she riding? Remind me again of what you were telling me about having creased perhaps one of her boards. She's borrowing something.
Yep, so she definitely broke her board, which would have been a Des Sawyer design, something similar to what Steven is riding, but I'm not sure whose board she's borrowing. Someone, maybe potentially a local. It wasn't one of the crew, the South African crew's boards that she's out on now, so we'll have to follow up with her afterwards to just check who that shaper is and who, yeah.
And what a great group of South Africans here represented. Steven Sawyer, it could be his year. He came second in the World Longboard Tour back in 2016, the year Tori won. No, it's actually 2016. Yeah, he lost to Phil Rasman.
The last year that we were in Hainan.
In the final, yeah. So could this be Steven Sawyer's year? He's a great surfer, brings a lot of good energy to any event he attends, but he's also got Sam Christensen still in the event with him, also studying at Durban University. So both Crystal and Sam are representing Durban University here, both soon to move into their third and final years of their degrees. So great to be seeing them mixing their rising careers in surfing with that interest and passion for education. So really good role models and ambassadors for all you longboarders around there. Stay in education. You know, it's not a bad thing to get a degree if it's possible. As we see two surfers out there, Tori Gilkerson in red, Crystal Hewlett in blue. 21 minutes remaining. It definitely is slowing down a little bit conditions-wise, so you really have to stay busy to get the waves, as we have a 3.5 from Tori and a 2.77 and a 1.3 from Crystal Hewlett. So as I said earlier, those scores will not want to be counted by either of these surfers, but it actually means that Crystal is in the lead, meaning Tori just needs a 0.57. She could get that literally by standing on her feet just for 1 second or two. She's got priority here. She's going to set herself up a nice backhand high line. The goofy footer from Southern California, great footwork, doesn't get all the way to the 5, but really demonstrates good, stylish, controlled footwork, poise, presence. The judges are going to love the control and the elegance and the style and flow of this surfing from the Californian former world champion here on the single fin, Donald Takayama. Good surfing from Tori. He's definitely going to get the 0.57 she needs to move into first, but what can Crystal do on this wave, Shannon?
Nice little high line to start off with, gaining some speed just to get around that first section. Little cross step cut back thread in there, so she's been working on her footwork so much within South Africa. Goes for that little nose ride and that wave just fades out and gets a bit fat for her, so she doesn't have that stand-up section. Nothing too big that will drop through for Crystal as far as the score goes, because she didn't get that opening big maneuver before that first section closed out on her. But I like kind of where she's going with things, just staying in the mix. And Tori will have a decent score to drop in, no doubt.
So if you wanted to tell your longboard followers back home in South Africa, Shannon, where you spend most of your year, not all of your year, you live a little bit in Australia, you know, if you wanted to encourage them to come here to Taiwan, you know, what would you say appeals to longboarders to make this a good travel destination?
I mean, the water's warm. It's absolutely gorgeous weather. There's these beautiful green mountains that strip behind us. So there's this dynamic of feeling super tropical. There's a lot of waterfalls. There's hot springs available. So there's a lot to do outside of the surf. But it is a swell magnet. It's just out there in the Pacific. There's waves constantly here. I've been to this destination in Taidong for the last 4 years straight. And most of the time we have a 10-day waiting period for a contest. We have never called the contest off because it's been too small. It's usually because it's been too big. So there's always swell here. Shortboarding, longboarding, there's lots of waves around the coast. And it's definitely why our South Africans should come here. It's not too expensive. There's great food. There's great local culture. And the Taiwanese people are just so pleasant and so lovely to spend time with.
And if it was small, things that you could be doing if you weren't surfing, you could go to the Taitung night markets on Thursday, Fridays and Saturdays, where there's fantastic food available. You could go to Green Island, which you take a boat to, which is great for nature lovers, very near here. Fugan Point is one of the kind of traditional fishing communities. Very interesting to see the fresh catches coming in. And talking of a fresh catch, we see Crystal Hewlett catching this beautiful right-hander, unfortunately taking a fall, but I love that fade and that setup up onto the nose. I can expect to see really good surfing from Crystal in the future, but you wonder whether she's going to focus more on longboarding or shortboarding, or do you think she's going to be one of those all-rounders who does a bit of everything?
I think she's come out of a very all-around background, but I have to believe that she's going into the longboarding, like that's where her passion is lying now. Crystal Hewlett comes from a very competitive family. I was explaining to Sam earlier, as we go to this replay, beautiful wave from Tori Gilkerson. So nice couple steps to the front, to the back, makes it around that section, and this is where it just lines up perfectly for her. Staying well composed, excellent footwork, love the placement of her arms, everything. So she manages a 3.57 for that wave.
So that's a fairly low score for what I thought was a fantastic bit of surfing, but I can see why the judges didn't find elements in that to give it a much bigger score. But as far as a display of control, what I really loved about Tori was the way she set up and did all those steps, and she didn't need to go all the way to the 5 because of the way she was accelerating from that higher point of the board. She pedaled back to the tail, and just that flow and that control, the kind of poise that she demonstrated. Yes, it wasn't a performance that kind of perhaps ticks the boxes for the criteria to deliver her something in the 6s or the 7s, but as a display of good, beautiful longboarding, it was really beautiful to watch. And you know, sometimes we get a little bit obsessed with rewarding the nose ride or rewarding the carving turn off the rail or from the tail, but a lot of great longboarding happens in the middle of the board. Just that movement, those nuances, the subtleties. You know, that for me is something that I love to see, is those kind of in-between moments. And that's something you can only do on a longboard. As we see Crystal getting nice and busy, taking a fall, but getting a lot of waves. Tori Gilkison in the lead with a 3.5 and a 3.57. She'll really be wanting to build on that, to get that confidence. She knows she can get scores out here in the excellent range. She'll be feeling as if she hasn't really demonstrated her pure ability as yet. She'll want to get something in the 7s or the 8s just to kind of give her that momentum moving into round 3 if she does beat Crystal in this heat, to know that she can get that, find her feet and get those big scores.
I agree 100%. And it does seem like the swell is shifting, maybe because it's dying off a little bit, that the girls are sitting a little farther down. So it's changed. It's definitely changed a lot from what we saw in those first few heats of the morning. It is now 10:30 a.m. local time. We had a 6:30 a.m. start this morning, which is the earliest start I've ever had for a contest.
What time did your alarm go off this morning?
Just before 5 o'clock.
Me too, and I think I knew I was going to get up early, so I ended up waking up at 4 or something.
I think we did, yeah. Aaron and I did the same.
Yeah, I mean, it's only 10:30 a.m. here. It feels late to us because we've already had a long and great morning of women's longboarding here at the World Longboard Championships. In the first round, we saw Alice Lemoyne take the win in the first heat. In the second heat, we saw Crystal Walsh from Hawaii take the win. Then heat 3, Honolulu Bloomfield took the victory. And then in heat 4, Soleil Errico beat Chloe Calmon. And then in heat 5, Kira Seal from Hawaii beat Lindsay Steinride. Then in heat 6, we saw Caitlin Mickelson beat Tori Gilkison, who's currently surfing on your screen right now in the red vest. Our former world longboard champion from Southern California is in the lead with 2 mid-range 3s, a total combination of 707, low score for the likes of Tori, but she'll be looking to get something in the excellent range if she gets the opportunities. We see Crystal Hewlett, 4 steps to the 2 steps up and back. I thought she was going to get up to the nose there, but 3 last waves from Crystal. She's been busy. She's trying to get waves on the board. Just needs to relax, slow down, work for those bigger scores. If we can see, she's already got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 rides there, all quite low scores. As somebody who's got a real kind of pedigree of competing regularly, you think she's probably going to tell herself now, listen, I just need to slow down, look for a bigger set and work at replacing one of my low 2s and then really start to threaten for a position in round 3.
Right, so Crystal comes from, like you were saying, a very competitive background with surfing and a very competitive family. So she's cousins with the Hill family, Michelle and Michael Hill, both excellent longboarders, excellent shortboarders through their kind of junior and young adult years, but both kind of have taken up professional longboarding as well. And Crystal's just coming up underneath them and getting a lot of coaching from them, a lot of strategy, and she is a fierce competitor. So Crystal is someone who will not give up until that buzzer sounds.
Priority switch there, so Tori Gilkison paddled for that wave, she didn't get it, so Crystal Hewlett will now be in priority, but it looks like Tori's going to go for this smaller wave here. She's going to look left, she gets that nice stall on takeoff, very stylish, 4 steps to the nose, good stretch 5, moving back to the tail, great footwork, another little fade and trim, gliding through this section. She's going to get a nice little foam climb there, looking smooth. Tori, will she replace one of those 3s there, riding this wave all the way into the inside? One last nose ride on the inside there. Really beautiful surfing from the Californian. That's what we want to see at the World Longboard Championships.
I like that, and I like that she went left. She's a goofy foot. She's so comfortable on left. Her WSL world title was at Hainan, which is that beautiful left-hand reef, where we spent so many years going year after year. So to see her kind of go back on her forehand, extremely comfortable, looking so controlled, so smooth, putting a lot of spray, a lot of power into those rails, but effortlessly, and now changing directions, finds the nose once again just towards the end of this wave, and hopefully putting a better score on the board. Crystal Hewlett, a little bit more tail thrown into that as she just bounces back into the foam. Let's see if this opens up for her on the inside at all. Hits that little rebound and just goes down, so that shallow section gets a little bit funny sometimes, but we do have scores to drop through for Tori Gilkison and Crystal Hewlett, which could make things quite interesting with 12 minutes to go.
I would imagine that that's going to be Tori's highest score of the heat so far, as we see the replay of Crystal there. Nice cross-step takeoff.
Beautiful.
Really good footwork there. Everything about this opening part of the wave has just been A grade. Beautiful sweeping turn there. This is just where she got a few wobbles here. If she could have kept it smooth after that turn, this is actually going to be a really strong score. Phenomenal surfing. everything about that opening switch stance, footwork combination there was in the pocket. It was smooth, it was controlled, it was original. I saw different lines and a different approach there from Crystal, so that's going to be her strongest score. For sure, it's going to be the highest score of her campaign in this heat so far. Tori drops a 3.77, so Crystal now needs a 4.57 to move into first position. But what will the judges deliver for Crystal as they study that ride? They drop a 2.80, so as much as we saw some exciting stuff on the outside, perhaps the judges not deeming a high enough degree of difficulty for that score to get higher than that 2.8.
I agree, and we didn't see Crystal actually utilize the front half of her board, so it was all tail surfing. Beautiful takeoff with that cross step kind of fade cut back, absolutely excellent on takeoff, but she never found the nose. She never had that wave really open up for her for a good nose ride. I think that's where she would have been looking to start matching some of Tori's scores, and I think that's also, you know, seeing where Tori's high score so far, just a 3.77. The judges are looking for critical surfing. So Tori has strung together two beautiful waves. She's got a lot of footwork, a lot of good nose riding, and a lot of good turns on her rail. But it hasn't been in the most critical sections. So that's where she's going to need to start focusing now. I really like also that I'm seeing Tori do the runaround, where Crystal's going to make it to backline first. But Tori might be set up for those rights a little bit better, where the girls are seeming to get sucked maybe out of position a little bit. And if Tori can get into one of those rights, she might have a really good, powerful wave.
The Crystal's had over twice as many waves as Tori, being much more selective here. She's back out in the channel there to get the easier paddle into the open faces of those rides. You can see a little bit of chop in the channel there. 10 minutes remaining. Tori Gilkison in the lead. Crystal Hewlett just needs a 4.54. I was really impressed with that last ride of Crystal, but like you said, she just needs to get into a nose ride section as well to perhaps bump that score up into the 5-6 range. But the opening statements with the flow and that cross-step takeoff turn, a bit of footwork, readjustment for another turn, everything looked really strong and composed. And I like the kind of originality of the lines there, as you see Rachel Tilley on the right and Alice Lemoyne on the left. Alice beat Rachel earlier. What do you think Rachel's listening to, Shannon?
Oh man, I don't know. She listens to some funky music.
Does she?
Yeah, I think she'll just be listening to something, either something that's quite fresh and upbeat, or something a little bit old school, something from the 50s maybe, a little bit of like, just something kind of almost like a black and white film sort of music. That's definitely Rachel's style when it comes to these kinds of days. As we see our surfer in blue straight up to the nose, those toes not hooked all the way over would be my only critique, but I love that she went straight for the nose ride. She knows, given the score of her last wave, that she needs to get those nose rides in order to boost that.
She knows she needs to get to the nose, but who knows what score that will be. We'll have to wait for the judges to drop a score. That star is there waiting for them to analyze the footage. A score will be dropped very soon. Will it be the 4.54 that she needs? She gets a nice fade to set herself up. Good footwork there. She's got herself stretched across the front, but not a full toe curler, and she just comes unstuck on that foam climb there, but she's looking like she's really going to go places with her longboarding. It's just finessing those footwork and the elements, a bit like Emily Curry, who is somebody who has got all of that line and that rail work looking really polished, but it's just getting that timing for the footwork. So as you walk, you naturally find those feet hitting that very tip of the board. Sometimes when you get stuck a little bit far back, the board slows down, but if you get that connection with your toe curled over the very tip, you seem to lock into a controlled posture, and the board then accelerates. And that's really important for longboarding, to be able to use the nose ride as a functional maneuver to either stall or accelerate.
Exactly, and even finding the length of board that you like, almost where each surfer's stride is going to be a little bit different. Of course, taking smaller, tighter steps, it looks more beautiful, but it's not always the natural stride of some surfers. And so to find that length, whether it's right on the 9-foot length, whether it's 9.4, a 9.2, something in between where it's almost that your foot naturally lands right positioned on the tip of that board. Mine's a 9.4. If I can ride a 9.4, no matter what kind of the style of the board, it just seems to fit my stride really well. I can adjust it 100% on anything else, but it's just kind of fun figuring those kinds of things out. And Crystal is riding a different board than what she's used to, so kind of keeping that in mind as well. Her board snapped, and so she's just borrowing one from somebody. I can't remember who she said that it was. So that might have been kind of throwing her off on a little bit of something in the beginning of this heat anyways, but she really has strung together some beautiful waves as we see Chloe Calmon getting ready for her next heat.
So she's in heat number 3, surfing against Wang Yu Che from Taiwan, who won the trials event here. Looking forward to seeing Chloe come up. And next we've got the continuation of this heat, heat number 7 here, is Tori Gilkison and Crystal Hewlett continue to do battle. Crystal just needing a 4.41. Tori in the lead, but it's not a commanding situation. The door has been left open for Crystal, just sitting with a trio of threes, that 3-5, that 3-5-7, that 3-7-7. I know that Tori will be thinking, I really got to get a 7 or an 8 here. I really need to seal this deal.
Absolutely, and I think a lot of the girls would have been paying attention to how the scores are dropping through and maybe adjusting a few things to what they've been used to in the past. Tori, an absolutely excellent longboarder. Love that she's riding the single fin. That's all she traveled with. She didn't bring any high pro kind of 2+1 setups this year. So just opting for the single fins no matter what the conditions are. And there's our local competitor. She won the trials to get into this Wang Yu chain from Elon, just up the east coast here.
The level, the standard of surfing locally is really gone through the roof since last year, and that's one of the great benefits of bringing these international events into new areas, is the inspiration that you give to the local community. And I've been really impressed with the level of longboarding we've seen from both the men and the women, as we see Tori Gilkison, the goofy footer from California, former world longboard champion, setting up. Is she going to get an open wall here? You can see that wind blowing a little bit harder now, moving with her feet up and down, doesn't get to the full 5, but just looking to position herself in the steep section of the wave and ending with a really strong re-entry there. Tori Gilkison from California in the lead with a 3.57 and a 3.77 score, awaiting to drop. Do you think that's going to replace one of those scores, Shannon?
I don't think it will, because she wasn't able to get to the nose, and that's what the judges are showing with those statement scores. Great surfing from her. Love that opening turn. I like that she was looking for that nose ride, but that wave just tapered off a little bit too much for her. It didn't give her that kind of standing wall, as we see this replay here. So she was looking for the nose ride straight off, didn't have it, so she went straight to the rail. Looks for it again here. Couple steps forward, couple steps back. Like you said, really good critical footwork right in the middle of the wave, and I stand corrected because of this finish. Beautiful finish, super composed. She gets a 4.17 on the board, so now puts the pressure on Hewlett, chasing a 5.01.
So great surfing from Tori there. As you said, she didn't find the nose, but just going to say that there is potential to get decent scores from the rail and the tail work there. Footwork, flow, control. No nose rides, no 5s or 10s, but really good in the pocket surfing. Ended with a big statement. Re-entry foam climb onto the inside there. Do you think she's going to do the walk around, Shannon, or do you think she's going to be paddling out from the bottom side?
I think she's got to do the paddle out this time. She only has 5 minutes. The issue with the runaround is the cobblestones. If it was a sandy bottom, a sand beach, then it's an easy run. Your feet don't get sore. But running on those little stones can get pretty difficult, especially when it is quite close on the time. There she, oh no, that's Crystal Hewlett. So the blonde hair throwing me off. Both girls actually quite similar in their personalities. Very lovely, quite bubbly once you get them going, and just wonderful. It would have been quite a fun heat actually for the two of them to be in the water together, I think.
So Crystal Hewlett, she needs a 5.10. Can she catch this wave? Looks like she's got it. She's going to get a lovely high trim line. Will she find a clean nose ride? It's going to be 6 steps to the nose there. Gets the 5, but unable to connect and accelerate through that section. So unfortunately not giving her the opportunity to go for that 5.01 she needs. We can see the sun's coming out here. It's getting nice and sparkly there. It's still late morning here. It's nearly 11 a.m. If you're tuning in somewhere from the rest of the world, maybe you're watching from Honolulu and it's nearly 5 p.m. now, or maybe you're tuning in from Brisbane, it's past midday, or maybe from Tokyo in Japan. But if you're following Tori Gilkison in LA, it's nearly 7 p.m. there. But from South Africa, it's a really good time to be watching surfing. You'll be up super early, and maybe you can go for a dawn patrol afterwards, because it's before 5 a.m. So you get a little inspiration watching your South African teammates, and maybe you head down the coast for some waves. I'm not sure what the surf's like in the southern hemisphere right now, but here on the Tropic of Cancer in Tai Tung, it's looking good. We've had a big typhoon swell over the last 5 days. It's tapering off now, but it's still great longboard conditions, and we have some massive heats coming up. We've got Chloe Calmont surfing against Wan Yu Che from Taiwan. Then in heat number 4 of this first elimination round, we've got Lindsay Steinbridey against Avalon Gould, and we just saw Rachel Tilley, who'll be surfing in heat 5 against Emily Lethbridge. That's a really interesting heat. And then another really good heat, which is very difficult to call, is Kat Hughes against Hiroka Yoshikawa, as we see Crystal Hewlett with a really good nose ride. Shannon, and you're hooting, you like it.
Wow, that was a beautiful setup. Nice little cross step cutback, so throwing that variety of turns in. Can she hold on to the finish? Just comes unstuck there. But that was a really excellent takeoff. I love her adjustments to her nose riding. Nice fade, nice slow cross steps. Read that wave really well.
I think that's an important thing for her to embody from this competition, is just slowing those things down, making things clear, precise. That's what longboarding is all about. You don't have to rush. It's uncluttered. You want to bring space into everything. You know, you can do those quick steps, but they want to be clean and precise. Or you can just slow it down, keep it smooth, keep it controlled. Look at those precision steps there up to the 5. Really good nose ride. Precision steps back to the tail. Readjustment of the feet. Does the cross step turn. Just takes a little fall at the end here. If it could have just been a clean flow out of this, I think that would have been nice aesthetically, but I don't think it's going to affect her scores, and this could be something interesting. Do you think it's going to be enough to get the 5:01 she needs to advance into round 3, or will Crystal be eliminated here from the World Longboard Championships in Taiwan?
Oh, we'll have to wait and see how the score comes in. I don't think it's going to be enough for the 5, but it's definitely going to come through as her highest wave score.
Comes in at a 3.73, so she needs a 4.21, but there's only 1 minute left, and it looks like she's already got out of the water, aware that there wasn't going to be enough time for her to paddle out back. So we can see on your screen there a little one last set coming in the 50 seconds we've got remaining, as Tori Gilchristen, our heat leader, goes for this wave but doesn't quite catch it, but she'll sustain her priority, and she might be able to catch this one behind. It's peeking up. Is she going to be a little bit too inside? Yes, she is. You can just see her dipping under that one, but she has sealed a place in round 3. Phew, relief for Tori Gilchristen. I know her partner Jared Neal will be very relieved watching her from the water's edge, and she might get the opportunity for a little swan song here. Is she going to catch this one, Shannon?
Here we go, one last paddle in. Just doesn't quite peek up underneath her, but 14 seconds on the clock. She may just get maybe this little one behind. She'll just work her way in, but always nice knowing that she has won this heat and advanced through to get one last wave underneath her feet.
Well, thanks for tuning in, ladies and gentlemen, to the World Longboard Championships. We've got so much red-hot action coming up. We've got a massive heat with Chloe Calmon from Brazil surfing against Wan Yu Chen from Taiwan. Then we've got Lindsay Steinreiter against Avalon Gall from the US of A. Don't leave us. This is the World Longboard Championships in Taitung, Taiwan.
Take two. We all know that you're stoked for the World Surf League Longboard Championship in Taiwan.
I wish I could be there to join riding those tasty, amazing waves.
I've heard the best things about Taiwan. Beautiful island, the most amazing coastline.
Don't forget about the green water and the blue skies.
You are part of something deeper. Welcome home.
This is badass!
We hope that our new movie, Aquaman, will inspire you.
Now get out there and become the next champion of the sea.
And be sure to catch Aquaman on the big screen this December.
The war is coming to the surface.
Arthur!
I'm not a king.
Atlantis has always had a king. Now I need something more. A hero.
Welcome back to the WSL Taiwan Open of Surfing. We are at the Longboard World Championship. Wingnut here in the booth with Chris Binns. We are about to start round 2, heat number 3. Wang Yu Chi from Taipei against Chloe Calmon of Brazil. I'm going to go out on a limb here and say that Chloe Calmon is the favorite going into the start of this heat.
Yeah, massive limb there. Big.
I take lots of chances when I do these things.
Yeah.
Not that the local cannot do well at her home break, but Chloe Calmon has been a successful competitor at the Taiwan Open of Surfing for many years in a row. Coming off a tremendous win over in Hainan at the Duct Tape Invitational, and already a couple of waves on the board, one for Chloe at a 3.83 and a couple of throwaway waves for Yu Chen.
So the Duct Tape Invitational moved to China this year. What was that all about?
It's interesting. They like to move it to new communities that have good a good longboard vibe going on. He's been back on the East Coast with it. He's done the Biarritz Festival with it. He's been out at Noosa, and there is such a strong hotbed of surfing, and especially longboarding, at Rioan Bay in Hainan. So he decided to bring it there. Vans has a very strong presence in mainland China. They've done a really good job with the brand over there, so I think it fits quite nicely.
Yeah, longboarding really seems to have a strong loyalty to the sport. If you're a longboarder, you readily identify as a longboarder, and you support it passionately. That's really cool.
I think it's a much it's a less competitive lifestyle sport than the shortboard is. I mean, there's we get into it's groovy. We got a lot of glide, a lot of style, but you still don't want anybody else to get away. You still want we're still competitive up in the water, but it is a much more relaxed, camaraderie-based surfing style. You rarely see 2 or 3 shortboarders on the same wave intentionally.
not without violence.
Yeah, I was just going to say, Kira aside. But whereas in longboarding, there's a lot of waves being shared, a lot of go-behind cutbacks, and a lot of good fun involved in it. So, and that carries over onto the land and sea as well.
So we saw Tori Gilkison taking the win in the last heat. She had a pretty tight tussle with Caitlin Mickelson in that last heat of round 1. You spoke to Caitlin after that. Did you get into any dirt dished?
Well, let's put everything in perspective. They both ride for Donald Takayama surfboards. Tori was in Caitlin's wedding. They are good friends, but boy, can Caitlin put on the competitive hat and get ready to do battle. And I asked her about that, and she's like, yeah, I don't know what I was thinking. I saw this great left lining up for Tori, and I didn't want her to have it. I go, did you see how good the right was? Why don't you just crush the right and show that, let her have the best left, you have the best right, and you can outsurf. Or at least if you're going to save that competitive stuff, save it for an elimination heat where it really matters. And she put her head down. You're right.
Nah, I love it.
That was right.
I love it.
No, I mean, it's competitive surfing.
No such thing as social sport.
Yeah. Well, I like to, when I used to compete, look at everybody as repellent. Remember, it's to the death.
100%. All right. Well, in the water right now, Chloe Kalman is heat leader with a 3.83. Local wildcard Wang Yung-chi, winner of the trials the other day, has a 1. She's looking for a 2.84 with 24 minutes to go. And here goes Chloe Kalman. Good-looking wave. Wing nut.
It was a nugget of a wave. Nice setup there at the top. A little, setting up real high, real quick to the nose. And we've been discussing, trying to push that nose ride at the start of a wave, and how important that is versus setting up a nice turn that leads you into nose ride. So we'll see multiple approaches to getting to the front end and scoring and ticking the box that the judges want to see about the whole board being used during the length of the ride. Yeah, coming up next will be Lindsay Steinreide and Avalon Gall. That will be fun to watch. Rachel Tilley after that against Emily Lethbridge, and Catherine Hughes and Hiroka Yoshikawa at the end of round 2. You might actually get your wish today and get that lunchtime surf. The wind has picked up a little bit out there. No white caps into the lineup yet, but you can definitely see there's a little bit of wind bump on the water right now. Stop smiling.
Don't know if it's a wish, but just if the situation was to eventuate that there was a possibility of sneaking out for a wave.
Way to backpedal that one.
Might possibly be tempted to have a look at it, but definitely wouldn't put the interests of the event ahead of my own surfing needs. No way, not at all.
Couldn't possibly be. So priority with.
There are a lot of white caps though, aren't there?
But it's still, look how smooth and clean the inside of the waves are still. So
yeah, it won't last long.
Had a chat with the head judge, and they've already discussed it. It's still very contestable, so we're going to let it run as long as we possibly can. Conferring with event director Will Hayden Smith, our head judge, and we'll even be discussing it with some of the athletes because we want them to be involved in these choices as we are running an elimination round here at the WSL Women's Longboard World Championship.
All right, bang. Big points on the board for Chloe Kalman. Her last wave, a 6. And now we've seen an error from Wang Yung-chi, who, with priority, paddled and pulled back on a wave and has given priority straight back to the lady in the red jersey, the lady in the lead, Chloe Carman. So
as we see that again, setting up real high, getting a nice 510, a lot of air underneath that board, and that was a short-shouldered wave, so there's not a way you could have set that up and got the nose right in a different way. Well done. Nice rebounds off the white water and into that kind of heavy channel. So she didn't look super happy with it, but the judges sure liked it.
Yep, so 6 points the result. Pair that with a 3.83, and Chloe Carman is leader. Wang Yinqi now looking for an 8.83, but with just a couple of minor scores on the board, she can get there in 2 goes. No worries at all. 21 minutes remaining in this heat. This is we're at the midway point of round 2, Taiwan Open of Surfing World Longboarding Championships. So we're starting to send some competitors home, sadly.
If you go home after an elimination in round 2, you do go home with $1,000 in your pocket.
This could be a lot worse.
Takes a little bit of the sting out of it, just about pay for the repair on your surfboard. Yeah, that is the drama of traveling with surfboards. You can pack them up really well, but boy, the airlines can do a good job of crushing them anyway.
It's just amazing that they can sort of defy physics to they just, you know, I'd never claimed to be a good surfer, and I put my boards through all sorts of torturous treatment and sharp reefs and rocks and collisions with other surfers, and yet I've never seen damage the likes of that the airport can, the airline can do to your equipment.
And it's not like yours was an incredibly heavy board bag. I mean, I've seen damage when 3 longboards get put into a bag and you can barely lift the thing. You can imagine how hard it is for the baggage handlers to treat them decently, but you know, 2 boards in a, was that just a single board in a bag or 2 of them in there?
Single board.
Yeah, that is
wetsuit over the tail and towel over the nose.
That thing was thrown hard to get crushed like that.
Yeah. Well, so when I was one of the editors of Surfing Life magazine, we ran an experiment whereby we put a naked board in on a plane and came through untouched. So there is an argument to suggest that the more padding you have around your boards, the more indestructible your board bag looks to our beloved baggage handlers.
The worse they will treat it.
Yeah.
Here we go. Chloe Calmon giving that one a hard paddle. Priority shifting over there. Just handed it back to Wang Yu-Chi. Yeah, it is interesting watching surfers miss waves. You know, paddling real hard at them and then still not getting into them. Here we go. Looks like she's going to go again. A little cleaner this next wave in the set. Just a quick in and out there. You can see how she was focusing down the line, hoping that was going to kind of wrap around. We're still tides starting to finally go out here, so that right can get a little bit crisper on the north end of the competition area. See that peak that she's just paddling over right there? That's kind of the takeoff peak if you want to run the right around the corner. Wang Yu-Chi hanging out a little bit farther south. Yeah, definitely a ripple and a bump on there from the wind. Here we go, giving it a nice look. Not enough wave there. You know, we've seen some really good sized set waves, and now we find Chloe on a very clean one. Sets it up for a nice nose ride. Going to work around this whitewater section. And just decides to eject. Trying to shorten her paddle back out. We'll see how cleanly she gets out or whether she's going to get caught on that corner. As we see our surfer in blue, Wang Yun-Chi. Nice footwork up to the nose there. Able to hang on. Looked like she was going to go over the handlebars, but she stayed in, but comes off the back of the board, unfortunately.
Yeah, we'll get some noise from the beach. Lots of local support for Wang Yun-Chi. You see that a lot where someone has a little wobble and it doesn't reflect in their surfing straight away, but it translates a little bit further down the line.
Down the line as you're trying to slow yourself down at the back of the board.
So Wang Yun-Chi with the bobble on the nose and then pulling that one out, but unfortunately going down on her slightly later turn. So here's the replay. It was a nice looking wave.
Clean turn, clean footwork out there to the nose, and she was able to handle that, and then this last step back just got her off balance. And that's, maybe that wind's starting to push harder, a little bit of a side bump. Now there's the set outside. And that's why they were kind of hanging so far out that they were missing some waves, because they've seen those sets happen. So score for Wang Yunji's wave was a 3.0. That's getting her back into the game for sure. And will Chloe Calmon get outside in time to take advantage of one of those larger outside waves? This will feel good for Chloe. I know she wants to have a real strong performance here going into round 3. Put some high scores on the board. Hasn't been herself in her first heat, so this will be great to see. Soleil Erico putting up the dominant performance in round 1, advancing directly to round 3. Soleil with one of the higher combination scores of the event so far, 15.67. Honolulu, the only athlete with a higher score in round 1. So not bad putting up, for the young Soleil, putting up numbers just underneath the current world champion, Honolulu Blomfield. Chloe's out the back, going over that one, and don't know if there's another wave on offer for her out there. See a little bit of that spray starting to blow with 15 minutes left in the heat. Hano, the 2017 Tour Rankings leader, coming into this event. That's a strong field of women surfers right there.
It really is. Fantastic camaraderie and spirit between them all. But once the hooter goes, it's pretty serious stuff in the water.
Because there can only be one at the end of the day. But it's nice that there's so many waves per set, that there's plenty of opportunity for every athlete in the water to get a wave. We've been on those dying swell situations where there's only one good wave per set per 15 minutes, and that makes heats a little more tense. So Chloe Calmon with a 4.23. Very good second score there to back up her 6.0. Chloe travels a lot with her mom, having a good friend, talk through everything with. She spent a year or a long summer with Phil Rasman traveling up the California coast, kind of getting involved in more of the old school logging tradition. They got a couple of vintage surfboards through the guys at Hobie Surfboards, and so kind of got their single fin groove on, working on their nose riding, working on their classic drop knee turns. Just that old historic culture really wasn't available in Brazil, so she and Phil decided to make a run through California together and do that. It was pretty fun. I ran into him down at Doheny, and we got to share some vintage surf love down at the Boneyard in Doheny.
Yeah, how good, of course. Chloe is from Rio de Janeiro, the heart of Brazil. It's hosted the Championship Tour event for a number of years. It's moved slightly down the coast to Saquarema this year and resulted in fantastic waves for the Championship Tour. But yeah, Rio, what a fantastic place.
Never had a chance to get down there yet, but it's on the list. Have to go to Western Australia first, but after that...
Don't bother. All right, here goes Wang Yunji, our local wildcard, winner of the trials. She's found herself a nice wall, strides up towards the nose. This will be, you would imagine, her best wave.
Nice
Not
and
done
clean
with it yet either.
Yeah, nice and clean around that section. Hoping the inside's going to offer a little bit more. But good, clean footwork, nice nose ride on the outside section. Able to negotiate that little closeout in front that all the surfers have been battling with. Whether you just eject or whether you try to continue around and get that cleaner, wide paddle back out. 12 minutes remaining in round 2, heat 3. Lindsay Steinreide and Avalon Gall up next. Two surfers that probably have seen each other surf a bunch, seeing as both of them get to hang out at San Onofre a lot. Avalon liking the lefts at Old Man's. That's kind of her spot. when her dad drives her there because she's too young to drive, a 15-year-old.
It's amazing.
But not surprising to see the young kids showing up in this, because even in the juniors, there's some fantastic, incredibly young kids competing. What's the youngest junior here at the event that you think that's coming next week?
Oh, I would imagine we've got Eli Hanneman's probably 16. Only just turned as well. Incredible prodigy.
And where's he from?
Eli is from...
You can make it up. I don't know.
No, he's Hawaiian. I'm just trying to remember exactly where. Why. I think he's from Maui. Hence the windy conditions leading to the incredible aerial prowess that he's already shown the world. Just released a clip last week called 15 to celebrate turning 16, and it was kind of a showcase of everything that he's done over the past year. I've actually seen a lot of Eli surfing in Bali. He surfs at Keramas a lot with another fantastic young surfer from Indonesia, Bronson Mady, who grew up in Lakey Peak and now spends a lot of time with Rizal Tanjung back over in Bali. And Rizal's son as well, Varun, another fantastic surfer. And you see the three of them walk down the beach and you think, well, it might be time to go in.
Not going to be a lot of scraps left after those guys hit the water. Pretty much what it feels like when you see Taylor Jensen paddle out with Ben Skinner and Harley Ingleby. God, good time to go get a coffee.
Yeah, sit back and enjoy the show. All right, scores in. Chloe Cummins last wave, a 4.23. Pair that with a 6. She is comfortably in the lead. Wang Yung Choi with a 3 needs a 7.23 to keep her hopes alive here at the World Longboarding Championship. This is the Taiwan Open of Surfing. Longboarding this week, juniors next. We're going to be crowning 4 world champions. Those 4 will be presented with their trophies on stage at the WSL Awards night on the Gold Coast. Be about the end of March before the event kicks off at Snapper to start the new championship tour year.
All right, these are so far the highest scores of the event. First and second going to Hano. She just put on a show this morning in round 1. Soleil right behind her. And there's Hano right there with her first of her high-scoring waves. See that clean footwork? Even with the size of the wave, she's able to maintain composure. Nice on-rail cutback. Wearing that Jeep Leaders jersey. Again, locking in a nice 10. Look how much air underneath the nose of that board when she was in her locked-in 10. Again, puts it on rail. Check turn up there at the top. Walking out to the nose again. You can see like half of her foot bending over the nose. Here is the young Soleil Erico with a very vertical, very upright hang 10. Drop knee cut back right there, showing her versatility. Here's the 5. We'll get that upright 10 again. And then drop knee cut back one more time. See how smooth she brings it down below the white water, launches out of it, and lets her get up on the nose again. Knows she wants to finish that wave strong. And here's Chloe Calmon with her highest scoring wave so far of the event. Nice crossfoot cutback. Earlier morning conditions a little bigger and definitely smoother on those long lefts at Jinsun Harbor. Well done, but even with that high-scoring wave, Soleil Erico was able to take Heat 4 away from Chloe Calmon, putting Calmon on notice that next generation of kids are here and they're ready to compete. Soleil with the advantage of having not only her dad here backing her up, but her coach, Taylor Jensen. And you can see a lot of Taylor's power and thought and positioning in the way that Soleil sets up her waves.
So Soleil is a competitor on the World Longboarding Tour. Her sister is a pro skier.
I'm not sure if she's professional, just likes to ski more than she likes to go to the beach.
And the dad flies aeroplanes, is that what you're saying? It's quite the family.
There we go. There she is. Another nice clean wave for Chloe there. Yeah, definitely a very athletic family on the Erico side. But yeah, with having siblings, the mom has to stay home while dad is to play over here. As we see Avalon Gall on her Tyler Warren Pickle single fin log down there. She had a couple of good waves in her warm-up just before this round 2 started, so I know she's feeling confident going in. So it will be a fun battle, like with the youngest competitor in the draw going against one of the most experienced competitors in the draw.
Very delicately put.
Thought I did that well.
Yeah, you did. That was nice.
Good with it.
Avalon's been surfing her brains out in the last couple of days around the men's event. Anytime there's been a little break, she has been straight out into the thick of things, catching plenty of waves. And now that the energy in the water has subsided somewhat and things are a little calmer, look for her to be all over these clean lines that are rolling into Jinsun Harbour. So her heat just over 5 minutes away. Right now it's Chloe Carmen with a 6 and a 5.17. So she's upgraded again with that last wave. A 5.17 goes into her top 2. Chi now looking for an 8.17, just over 5 minutes to go.
Yeah, definitely fun seeing the Grom energy in Avalon. Whenever there's a moment to get in the water, I think the only one that races out faster than her is Hano. Even as wild and woolly as it was yesterday, Hano was just going nuts out on the north end of the break. Her father joining her out there in a full steamer, as you said. So our local Wang Yun-Chi has priority, with needing that priority because she needs an 8.17. Nice setup on that wave. She's clean. She's looking to get back into the pocket of the wave, hoping that wall will set up on the inside for her. I think there's still too much water in that corner, so I don't think that wave is going to help her get closer to Chloe Calmon. So having gone out on a limb early on in this heat, predicting that Chloe is going to more than likely win, just because she's such a competitor.
Mm-hmm.
She knows how to read the water, read the competitors, use her priority well. I think she's been surfing maybe 6 times longer than Wang Yun-Chi. But it's great. I like with priority, there's no more hassling in competitions. You know, it's a lot more casual out there.
Yeah, it lets the heats get decided on the strength of the surfing alone. And you know, when you've got multiple person heats, so say the 3 manners of round 1, it stops, you know, ganging up on odd people out and all that sort of situation. I know if you talk to anyone who's on the qualifying series, they love the fact that now it's even 4-man priority, because it really eliminates a lot of the hassling and the niggle, and it brings it straight back to, you know, the best surfers on the best waves generally getting through heats.
Best position, you know, you get position where you want to be, how you want to set up a wave, which is ultimately critical, especially in longboarding, because as you've seen a lot, that there's this fading into a wave instead of just running, you know, making a bottom turn or going down the line. You actually end up going left before you go right.
Mm-hmm.
So if you're battling for position with someone else, it takes that ability away. That was the height of my competitive career. There was no priority, and everybody just kept pushing, totally out of position during heats, so you couldn't make a single wave by the time the whole thing was done. So yeah, this is a much better era to be a competitor, and the equipment is so much better as well. So 2.5 minutes remaining. Chloe Calmon with priority in the lead of heat number 3, round 2, Women's World Longboard Championship here in Jinsun Harbor, Taidong County, Taiwan. It's fun to be back here again for this event, and excited to watch it continue. So next heat, Lindsay Steinreity and Avalon Gall.
Yeah, 2 minutes to go, and a fairly easy heat up to this point for Chloe Carmen. She's never really sort of got it out of third gear, pacing her run comfortably through to the next round. Local wildcard Wang Yun-Chi 3 and a 2.73 to this point, and she will grow and learn from her experience around the World Longboarding Championship. And we've talked to a lot of the competitors already through this event, and just about what they've witnessed, the development of the local surf scene in the local surf community, the standard in the water, the free surfing, getting better and better every year. And you can definitely pick up on sort of the real surf town vibe around this part of the world.
Absolutely, the little surf cafes and coffee shops that are up and down the beach right around here. A couple little surf hostels in the neighborhood as well. And, you know, Bebe and her husband Josh, Bebe is, you know, she'd be the real son of surfing here in Taiwan. She was the first Chinese female surfer that I met when she was visiting over in Hainan the first time I went over there. She's fantastic. And what a great ambassador she is for the sport here in Taiwan.
All right, 45 seconds to go. Last wave for Chloe Carmen. Not going to go into her top 2. The priority still with Wang Yongqi. She's looking for an 8.17. 30 seconds remaining in this one. It's
30 seconds.
Lindsay Steinrighty and Avalon Gore ready to go in the next heat, which will be heat 4, round 2 of the World Longboarding Championships here at the Taiwan Open of Surfing. After that, 2 heats to finish off the round, Rachel Tilley and Emily Lethbridge, and Kat Hughes and Hiroko Yoshikawa. So plenty of action still to come in round 2. It's looking like Chloe Carmen is through to round 3, and we will bid farewell to the local wildcard Wang Yongqi.
And we will be back with live action after this.
写什么？你看什么？你们赶快啊！混啊！你写3天，我改8、7次，是不是不想看啊？
有一种爽，交给老板一巴掌。爽皮 So Beer。
Ladies and gentlemen, it's all for the day. It's all for the day. Tomorrow we call it at 6 a.m. 6 a.m. call for a possible start at 6:30. 6 a.m. call for a start at 6:30. Off for the day. It's off.
It's off. Going for the day. It's off.
C'est fini pour la journée. Out for the day, out for the day. Tomorrow we call it at 6 a.m. 6 a.m. call. 6 a.m. call for a possible start at 6:30.
How is that camera that's just sitting out in the rain down there?